Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was son of ZEUS? The goblet of fire flared white. For a second the great hall went quiet. No one breathed. The blue flames turned blinding, hot, like someone had shoved a star into the cup and cracked it open. The air tasted dry. Harry squinted against the light. His eyes watered. He heard chairs scrape, someone swear under their breath, the creak of wood as people leaned away from the goblet. A tongue of white flame shot straight upward. Thunder boomed overhead. Not a distant roll outside the castle. It was inside the hall, heavy and sharp, rattling plates and goblets on the tables. Candles shivered. Wax dripped sideways. The scrap of parchment spat out of the fire did not drift lazily down this time. It blasted out like a tiny comet, wrapped in sparks, and slammed into the stone floor at Dumbledore's feet. The smell of ozone hit Harry's nose, sharp and metallic, like the air before a storm on the sea. The lightning scar on his forehead burned. Harry flinched and grabbed his head with a small hiss. The pain did not stab. It surged, a hot pressure that spread through his skull and down his spine, like every nerve in his body had just been plugged into a socket. His vision blurred at the edges. He heard his name even before Dumbledore spoke. He did not hear it with his ears. It rang somewhere behind his eyes. A deep, echoing call that was not in English at all. It felt like it carried mountains and open sky and the crack of thunder. Then Dumbledore's voice layered over it, old and human and suddenly very small. Harry Potter. The hall exploded. Again? Someone shouted from the Slytherin table. He is cheating, right? That is not funny. Hermione? Ron muttered near his ear. Tell me I did not hear that. Harry tried to answer, but the pain in his scar jumped. Heat pushed under his skin. His fingers shook. For a second he thought he might be sick all over the table. Harry! Hermione's voice was close, tight with worry. Harry, look at me. He dragged his gaze away from Dumbledore and the goblet. Her face swam in front of him, pale and sharp, brown eyes wide. Her hand closed around his wrist. You need to go, she said. He is waiting. Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry as dust. Right, he muttered. Right, of course. His legs did not feel attached to his body, but somehow he pushed himself up from the bench. The hall roared around him, a blur of voices and scraping benches and rattling cutlery. He was aware of hundreds of eyes on his back as he walked. Every step closer to the goblet made the air thicker. The temperature did not change, but the air pressed against his skin, heavy and charged. The torches along the walls flickered and flared as he passed, flames stretching toward him as if they were drawn to something. He heard whisper after whisper. He cannot enter, he is too young. This is staged. Maybe it is you-know-who. Dumbledore watched him come. His eyes were not twinkling now. They were sharp, almost frightened, and his fingers were clenched around the parchment. McGonagall stood just behind him, lips thin, one hand near her wand. Harry? Dumbledore called, voice echoing across the hall. Come up here, my boy. The words felt wrong in Harry's ears, like they did not fit anymore. He reached the foot of the staff table. The goblet burned on its pedestal to his right. Up close the fire looked wrong, too bright, white at the core with streaks of silver. Sparks leapt out and died before they hit the air. His scar flared in time with it. Professor, Harry said, and his voice came out rough. I did not put my name in. I swear. We will discuss that in a moment. Dumbledore lifted the parchment so Harry could see his own name inked there. For now, you must join the other champions. Harry opened his mouth to argue. The pain spiked. It did not stay in his scar this time. Something tore through him like a lightning strike. His back arched. His knees buckled. The world went white. He did not feel himself fall. He felt everything else. The stone of the floor under him cold and humming. The air above him, packed with energy. The the sound of his own heart beating too fast. The goblet of fire screamed. The white flames shot outward in a ring, blasting past him and Dumbledore and rolling across the hall in a low wave of light. The floating candles went dead at once. Darkness swallowed the rafters. For an instant, the only light in the room came from Harry. Electric arcs crawled over his skin, thin branching lines of bright white that snapped and popped in the air. His hair lifted, every strand standing on end. The plates on the tables jumped. Glass cracked. Metal goblets rattled across wood like something was pulling them toward him. The first person to scream was the second year from Hufflepuff. It broke the silence like a plate shattering. Then everyone shouted at once. "Get away from him! It is a curse! Shield your eyes! Stop panicking!" McGonagall snapped, but even her voice carried a tremble. Harry could not move. The power raged through him, wild and hungry, pouring out of that scar and rushing into his arms, his chest, his throat. He could smell singed cloth. His hands glowed. He saw his own fingers outlined in white as if they were made of light instead of flesh. He thought, very calmly, that he was going to die in front of the entire school. Enough! The word cut through the chaos. It did not come from Dumbledore. It came from somewhere above, deeper and older than the castle itself. For a second Harry thought he had imagined it. The lightning around him flared brighter, then drew upward. Every arc of white snapped away from his skin, pulled to a point in the air above the hall. The students nearest to him ducked, crying out as the bolts passed over their heads and gathered in a churning sphere near the enchanted ceiling. The clouds painted on the ceiling twisted and broke apart, revealing a sky that was not over Scotland at all. It was a wide-open night, black and huge, scattered with hard bright stars. A single symbol burned there in fire, a jagged bolt of light, simple and brutal, crossed by a small crown at the top. Thunder roared again. This time it knocked dust from the rafters. The house banners snapped as if a wind had torn through them. All the candles in the hall relit themselves at once. Harry lay flat on his back, chest heaving, his glasses crooked on his nose. The electric glow faded slowly from his skin, leaving him shaken and cold. His scar still ached, but the pain had changed. It was not the sharp stab he knew. It was a steady throb, heavy and slow, like something inside his head had finally woken up. Silence fell. "Sweet Merlin," someone whispered. "Harry." Hermione's voice shook. She knelt beside him, fingers trembling as she reached toward his shoulder. "Can you hear me?" He blinked. The world came back in pieces. The low ceiling of the hall, the faces leaning over him, the sound of hundreds of people holding their breath. Ron hovered right behind Hermione, freckled face drained of color. "Mate, that was insane." "Language, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall said automatically, but her voice sounded distant. Harry pushed himself up on his elbows. His arms felt like they were made of lead. Every muscle in his body trembled. He swallowed and tasted metal. He looked up at the ceiling. The sky image was still wrong. The symbol still burned there, white and cruel and utterly out of place in Hogwarts. Pulsed once, like a heartbeat. Then, faint and terrible, a voice rolled through the hall. It spoke in a language Harry did not know. Old and harsh and clear. He could not catch any single word. The meaning slammed into him anyway. "Mine." The symbol flared one last time, then shattered into a rain of harmless sparks that drifted down and vanished before they touched the floor. The normal false sky of the great hall snapped back into place with clouds, stars, and the hint of the Scottish night beyond. People started to talk all at once. "Did you hear that voice? What spell was that? That was not magic. It came from the ceiling." "No, it came from him." Dumbledore moved first. He stepped forward, robes brushing through a few leftover sparks, and offered Harry his hand. "Can you stand?" Harry stared at the hand for a second. His own fingers still twitched. He did not trust them, but he let Dumbledore pull him to his feet. His legs wobbled. Hermione shifted closer, ready to catch him if he fell. "Professor," Harry said, trying to keep his voice steady. "What was that?" Dumbledore did not answer at once. His blue eyes were not gentle. They were calculating and worried and something Harry could not name. We will discuss this in private, Dumbledore said quietly. For now, you are a champion. You must join the others. This is mad, Ron blurted. He almost fried half the hall, and you still want him to join a tournament. Ron, Hermione hissed, though she did not sound like she disagreed. The selection is binding, Dumbledore said. His tone was stiff now, caring to everyone listening. Harry has been chosen, just as Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crumb, and Miss Delacour have been chosen. The rules still stand. Cedric Diggory stood near the staff table, eyes wide, face pale but steady. Victor Crumb had his wand in his hand, jaw clenched. Fleur stared up at the ceiling where the symbol had been, lips moving soundlessly, as if she was praying or swearing. Harry met Cedric's gaze. Cedric gave him a small nod, like they were in this together now, even though nothing about this felt normal. I did not ask for this, Harry said. His voice shook. Any of it, I know, Dumbledore replied, and for a second regret flickered across his face. Come. We have much to talk about. He turned to the hall. Prefects, please lead your houses back to their dormitories in an orderly fashion. Staff, we will reconvene once our new champions are settled. That includes you, Madame Maxime, Headmaster Karkaroff. The hall erupted into noise as students stood, still talking over one another. Harry felt Hermione grip his arm. We are coming with you, she said. Dumbledore opened his mouth, probably to say something about him coming alone, but stopped. His eyes flicked from Harry to Hermione to Ron. He sighed. Very well. You three with me. Harry nodded once. He did not trust himself to speak. As they walked toward the antechamber where the other champions waited, the great hall buzzed around them. Some students pulled back from Harry as he passed, as if afraid he might shock them by accident. Others stared openly. A few younger ones made the sign of some protection charm they barely knew. Thunder muttered again outside, distant this time. The air above Harry still hummed. The antechamber felt small after the spectacle of the main hall. The stone walls pressed in. Tapestries hung limp and still. The only sound was the faint echo of the chaos outside and the fragile crackle of the fire in the grate. Cedric stood near the hearth, arms folded. Fleur perched on a chair, white silk dress crumpled slightly, her hair not quite perfect for maybe the first time Harry had seen. Crumb leaned against the wall, wand still in his hand, eyes dark and suspicious. All three turned when Harry walked in with Dumbledore and the others. Potter, Crumb said slowly, as if he were testing the name again after what he had just seen. You all right? Cedric asked at the same time, stepping forward. Define all right, Harry muttered. He tried to grin, but his lips would not quite cooperate. Not dead, if that counts. Cedric gave a short breath of laughter that sounded more like relief than amusement. It does. Fleur's eyes narrowed. What was that, Professor? She demanded, not bothering to hide the edge in her voice. That symbol in the sky, that voice, that power. ZEUS was not in ZEUS contract for this tournament. Miss Delacour, Dumbledore said. I assure you, the tournament committee will be briefed on what just happened. I ask for your patience and discretion for the moment. My patience. Her accent sharpened with anger. You bring us here and Zen Z Castle calls down Z Sky. If you think I will keep quiet because you ask very kindly, you are mistaken. Karkaroff swirled his cloak, eyes darting between Dumbledore and Harry. I need answers as well, Dumbledore. If this boy is some kind of walking storm, it affects my champion's safety. Harry stiffened. I am not a thing, he snapped. The edge in his own voice surprised him. I am right here. Karkaroff opened his mouth, but whatever he had been about to say, Dumbledore cut across it. Enough. This is not the time. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. I will address the heads of school and the ministry shortly. For now, I must speak with Mr. Potter. Alone. Professor, Hermione started. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said gently. I give you my word that you will be informed, but this conversation should come first between Harry and myself. Harry's chest tightened. Suspicion flared, cold and sour. That worked out great the last time, he said before he could stop himself. Dumbledore flinched, just a twitch around the eyes. Ron put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We will be just outside," he muttered. "You shout if he tries anything." "Not that he will, but you know." Hermione nodded, her fingers squeezing Harry's wrist once before she let go. "We will not go far." Harry swallowed. "All right." Dumbledore looked at the other champions. "Please return to your delegations. You have seen something tonight that you were not meant to see until later, if at all. I ask again for your discretion. Lives depend on it." "You keep saying that," Fleur said quietly, eyes on Harry now, not Dumbledore. "Whose lives?" Dumbledore hesitated. "All of ours." That did not make Harry feel better. One by one the others filed out. Cedric gave Harry another small nod as he passed. A simple "you are not alone" that Harry clung to harder than he expected. Crumb grunted something that might have been respect. Fleur's gaze lingered one moment more, curious and wary, before she swept out with her head held high. When the door shut behind them, the room felt too small. The fire crackled in the grate. The shadows on the walls looked like storm clouds. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "My office," he said. "Now." The gargoyle moved aside without a password. That alone set Harry on edge. Dumbledore did not even raise his wand. The stone guardian simply shifted as if it had been waiting. The staircase carried them upward in slow circles. Harry could feel the castle around him, every stone humming in a way he had never noticed before. It was like walking inside a living creature that had just been startled. He glanced at Dumbledore back. The old man's shoulders were set, no relaxed droop at all. His hands were hidden in his sleeves. "Professor," Harry said, breaking the silence. "Earlier, that voice. The symbol. What was it?" Dumbledore did not answer at once. The staircase clicked into place at the top. "In a moment," he said. "Let us sit first." The office looked almost the same as ever. Bookshelves crammed with strange volumes. Spinning bits of silver and glass on little tables. Fawkes perched on his stand, bright eyes watchful. The difference was the window. Lightning crawled across the sky outside, silent flashes that lit up the clouds above the grounds. Rain had not yet started, but Harry could feel the pressure building in the air even through the glass. He shivered. "Take a seat, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Would you like tea?" No, the word came out sharper than he intended. "I want answers." Dumbledore nodded once, as if he had expected that. He moved behind his desk, but he did not sit. He rested his hands on the wood and looked straight at Harry. "Very well." The door swung open before he could continue. Hermione and Ron squeezed through together, faces set. Snape stood behind them, clearly trying to keep them out, his expression furious. "I told them to wait," Snape snapped. "But they insisted on barging in here like this is a common room." "We are not leaving him alone," Ron said. "Not after what just happened." Hermione's chin lifted. "If this concerns Harry, it concerns us. We have been with him through every mad thing that has happened in this school. We are not going to start sitting quietly outside now." Harry felt a rush of fierce gratitude. Dumbledore sighed. "Very well. It may be easier this way." He glanced at Snape. "Severus, you may stay or go, as you choose." Snape's eyes flicked to Harry, like he was weighing some private equation. "I will stay," he said at last, voice low. Someone ought to hear the truth clearly. That did nothing to slow Harry's pulse. They found chairs. Harry took one in front of the desk. Hermione dropped into the seat to his left. Ron sat to his right, slightly forward, as if ready to jump up and plant himself between Harry and any new explosion. Snape leaned against a bookcase, arms folded, face unreadable. Outside the window, the first rumble of thunder rolled across the grounds. "Harry," Dumbledore began, "what happened tonight was the result of a long-term plan I made. A plan I did not share with you." "Obviously," Harry said. Hermione elbowed him lightly, though she did not tell him to stop. Dumbledore took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose, then stopped and put them back on, as if even that small delay felt wrong. "When you were a baby," he said, "Voldemort went to Godric Hollow to kill you. That part you know. Your parents died protecting you. That part you know as well. What you do not know is that he was not the only one watching that night. Harry felt the old pain flicker when Dumbledore said Godric Hollow. The image of green light, his mother's scream, the cold voice promising death. He had heard the story too many times. He had heard his own mother dying in his nightmares. Are you saying there was someone else in the house? Harry asked. Or outside? Some Death Eater you forgot to mention. No, Dumbledore met his eyes. I am saying the sky was watching. Ron shifted. That is not creepy at all, he muttered. Hermione ignored him. What does that mean, Professor? Dumbledore drew a slow breath. It means, Harry, that the man you knew as your father, James Potter, was not your father by blood. The words hit like a punch. For a second Harry did not hear the thunder outside, or the crackle of the fire, or Ron's sharp intake of breath. Everything narrowed to that sentence and the ringing in his own ears. What? His voice came out hoarse. James raised you as his son, Dumbledore said gently. He loved you. He died for you. In every way that matters, he was your father. But Lily Potter life before she met him was not as simple as you have been told. Professor, Hermione said, her voice thin. Are you sure this is the best way to tell him? He deserves the truth. Snape cut in, tone hard. Something you have delayed for years, Albus. Dumbledore flinched again. Yes, I did. For reasons I still believe were necessary. But that does not excuse the delay. He focused on Harry. Your mother was special even before Hogwarts. Her magic was strong, bright, unlike anything I had seen in a Muggle-born child. When she came to school, I noticed certain signatures in her spellwork, certain resonances. Over time, it became clear that she was not merely a witch. She was a legacy. A what? Ron asked. A descendant, Hermione said slowly, from a powerful line. Did you know? I suspected, Dumbledore said carefully. Her power echoed that of ancient magic tied to a particular deity. We have always had stories of gods and monsters. Most wizards treat them as myth. They are not. Harry stared at him. You are saying my mum was related to some god. More than related, Dumbledore said softly. She was seen by him, chosen. For a time, she drew the attention of the king of those gods. His interest resulted in a child. That child was you. Silence dropped like a weight. Harry laughed once. Came out wrong, sharp and empty. You are joking. I wish I were. Dumbledore's voice did not waver. The symbol you saw in the sky tonight, the voice that claimed you in front of the school, that was ZEUS, Harry, the king of Olympus, the god of the sky and thunder. Ron stared at Harry like he had never seen him before. You are telling me Harry is some kind of sky god kid? Hermione's whisper was barely audible. Son of ZEUS. The words slid through the air and wrapped around Harry like cold chains. No, he said. He pushed to his feet, the chair scraping behind him. No, that is insane. I am just Harry. I am the one with the freak scar and the crazy life. Sure, but I am still just a wizard. Are you? Snape's voice carried a cruel sort of curiosity. After what we all saw in the hall, after the ceiling opened and the castle nearly tore itself apart, Harry rounded on him. You hate me enough without adding god blood to the list. Harry, Hermione said quickly, grabbing his sleeve. No one is saying you asked for this. That is the point, Harry snapped. I did not ask for any of it. The boy who lived, the tournaments, the prophecy, any of it. And now you are telling me I did not even know who my father was. His voice cracked on that last word. Dumbledore stepped around the desk. Harry, listen to me. James was your father in every way that counts. Nothing changes that. Yes, it does, Harry shot back. It changes everything. You knew. You knew all this time and you never told me. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I knew. Why? The word tore out of Harry's chest. His hands shook again. He could feel the air in the room shift with him, currents swirling even though the windows were closed. Fawkes ruffled his feathers uneasily. Because if the gods learned of your existence, Dumbledore said, if Hera discovered that ZEUS had sired another child, especially one with such a strong connection to magic, you would have become a target in a war you could not even name. The wizarding world is a small pond, Harry. The gods are an ocean. I believed I could protect you from Voldemort. I did not believe I could protect you from Olympus. So you hid me, Harry said. In a cupboard. Hermione flinched. Ron closed his eyes for a second. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. I placed you with your mother sister because the blood wards there could shield you. I wove another layer into them, a net to smother your divine heritage. It was meant to keep you invisible to the gods. It also suppressed your powers. That was the Dumbledore protocol. You named it after yourself, Ron muttered. Of course he did, Snape said under his breath. Harry barely heard them. His heart hammered against his ribs. You smothered my magic. It was meant to be temporary, Dumbledore insisted, until you were old enough to be told, until the right conditions were in place, until we could control how Olympus learned of you. Voldemort's return forced my hand in other ways. The tournament was never meant to trigger what you saw tonight. But the goblet is ancient. This magic drew on you. Combined with Voldemort's own rituals, it overloaded the wards I built. They failed. ZEUS saw you, claimed you, so your plan failed, Harry said. Your protocol failed, and you still did not warn me. You let me walk into that hall with a time bomb in my head. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, moisture shone there. You are right. I should have told you sooner. My fear for the wider balance made me forget the most important person at the center of it. You. Harry felt a bitter laugh claw up his throat. Nice speech. Hermione shivered beside him. Harry could feel her trying to process it all, her brain already trying to slot gods and bloodlines and wards into something like sense. Ron just looked overwhelmed, like someone had tried to explain arithmancy using a broom chart. Have you ever considered, Snape asked quietly, that you should have trusted him with the truth, instead of treating him like a chess piece? Dumbledore flinched for a third time. It would have been satisfying if Harry was not too angry to enjoy it. I made a choice, Dumbledore said. A bad one, perhaps, but one that kept you alive for 14 years. Tonight proves I can no longer make choices for you in secret. Lightning flashed outside. The window glowed white for a moment. Thunder followed so quickly the glass rattled in its frame. Harry did not look away from Dumbledore. What now? I am some kind of walking claim. ZEUS has slapped his sign on the castle. Everyone saw. The ministry will be in here with questions. What do you expect me to do? Smile and wave. Throw thunder at the next task. Actually, a new voice said from the doorway. That is not the worst idea. Everyone spun toward the door. A boy about their age leaned casually against the frame, arms folded. Dark hair, sea-green eyes, clothes that looked like they had been dragged through both a battlefield and a camp trunk. Water clung to him in small drops even though he was standing inside a dry castle. Next to him stood a girl with long blonde hair pulled back, gray eyes sharp and assessing behind a few loose strands. She wore simple armor pieces over her clothes, as if she had walked out of a war meeting and straight into the office without changing. Behind them both, a third figure with short black hair streaked with electric blue rested a hand on the hilt of a sword. Her eyes were the same stormy color as the sky outside, and when she glanced at Harry, something like recognition flickered there. Snape's hand snapped toward his wand. Who are you and how did you get in here? Dumbledore did not look surprised. He should have. He did not. That told Harry everything he needed to know. You called them, Harry said flatly. Yes, Dumbledore admitted. As soon as the wards failed, I sent a message. The dark-haired boy pushed off the doorframe and stepped into the room. The air around him smelled faintly of salt and rain. Name is Percy Jackson, he said. Son of Poseidon. That scary one with the sword is Talia, daughter of Zeus. The brain with legs is Annabeth. Annabeth rolled her eyes. Nice introduction, seaweed brain. Percy looked offended. What? It was fine. Talia snorted. Her gaze stayed on Harry. He feels like a lightning rod that finally got plugged into the right storm, she said softly. Harry stared. I have no idea what that means. It means you are one of us, Talia said. She stepped closer, eyes never leaving his face. Big 3 kid. Took Olympus long enough to notice. Big 3, Ron whispered to Hermione. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. Hermione whispered back. Head gods. Remember the myths. Ron blinked. You are telling me we have two of them children standing in this office and a third sitting next to me? Percy gave him a crooked grin. Trust me, it is as fun as it sounds. Harry head spun. So you three are just, what, demigods? And you walk into Hogwarts like it is normal. Normal is not a thing for us, Annabeth said dryly. Her eyes flicked to Dumbledore. You did a brilliant job hiding him, old man. For a while, at least. Thank you, Dumbledore said, though it did not sound like thanks. I presume Chiron explained the situation. He said, Percy replied, that there was an idiot headmaster who thought he could hide a storm from the sky. Then he told us to get here fast before Olympus or the Titans did. Snape snorted just once. Annabeth folded her arms. We saw the symbol from the grounds. The claim was loud. Subtlety is not Zeus' strong suit. Too right, Talia muttered. Harry looked between them. So what? You are here to what? Train me. Arrest me. Take me to this camp of yours. Camp Half-Blood, Percy said. Best place you will ever nearly die. That is not a selling point, Hermione said faintly. Percy shrugged. Honesty is important in a relationship. What relationship? Ron demanded. The one between soon-to-be-dead demigod and the rest of us idiots, Percy said. Look, the minute Zeus claimed you that loudly, you went from hidden to glowing target. The monsters out there are going to smell you from miles away. Those lightning tricks in the hall will only get you so far if you do not know what you are doing. We are here to make sure you do not explode yourself or anyone else before the first task. He is not alone, Hermione cut in, sharp. He has us. Annabeth looked her over with quick interest. Then you will learn with him, she said. If you can keep up. Hermione bristled. I can keep up. Ron muttered something about insane blondes and sword-happy demigods. Harry barely heard them. His focus was fixed on Dumbledore. So that was your plan. Hide me until you could not. Then call in the godchildren to fix your mess. Dumbledore took the hit without flinching. I will accept that judgment, he said. But yes, once the protocol broke, the only responsible choice was to involve those who understand Olympus. Chiron and I made a pact years ago in case this day came. He sends help. I share information. We face the consequences together. And me? Harry asked quietly. Where does my choice fit in here? Because I am starting to feel like everyone decided what I am for without asking me. Silence settled again. Percy shifted his weight. You get to choose whether you train or not, he said. You do not get to choose whether the monsters come. That is already done. Talia nodded once. Zeus claimed you. That will not go away. But how you answer that claim, that is yours. Harry looked down at his hands. The skin was still slightly red where the lightning had crawled. He flexed his fingers. Little sparks danced between them for a second before fading. I wanted a normal year, he said softly. Just classes and Quidditch and stupid homework. Now I have gods and monsters and some insane war I never asked for. Join the club, Percy said. Membership is rubbish. The jackets do not exist. Harry gave a short, broken laugh despite himself. Hermione touched his arm. Harry, she said, you do not have to decide everything tonight. But you should know this. We are not going anywhere. Godblood or not. You hear me? Ron nodded, jaw set. Yeah, you are still the prat we met on the train. We are stuck with you. Warmth spread through Harry's chest, fighting against the cold knot of anger. He looked at Dumbledore again. We are not done, he said. You and me. You do not get to drop this and walk away. You stole my choice for 14 years. You do not get any more secrets. Dumbledore bowed his head. Understood, he said. From this point on, you will be part of every decision about your own fate. I swear that to you. Harry did not know if he believed him. The hurt was too fresh. The cupboard. The lies. The fact that the man who had been guiding him for years had also been holding him back. But he believed one thing. He was done being moved around like a piece on someone else's board. Lightning flashed again outside. Closer this time. The thunder followed like a drumbeat. Harry felt it inside his ribs. The air in the office stirred, lifting loose papers, brushing over his skin like the first breath before a storm. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. "You feel that?" she asked softly. Talia smiled, small and fierce. "He is sinking with the sky." "I am sitting in a chair," Harry said. "I am not sinking with anything," Percy grinned. "Keep telling yourself that, Sparky," Ron groaned. "Please do not give him a new nickname," Hermione sighed. "One crisis at a time." Dumbledore finally sat down, looking more tired than Harry had ever seen him. "There will be much to plan," he said. "Training, ward adjustments, discussions with the Ministry and Olympus. For tonight, however, you should rest. Your body has undergone a violent awakening. Pushing further would be reckless." Harry stood, legs a little unsteady but holding. "You can plan whatever you like," he said. "Tomorrow. Tonight I am going back to my dormitory with my friends, and I am going to try to sleep, if the sky will let me." Talia chuckled. "Good luck with that." Percy stepped aside to let them pass. As Harry moved by him, Percy leaned in just enough for only Harry to hear. "For what it is worth," he murmured. "Finding out your whole life is a lie sucks. Finding out you are a god kid sucks even more. It does not stay this raw forever." Harry looked at him. "Does it get better?" Percy considered. "It gets different," he said. "And you get stronger." Harry nodded once. "I will take different." Ron and Hermione flanked him as they headed for the door. The demigods watched them go. Dumbledore did not try to stop them. Snape said nothing, though something complicated flickered behind his eyes. The corridor outside the office was quiet. The portraits along the walls whispered to one another as Harry passed, eyes wide, some of them making old signs of protection. "Son of Zeus," one medieval wizard muttered. "I thought that line was done." "Apparently not," another replied. "And he goes to Hogwarts." Harry ignored them. His head pounded. His scar throbbed in time with the thunder outside. "Harry," Hermione said softly as they walked, "do you want to talk about it?" "Not yet," he said. "If I start now, I might start yelling again, and I am tired of hearing my own voice." Ron scratched the back of his neck. "So your real dad is a god who throws lightning around and cheats on his wife a lot." "Not going to lie, that explains some things." Harry snorted. "Cheers." They reached a window. Harry stopped without meaning to. Outside, the sky over the grounds churned with dark clouds. White veins of lightning flickered inside them, silent for now. It did not look like a storm moving in. It looked like a storm waiting. Harry lifted his hand and pressed his palm to the cold glass. For a second he felt something answer. A faint tingling in his fingers, a pull upward, like the sky was tugging at a thread inside his chest. He pulled his hand back. "Tomorrow," he said quietly. "We figure it out tomorrow." Hermione nodded. "Tomorrow," Ron yawned. "Tomorrow is going to be mental." They turned away from the window and headed toward the Gryffindor Tower, three teenagers walking through a castle that now felt too small for what waited above it. Behind them, lightning crawled across the clouds again. A silent mark stamped over Hogwarts, bright and undeniable. Sources. Harry hit the ground hard enough to knock the breath out of his lungs. He tasted rain on his tongue. Wind slammed into him from every direction at once. There was no floor under his feet. The world was nothing but sky, raw and open and endless, and lightning stitched it together in furious white lines. Thunder beat around him like a heart. He tried to reach for his wand. His hand would not move. Blue-white arcs crawled along his skin, hotter and brighter each second. Across the sky a shape moved, huge and distant, a man made out of storm and stone, crowned by jagged light. Harry could not see his face, only the glare of his eyes. The giant lifted a hand. "Mine." The word drowned out everything. Harry jerked awake with a gasp. The hangings of his four-poster bed glowed faint orange from the dying fire in the common room. His shirt stuck to his skin. His scar pulsed in slow, heavy beats. The dormitory was quiet, full of soft snoring and the rustle of blankets. Except his was not quiet. Every hair on his arms stood on end. Tiny white sparks jumped between his fingers where his hands clenched the sheets. The air around his bed hummed. On the opposite side of the room Ron yelped. Harry heard the thump of someone sitting up too fast and knocking their head on the bed frame. "What in the name of Quidditch?" Ron groaned. "My hair." There was a shuffle. A match flared near Ron's bed. A second later, a low light filled the room as he lit a candle. Ron's hair looked even worse than usual. It floated around his head in wild curls, every bit of it sticking out, as if he had rubbed it on a balloon for an hour. He squinted at Harry. "Mate, are you doing something?" Harry looked down. His own hands still glowed faintly around the edges. He forced his fingers to uncurl. The tiny sparks faded. "Nightmare," he muttered. His throat felt raw. "Sorry. Did not mean to zap you." Ron scrubbed a hand through his hair. The static made it worse. "Add that to the list of things I never thought I would say. Getting zapped in my sleep by my best mate." Seamus mumbled something rude from the next bed and rolled over. Neville snored on, oblivious. Ron leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Was it bad?" Harry nodded once. "Storm. Sky. Claiming. Same as last night." Ron grimaced. "I still cannot decide if it is more mental that you are having storm dreams or that there are actual god kids in the castle now. You know that Percy bloke is taller than Fred." Harry let out a small breath that was almost a laugh. The knot in his chest stayed. "Try going back to sleep. We have class. And I promised to meet the demigods after breakfast." Ron made a face. "Demigods? Sounds so smug." "You can call them that to their faces," Harry said. "I will be over here trying not to fry the porridge." Ron glanced at Harry's hands again. "Can you turn it off? The storm thing." Harry flexed his fingers. Nothing sparked this time. The air around the bed settled. The hair on his arms lay flat again. "I can hold it," he said quietly. "For now." Ron did not look convinced. "I will keep my wand under my pillow just in case." "You always do," Harry pointed out. "Yeah. Well," Ron muttered, snuffing the candle and rolling back under his blankets. "Now I have a reason that does not involve spiders." Harry stared at the canopy above his head. His heart still hammered. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw that symbol burning in the great hall, the crown over the bolt, the way the sky had opened. Son of Zeus. He had never wanted anything less in his life. Breakfast was worse than he had expected. The moment he stepped into the great hall with Ron and Hermione, every sound dipped and bent around him. Conversations slowed. Heads turned. A few first years at the Gryffindor table flinched and pulled back as if he gave off shocks. The enchanted ceiling was full of gray clouds, low and heavy. They did not drift. They just hung there, swollen and waiting. Harry tried to focus on the normal things. The smell of toast and eggs. The clatter of plates. The sound of the owls as they circled above with the morning post. It did not help that someone had already sent out a story. A copy of the Daily Prophet lay open near the pumpkin juice. Half the front page was a moving still of the previous night. The angle was odd and grainy, like someone had shot the scene from the far end of the hall with a cheap camera. White lightning crawled over a small figure in the middle of the frame. The ceiling showed the symbol of the bolt and crown. Tiny witch and wizard faces in the background stared up, mouths open. The headline screamed across the top. "Boy Who Lived" or "Boy of Thunder." Harry grimaced. "Brilliant." Hermione snatched the paper and scanned it. Her eyes narrowed. "Rita Skeeter," she said through her teeth. "Of course." Ron leaned over her shoulder. "What is she saying this time?" Hermione read aloud. "Sources inside Hogwarts report that Harry Potter exploded in a display of uncontrolled magic during the Triwizard selection, filling the Great Hall with unnatural lightning and disturbing symbols in the sky. Witnesses claim to have heard a disembodied voice speaking an unknown language just before the boy collapsed. Ministry officials declined to comment on speculation that ancient gods may be involved." She looked up, furious. "Ancient gods. She just writes it like that and throws it in. No context. No proof." Ron snorted. "Yeah, because everything else she prints is full of proof." Harry sank onto the bench. "So the whole country will know by dinner that I am a half-god freak." "You are not a freak," Hermione snapped. Then her tone softened. "Harry, listen. There were hundreds of witnesses. Stories were always going to spread. The good thing is that Skeeter looks ridiculous. Ancient gods. Most people will laugh before they panic. Some will not, Harry said quietly. He could see it already. Fudge's face going red as he shouted. Lucius Malfoy's smile like a knife. The kind of attention that had nothing to do with school fame and everything to do with fear. Ron reached for a sausage. If the ministry starts trying to arrest you for being sparkly, they will have to go through us. And Percy Stormhair, or whatever he calls himself. Jackson, Hermione corrected. Same thing, Ron said around a mouthful. Harry looked toward the staff table. Dumbledore sat in his usual place, expression calm. Too calm. His fork moved from plate to mouth in an automatic rhythm. His eyes were far away. Next to him, 3 extra chairs had been added. Percy sat in one, slouched and picking at his food as if he was used to spending meals thinking about how not to die. Annabeth sat straight-backed, quill in hand, already scribbling notes on a piece of parchment beside her plate. Talia sat with one boot hooked on the rung of her chair, arms folded, eyes on the sky instead of the food. Every few seconds, her gaze drifted down to Harry. McGonagall watched the 3 newcomers with a look that mixed suspicion and reluctant interest. Snape looked offended by their existence. Hagrid just waved when Percy caught his eye. Halfway through breakfast, the doors at the end of the hall opened again. Cornelius Fudge swept in with his bowler hat clamped to his head and a harassed expression on his face. Several witches and wizards followed in his wake, ministry badges gleaming. "Here we go," Harry muttered. Fudge did not even look at the students. He marched straight for the staff table, lips already moving. Harry could not hear the words, but he could see the flapping hands, the repeated pointing toward the ceiling. Dumbledore listened, face grave. Percy leaned back in his chair and watched the minister with the kind of bored wariness Harry recognized from someone who had met adults like that far too often. After several minutes of heated whispering, Dumbledore rose. He tapped his goblet with his spoon. The sound rang clear and sharp through the hall. "May I have your attention?" he said. The noise died. "Many of you have questions about what happened last night," Dumbledore continued. "I will address what I can. An unusual magical event occurred during the final selection of our champions. Mr. Potter experienced a violent awakening of power tied to his family heritage. That is all I will say on that matter for the moment." The murmurs started again. "Know this," Dumbledore said, raising his voice. "You are safe within Hogwarts. The wards that protect the school remain strong. There will be adjustments to our routines. Curfew will be stricter. Students are not to go near the Forbidden Forest without express permission and appropriate escort. Should you see or hear anything that seems strange, you will tell a professor at once. Apart from that, your days will continue as normal. Classes, meals, and the tournament preparations will go on." Someone at the Ravenclaw table called out, "What about that voice?" Dumbledore paused. "You have all studied myths," he said. "All cultures tell stories of gods. For now, you may treat what you witnessed as an echo of such a story. It is not your burden to bear." Harry almost choked on his toast. Annabeth looked as if she wanted to stand up and shout. Percy muttered something to her and she subsided, though not happily. Talia made a rude noise that Harry was pretty sure the staff at the far end could not hear. "Eat!" Hermione hissed at Harry. "You have training soon. You cannot do that on an empty stomach." "Yes, Mom," Harry said, but he picked up his fork. He could feel eyes on him all through breakfast, some full of fear, some full of awe, a few full of a nasty kind of excitement, as if the Triwizard had just turned into better entertainment. He kept his head down and focused on chewing. The room they used for training did not exist until they needed it. When Harry followed Percy down the corridor on the 3rd floor after Transfiguration, it was just a blank stretch of stone between a dusty suit of armor and a faded tapestry of trolls in tutus. "Do not stare," Percy said. "Walk past it 3 times and think very hard about what you need." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged looks. "That sounds made up," Ron said. "You go to a magic school," Talia pointed out. She had joined them in the corridor, hands tucked into the pockets of a worn leather jacket. "Shaped brick is not the strangest thing that has happened this week." Harry did as he was told. First pass, he thought, I need a place where I cannot blow anyone up. Second pass, I need a place where lightning can hit something and not burn the castle down. Third pass, I need a place where no one can listen in. On the third turn, a door appeared in the wall. Show off, Ron muttered at the stones. Annabeth smiled faintly. Your castle has taste. Harry pushed the door open. Inside was a space about the size of the Great Hall without the tables. The ceiling arched high overhead. Sand covered most of the floor. One wall held racks of practice weapons, wooden and metal alike. Another held padded dummies and moving targets that shimmered in and out of sight. In the far corner, a jagged boulder jutted up out of the sand, tall as a house, dark and rough. Nice, Percy said. Training room. Bit less pine trees than I am used to, but I will manage. Ron let out a low whistle. Brilliant. Remind me to thank whoever built this place again. Hermione was already making mental notes, Harry could tell. This must be how Dumbledore trains the defense professors, or how students practice for duels. The magic needed to create a responsive room like this is very advanced. The room listens, Annabeth said, running her hand along the wall. Not just to what you say, to what you think you need. That is rare. Most magic is bossy. This is cooperative. Harry stepped onto the sand. It shifted under his boots, gritty and solid. He felt a faint buzz beneath it, as if the room itself approved of the use. So, he said, trying to keep his voice normal. How does this work? Do I stand on the boulder and shout at the sky until lightning hits me? Talia snorted. That is one way to get fried quickly, sure. Percy wandered toward the racks of weapons, picking up a bronze sword and spinning it in his hand with easy familiarity. The metal gave off a faint hum that made Harry teeth itch. First, Percy said, we get you used to the idea that you are more than a wand. Wands are great. They focus energy. But tonight, in the hall, the power did not care about your wand. It went straight through you. I noticed, Harry said. Hermione shifted closer to him, arms folded. Is it safe for him to try without more information? We still have no idea what the blood wards did to his magic, or how stable he is right now. Annabeth nodded. You are right. So we start small. Control before power. That is rule 1 at camp. Not that Percy ever follows it. Percy made an offended noise. I have grown. You jumped into the sea of monsters without a plan, Annabeth reminded him. Percy considered. Fine. I have grown a bit. Ron looked from one to the other. Do I want to know what the sea of monsters is? Not today, Talia said. Focus. She walked over to Harry and stopped a few feet away. Her eyes were intense, blue-gray, with a steady crackle in them that had nothing to do with spell light. You felt it in the hall, she said. The pull. The way the air changed when the sky looked at you. Harry swallowed. Yes, close your eyes, she said. Try to find that feeling again. Not all of it. Just a thread. Enough to know what it is. Hold on to it. Do not pull on it yet. Harry did not like closing his eyes when there were this many powerful people in the room, but he did it. The sounds sharpened. Percy's sword whistling softly as he spun it. Ron shifting his weight from foot to foot. Hermione quiet breathing beside him. Annabeth quill scratching as she took notes even here. The air felt normal at first. Then he reached past the normal, like easing past the surface of a pond. There, a soft tingle at the edge of his awareness. Upward and outward at the same time. A line connecting the center of his chest to somewhere very high and very vast. The more he paid attention to it, the more obvious it became. He did not have anything like words for what was on the other end. Only impressions. Open sky. Cold air at the top of a mountain. The faint smell of ozone. The kind of waiting you got just before a storm broke. His scar throbbed once in agreement. I have it, he said quietly. Good, Talia said. Keep your eyes closed. Now imagine you are holding a rope. Not too tight. Just enough that it does not slip. That rope is your link to the sky. Do not yank on it. Just give it a small tug. Enough to say hello. Harry did as she said. In his mind, he moved his hand. The thread of energy responded. A tiny spark ran down it. It hit his chest and spread out through his body. The hairs on his arms rose. The room seemed to brighten by a fraction. He let out a slow breath. I can feel it, he said. Good, Talia murmured. That is the light version. The heavy version is what happened last night. This is the difference between turning a tap and blowing a dam. Anytime you work with that connection, you keep it at this level unless we tell you otherwise. Understood. Harry nodded. Now, Percy said. Open your eyes. Try to move that spark somewhere. Into your hand. For a start. Harry opened his eyes. The room came back into focus. Everyone watched him. He swallowed and raised his right hand. The tiny spark that rested in his chest moved when he thought about his palm. It slid along something he could not see, like current following a wire. His fingers tingled. A faint white glow gathered around his skin. Small arcs jumped between the tips of his fingers, snapping in the air. Ron stared. That is both brilliant and terrifying. Hermione's face flickered between awe and worry. Do you feel pain? No, Harry said. It is like pins and needles without the numb bit. Good, Annabeth said, already writing. That means the blood ward suppression is gone, but did not damage the channels too much. The scar is still a risk, though. Harry tensed. You mean the bit where a Dark Lord tried to murder me and left a piece of his soul in my head? Snapping silence hit the room. Percy lowered his sword. Do we want to unpack that sentence now or later? Later, Hermione said quickly. Much later. We will need to talk about it, Annabeth said. Soul fragments are a thing in some myths. They mess with how divine power settles. For now, keep the current away from your scar if you can. Let the ZEUS link take the main load. Harry tried not to think too hard about the fact that there were now separate energy paths in his head, one for god power and one for cursed soul rubbish. Next step, Talia said. You throw that spark at something that is not us. She pointed to the boulder at the far end of the room. The big lump of rock is a practice target, she said. It is enchanted to handle demigod hits. You could not break it if you tried. Give it a shot. Aim for a small crack near the middle. Ron raised his hand. Do we hide behind something first? Percy grinned. You can stand behind me if you like. Ron eyed his bronze sword. If he misfires and hits you, will it do anything? Depends, Percy said, on how the gods feel about family arguments this week. Harry licked his lips. His hand still glowed softly. He took a few steps forward, planting his feet in the sand. The room was silent again. Even the moving targets on the wall had stopped, as if the magic in the stone wanted to know what he was about to do. Just a small shot, Talia reminded him. Tap, not flood. Harry focused on the crack in the rock she had indicated. He raised his hand and thought about letting the spark go. The energy leapt to obey. A thin bolt of white jumped from his fingers to the stone. It hit with a sharp crack and a spray of light. The smell of ozone filled the room. The stone blackened in a tight circle around the point of impact. The boulder did not break. Harry sagged in relief. Nice, Percy said. You did not blow up the room. Always a win on day one. Harry flexed his hand. Tingled but not painfully. That is it. Talia shrugged. You expected a choir. That was controlled. That matters more than a flashy blast. Do it again. He did. Again and again in quick succession. Each time the little bolt hit the rock with a sharp crack. Each time he felt the spark drain and refill from that thread that led upward. After the sixth shot, his hand starting to ache. His arm felt heavy. Sweat pricked at the back of his neck. Enough, Hermione said suddenly. He is pale. I am fine, Harry said automatically. His legs chose that moment to wobble. Percy stepped in fast and grabbed his elbow. Rule 2, he said. You stop when your healer friend says stop. Overuse is how you end up passed out in a ditch. Harry let them guide him back to a bench. He sank down gratefully. The room swayed a little. Ron handed him a bottle of water that had appeared on a nearby table. Drink. Then you can start yelling about god blood again. Harry drank. The cool liquid helped. The pins and needles in his hand subsided. So this is what it feels like, he said quietly. Doing magic that is not just a spell. Hermione sat beside him. You have been doing magic without spells for years, she pointed out. Accidental magic counts. This is just louder. Annabeth nodded. Wizard magic is structured divine residue, she said. Your regular spells are like pre-written prayers. Demigod power is more direct. You are in both categories now, which means the rules do not quite fit you. Harry smiled without humor. Story of my life. Talia tilted her head, studying him. You did well, she said. For a first proper try. ZEUS likes loud displays. The fact that you held it to a spark instead of a bolt means you have more self-control than he did half the time. Harry snorted. You talk about your father like he is some bloke who sets off fireworks after dinner. She looked away. He is worse. Percy cleared his throat. Before we all start unloading our family trauma, there is another reason we are here besides playing with lightning. We need to talk about monsters. Ron groaned. Of course we do. Hermione sat up straighter. We still have not had a proper explanation of how they get here. The school is full of wards. The Forbidden Forest is dangerous enough already. How do Greek monsters even know Harry exists? Annabeth rolled up the parchment she had been writing on and tucked it away. That is where Hecate comes in, she said. Gods of magic like boundaries. The mist hides demigod things from normal humans. The veil of Hecate hides wizard things from demigod things. For years, those layers kept you separate. Your little wizard wars stayed in one corner. Our Titan mess stayed in another. And now, Harry said, the corner has a hole in it. Annabeth nodded. Last night was a flare. ZEUS' claim was not subtle. When he stamped his sign over your castle, the veil around this place stretched. For a few minutes, it thinned. Monsters can smell that kind of gap. The strong ones will be drawn, even after the veil stitches itself up again. How strong? Ron asked. Percy grimaced. Bad enough that I would rather not have my back to the windows at night. Talia tapped the hilt of her sword. You are a beacon, Potter. The more you train, the louder you will shine. Which is good for us in battle and terrible for your chances of getting a quiet evening. Harry rubbed his scar. So every time I breathe, something with claws and teeth gets directions here. Basically, Percy said, that is why Chiron sent us. You need a crash course in how to kill things that shrug off regular spells. Your friends need to know how not to get eaten while you glow. Hermione piped up. Will my spells work on monsters at all? Or do I need that bronze medal too? Celestial bronze, Annabeth said. It is made to hurt monsters. Regular steel passes through them like air. Wizard spells depend. Your magic is close enough to divine that some curses will stick, but not all. Think of monsters as running on a different kind of code. You will need to test which of your school spells have enough bite. Ron brightened a little. So there is a chance my twin's favorite jinx will work on a hydra. Percy blinked. Your school has a hydra. Not yet, Ron said. Give this year time. Harry did not join the laugh that followed. His mind kept circling the same thought. Beacon, target, storm. He had spent years trying not to stand out more than the scar already made him. Now he lit up the sky by existing. Talia must have seen something on his face. She dropped onto the bench opposite him, her expression softer than he had seen so far. We did not get to choose this either, she said. I got turned into a tree for a while. Percy has nearly drowned more times than I can count. Annabeth has watched gods break the world for fun. You are angry. You should be. But you are not alone in it. Harry met her gaze. You seem very sure that I am on your side. I am sure you do not want the world to burn, she said. That is enough for me. A knock on the door cut off anything else he might have said. Every demigod hand went to a weapon at once. Percy grabbed his sword. Talia's fingers brushed the grip of her own blade. Annabeth palmed a knife from somewhere Harry had not seen. Ron and Hermione froze, wands half raised. Easy, Harry said. It is probably a teacher. The door opened a crack. Hagrid squeezed his head through first, then the rest of him. Blimey, he muttered as he looked around. Dumbledore said you had found a place. But I did not know the castle had this in it. Harry relaxed. Hi, Hagrid. Hagrid's eyes went wide as he took in the demigods and the boulder and the scorch marks on the rock. You lot have been busy. Percy lowered his sword. You must be Hagrid. Chiron mentioned you. Said you were the one who brought Harry his first wand. Hagrid beamed. That I did. Chiron, now there is a decent sort. Him and me used to share stories about beasts over a pint or two. He sent me a letter when he heard you three were coming here. Said to keep an eye on you. Make sure you did not try to ride the giant spiders. Ron made a strangled sound. Why is that something anyone would ever try? Percy shrugged. Boredom. Bad ideas. Usual reasons. Hagrid chuckled. Anyway, I came to fetch you. Dumbledore wants to see the lot of you in his office. Something about the first task arrangements and the ministry fussing like hens. Harry's stomach dropped. Already? Reckon so, Hagrid said. Minister is in a right state. Keeps talking about security measures and public image. Dumbledore thinks it is time you hear what you are up against. Talia stood, rolling her shoulders. Good. I hate going into a fight blind. Harry got to his feet again, slower than before. His muscles ached. His hand felt normal now, but his head throbbed dully. Hermione touched his arm. If you feel dizzy, say so. Yes, Madam Healer, he said. She sniffed. You will thank me when you are not face down in front of the minister. They left the room together. Harry glanced back as the door closed. The training hall vanished behind solid stone as soon as it shut. The corridor outside felt narrower than before. The castle walls seemed closer. The air smelled faintly of dust and something else, something sharp and metallic that had nothing to do with torches. Harry did not realize what it was until they passed a window and he saw the clouds outside. They boiled over the grounds, dark and thick. Lightning flickered within them, faint but constant, like the sky was grinding its teeth. Fudge was already in Dumbledore's office when they arrived, hat on the desk and hair rumpled. His robes were slightly askew, as if he had been tugging at them without noticing. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff stood near the fire, both looking offended in their own ways. Bagman sat on the edge of a chair, jittery as ever. As Harry, his friends, and the demigods entered, every adult head turned. Ah, Fudge said, trying for a smile that came out as a grimace. Here he is, Mr. Potter, and our foreign guests. Percy muttered under his breath. We are not that foreign. Dumbledore raised a hand. Before we begin, some introductions are in order. He gestured to each demigod. Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, Talia Grace. They are here as external consultants on matters related to recent events. Fudge frowned. I still do not like the idea of letting strangers into Hogwarts after what happened, which is why they are here, Dumbledore said. The event in question is tied to forces that your ministry does not understand. We have a choice. We can pretend we know enough, or we can accept help from those who do. Madame Maxime lifted her chin. Are these children even qualified? They are not older than Z champions. Annabeth gaze did not waver. Age and experience are not the same thing, she said. With respect, madam, we have seen wars that make your British trouble look like a school duel. Karkaroff sneered. Big words. Percy shrugged. Big monsters. Big scars. You learn fast or you die. Simple as that. Fudge made a helpless gesture. This is exactly what I am talking about. Gods and monsters. It is madness. The prophet is already full of rumors. My owls are full of questions. How am I supposed to reassure the public if we bring Olympian problems into our schools? They are already here, Annabeth said. You saw the claim. Fudge went pale. I saw an odd light show. Talia snorted. Keep telling yourself that. Dumbledore raised his voice slightly. Minister, the situation demands that we adapt. Mr. Potter is a champion. The Triwizard Tournament is bound by ancient magic and international contract. We cannot simply cancel it or remove him. At the same time, his divine heritage makes him a beacon for threats beyond Voldemort. If we do nothing, we invite disaster. If we plan, we have a chance. Bagman cleared his throat. Actually, that is what I wanted to speak about. The first task. Normally, it is a surprise test of courage and ingenuity. Something flashy for the crowd, you know. Dragons, mazes, that sort of thing. Given recent events, the committee feels we may need to adjust. Add some divine flavor, you might say. Harry stared. Divine flavor. Ron choked. Hermione pressed her lips together, clearly fighting the urge to give a speech. Percy looked Bagman up and down. Please tell me you are not planning to throw him into a pit with a hydra just for fun. Bagman laughed too loudly. No, nothing like that. Annabeth folded her arms. What is it then? Bagman glanced at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You may as well tell them. They will be informed soon in any case. Bagman clapped his hands once. Right. The first task will involve retrieval of a certain object from a guarded space. Something tied to the nature of the champion in question. For Mr. Potter, the committee has located a relic with links to Sky and Storm. An old shield fragment, from what I gather. You will need to outwit the defenses around it and bring it back in one piece. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. Where is it? Bagman hesitated. That part is still under discussion. There are several candidates. A sealed vault under the lake. A section of the Forbidden Forest. Possibly a temporary arena conjured for the event. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. You do not even know where your own challenge is. That inspires great confidence. Fudge bristled. The details will be finalized before the task. The point is that Mr. Potter will be tested on his new talents as well as his regular schooling. The public expects a spectacle. Public spectacle, Percy repeated flatly. Always a great idea when gods are involved. Dumbledore rested his hands on his desk. Regardless of the foolishness of the committee, the task will go forward. That is why training is not optional. Harry, you will need to be ready to use your storm link deliberately under pressure. Hesitation could kill you. Harry's throat felt tight. Nothing like a bit of encouragement. Dumbledore looked at him over his glasses. I would be lying if I said I was not afraid for you. I have been since the night I left you on that doorstep. I am even more so now. But I also know what you are capable of, Harry. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is acting in spite of it. Harry thought of all the times he had heard similar words before. In his first year when he had gone after the stone. In his second when he had gone into the chamber. In his third when he had faced Dementors and worse. He was tired of being the boy who had to act in spite of fear. But he did not know how to be anything else. I will train, he said. I do not plan on dying for some ministry spectacle. Fudge looked relieved. Excellent. Splendid. That is settled then. Hermione glared at him. Nothing is settled. You are treating this as a game. This is Harry life. You should be ashamed. Fudge colored. Now see here, young lady. Dumbledore raised a hand. That is enough. Minister, I suggest you concern yourself with calming the public and tightening security. Leave the training to those present. Madame Maxime Karkaroff, you will be given equal information regarding the nature of the first task for your champions. I have no desire to hand Mr. Potter an unfair advantage. Karkaroff sniffed. If the advantage is your own student being a demigod, I hardly think a briefing will level the field. Madame Maxime nodded. I agree. ZEUS is not a level tournament anymore. Dumbledore gaze sharpened. Life is not level. That has never stopped us from doing what we can with what we have. The argument continued for several more minutes. Adults tossing words about fairness and safety and rules. Harry tuned out most of it. He felt Hermione's hand rest on his arm again. Ron shifted closer, a solid presence at his side. Across the room, Percy met his eyes and gave a small nod. Annabeth watched the adults with a strategist patience that made Harry feel slightly better. Talia leaned near the window, eyes on the storm outside. Harry realized something then. For once, he was not the only one in the room who understood what it felt like to have fate dumped in his lap without warning. That did not make it fair. It did not make it right. But it made it bearable. They did not have to wait long for proof that the veil was thinning. That evening, after dinner, Harry lay on his bed with his curtains half drawn, staring at the top of the canopy again. His mind would not settle. Training, tasks, gods, the way Talia had said big three kids with that mix of pride and dread. He only realized something was wrong when the sounds of the common room below shifted. The usual mix of laughter, arguments, and crackling fire cut off mid-beat. There was a single high scream, then a crash. Harry sat up. Ron. Ron was already halfway out of bed, wand in hand. Heard it. Hermione pushed through the curtains from the side. She had a textbook under one arm as if she had been reading in the common room, and her hair was wild. Something just came through the portrait, she said, breathing fast. It is not a student. Percy yelled for everyone to get back. Come on. Harry did not stop to think. He grabbed his wand. The moment he swung his legs out of bed, static leapt up around him. His scar gave a sharp warning throb. They bolted down the stairs. The common room was chaos. The fire roared twice its normal size, as if it had been fed something more than wood. Sparks flew across the ceiling beams. Students crowded against the far wall and the staircase, faces pale. The portrait hole hung askew. The fat lady was nowhere to be seen. In the middle of the room stood Percy, sword out and glowing faintly. Beside him, Talia had her own blade drawn, point low and ready. Annabeth stood slightly behind them, knives at the ready, eyes scanning the space. Between them and the students paced a creature that should not have fit through the portrait hole at all. It was shaped roughly like a dog, if dogs were made of shadow and smoke. Its fur rippled like oil under the light. Its eyes glowed red. When it opened its mouth, its teeth were too many and too long, glinting like bones under moonlight. Every breath it took made the lights flicker. Hellhound, Percy called without looking back. Bad kind too. Big one, Ron swore. That is a hound. That is a hound from the biggest pit in the world. Hermione gripped her wand. How did it get in here? Gryffindor Tower is not near the forest entrance at all. Annabeth answered, voice clipped. The veil is thin. Doors appear where they should not. We can argue about it later. Right now we need to get this thing away from the kids. The hellhound sniffed the air. Its gaze swept across the crowd of Gryffindors and fixed on Harry. Something inside him lurched. Oh good, Percy muttered. It brought a nose. Talia's lips pulled back in something that was not quite a smile. It wants you, Potter. That makes the next bit simple. Harry swallowed. Define simple. You lure it, she said. We kill it. The hellhound snarled, muscles bunching. Harry did not have time to argue. Over here, he shouted, forcing his feet to move. He stepped forward, away from the other students, toward the center of the room. You want a bite, you come get it. The hound lunged. Percy and Talia moved as one. Percy darted to the side, sword slashing in a tight arc that scored along the beast flank. Where the bronze touched, shadow flesh burned and smoked. Talia cut the other way, her blade a silver line in the firelight. The hound shrieked, a sound like tearing metal. It twisted, its body smearing into deeper shadow as it tried to slip past them. Harry felt the pull toward him sharpen. The air around him went cold and hot at once. The beast was not just following scent. It was following the claim burned into his soul. Snarling, it broke through the demigod line for a second and leapt straight at him. Harry raised his wand on instinct. Stupefy, the red light slammed into the hound chest. Staggered, slowed, but did not fall. Thought so, Percy grunted. Stunner is not enough. Try something stronger, Annabeth called. The hellhound shook off the last of the stun and bounded again. His claws gouged the floor. Harry backed up fast, his back hitting the arm of a chair. Students screamed. Someone shouted his name. Harry lifted his wand again. This time he did not reach for the neat pattern of a school spell. He reached for the spark Talia had helped him touch in the training room. The thread lit up under his call. Power flowed along it, faster and hotter than before. His scar flared, but he pushed the pain aside. He thought lightning, not a tap, not a storm, a short sharp burst. Enough to hurt. The air cracked. White light burst from his wand tip. It leapt the space between him and the hellhound in a jagged line. The bolt hit the beast in the chest. The sound that followed made his ears ring. The smell hit a second later, burnt fur and something older, like scorched earth. The hellhound crashed to the floor. Shadow peeled away from its body in long strips. For a second Harry thought it would vanish. Instead, it clawed at the ground and tried to rise. Persistent thing, Percy said. He darted in, sword flashing. His blade drove down straight into the mark Harry lightning had left. The hound screamed once more. Then its whole body dissolved into a whirlwind of black dust that spun upward and vanished through the ceiling. Silence slammed into the room in its place. Harry stood in the middle of the floor, chest heaving, wand hand shaking. Tiny sparks still crawled along the wood. His legs gave up. He staggered and might have gone down if Ron had not rushed forward to catch his shoulder. "I have got you," Ron said, voice rough. "I have got you." Hermione appeared on his other side, her hand on his arm, grounding him. "Everyone all right?" Percy called, turning in a slow circle. "Anyone bitten? Scratched? Eaten slightly?" There were shaky laughs at that. No one stepped forward with injuries. Lavender Brown had tears in her eyes. "What was that thing?" "A monster," Annabeth said. She straightened, tucking her knives away. "One of many that will turn up now that the veil has been touched." Seamus shook his head. "Monsters are in books. That thing was in our common room." Talia flicked her sword, sending a few flakes of vanished hellhound dust drifting away, then sheathed it in one smooth motion. "Welcome to our life," she said. The portrait hole creaked. The fat lady slid back into place, hair singed, looking furious. "Absolutely disgraceful," she huffed. "A great black beast barging through without so much as a password. I will be reporting this to the headmaster. My frame could have been ruined." "Join the queue," Ron muttered. Professor McGonagall arrived seconds later, robes billowing. She took in the scorched floor, the frightened students, the demigods with drawn weapons, and Harry still half-propped between his friends. Her face went very tight. "Explain," she said. Percy raised a hand. "There was a hellhound. It is gone now. No casualties. Floor needs a sweep. That about covers it." McGonagall pressed her lips together. "Mr. Potter." Harry straightened as best he could. "It came for me," he said. "Everyone saw it. If Percy and the others had not been here, it would have gone through the room like a knife. We need more warning." Her eyes softened when she looked at him. "You need rest," she said. "You look about to fall over." "I am fine," Harry said. He was lying. McGonagall knew it. She did not call him on it. "I will speak to the headmaster," she said. "In the meantime, no one is to leave this tower alone after dark. Prefects see that everyone is accounted for. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Jackson, Miss Grace, Miss Chase, you will come with me once the others are settled." Harry groaned softly. "More meetings." Ron patted his shoulder. "Look on the bright side. At least this one is after we killed the big dog." Hermione shook her head. "There will be more. That was only the first." Harry knew she was right. The storm outside rumbled louder. He could feel it even through the stone walls. It answered his heartbeat, or his heartbeat answered it. He was no longer sure which. As McGonagall started barking orders and the younger students began to calm, Harry glanced at the window. For a second, between one flash of lightning and the next, he saw something in the clouds. Not the symbol from the Great Hall. Something else. A darker shape, deeper in the storm. Watching. Waiting. He blinked. The shape was gone. Maybe it had never been there. Maybe his tired brain was making patterns out of random light. Or maybe somewhere beyond the veil, something had taken note of the hellhound dust spiraling upward and the bolt that had destroyed it. As Ron and Hermione guided him toward the portrait hole, Percy and the girls close behind, Harry felt it again. The sense of being seen, not just by ZEUS, not just by gods with crowns and bolts, by something older. He tightened his grip on his wand. "Tomorrow," he murmured under his breath, echoing his words from the night before. "We deal with it tomorrow." The storm outside growled in answer. Harry ducked almost a second too late. The flat of Percy's sword thudded against his arm. Not hard enough to break anything, but enough to sting. His grip slipped on the celestial bronze hilt. Sand shifted under his boots. Percy stepped back, breathing lightly despite the sweat on his neck. His sea-green eyes were calm. "Again," he said, "your wrist is too stiff. You do not punch with the sword. You guide it." Harry shook out his arm. The blade in his hand hummed, a low metallic sound that felt more like a feeling inside his bones than a noise in the air. "Guide," Harry muttered. Right. They circled in the sand, bare feet digging in. Wands sat safely on a shelf near the wall. The practice room had given them more space today, a wide ring marked out in darker sand. The boulder pushed back to leave the center clear. Annabeth stood near the wall with a notebook, watching without blinking. Hermione sat beside her, quill tapping the edge of her own parchment. Ron leaned against a rack of wooden weapons with his arms folded, eyes flicking between the duel in the ring and Talia, who paced near the far side with her arms crossed. Talia called out, "Your stance, Potter. You plant your front foot like you are bracing for a bludger. This is closer. You need to be able to move." Harry swallowed a reply. His shirt clung to his back. His hair dripped sweat into his eyes. He tightened his fingers on the hilt and tried to shift his weight the way Talia had shown him, more on the balls of his feet, knees loose. "Good," Percy said. "Ready." Harry nodded. Percy came in fast. His blade cut down in a simple arc, nothing fancy. Harry brought his own up to meet it, metal ringing when they met. The impact rattled his arms. "Do not fight the force," Percy said quietly. "Let it slide. Turn it." Harry pushed to the side instead of straight back. Percy's sword glanced off and carried past him. For a second Percy's balance tipped. Harry stepped in and brought his own blade toward Percy's side. Percy twisted. The flat of his sword met Harry's strike and pushed it away. "Better," Percy said. "You saw the opening. You just overreached." Harry let out a breath through his teeth. "I am used to spells. You point and shoot. This thing weighs something." Ron called, "For the record, you look less likely to chop your own foot off than last time." "That is almost a compliment," Harry said. Hermione murmured, "Ron." But Harry could hear the smile under it. Talia stepped closer. "You have decent reflexes," she said. "Your problem is that you think of the sword as something separate from you. That is how wands work. This is not a wand. It is part of the current." Harry frowned. "The current, the storm," she said. "The link you felt in training. ZEUS does not throw lightning with a stick. He is the path. You are the path now. The metal is the line the power walks down." Percy lifted his sword, resting the blade across his shoulders for a moment. "Think of it like this. With your wand, you push magic out through a thin channel in one direction. With this, you spread it along the blade. Edge, spine, tip. Full contact." Harry looked down at the celestial bronze in his hand. It was a simple sword, not ornate. The metal was a dull gold, not shiny, with faint lines running through it like grain in wood. When he focused, he could feel that same tingle he had found in the air, but trapped inside the metal. "Waiting. Try it," Talia said. "You already did sparks from your hand. Do the same into the sword. Small draw, then stop." Harry sucked in a breath and reached for the thread inside his chest. The one that led up to the sky. The one he had tugged the day before. The spark answered faster now. It rolled into his arm with less struggle. The pins and needles feeling spread down his forearm into his fingers. He aimed that feeling at the hilt, at the metal under his grip. For a moment nothing happened. Then the sword hummed louder. White lines crawled along the blade, thin and branching. Ron whistled. "That is wicked." Hermione leaned forward, worried. "Harry, if you feel pain you stop." "Fine, Mum," he said through clenched teeth. The glow around the metal brightened, then held steady. It did not leap off in wild arcs. It stayed, coating the sword like a layer of light. Talia smiled, sharp and quick. "That is the first step," she said. "Electrokinesis that does what you tell it. Level 1 and a bit if we were putting numbers on it." Percy nodded. "You can charge objects now. That is good. Means if something is made of monster food metal, you can double up." Harry kept his focus on the blade. His arm started to ache. Sweat slid down his temple. "How long can you keep that?" Percy asked. Harry shook his head, jaw tight. "Ask me in a minute." The light flickered once, then steadied again. The thread inside his chest strained like a rope under weight. Talia watched his face. "Enough," she said. "Let it go." Harry released the pull. The glow along the sword faded. The hum died back to a faint buzz. He sagged. His knees dipped. Percy stepped in fast, free hand grabbing Harry's elbow. I have you, Percy said. Sit before you tip over. Harry let him guide him to a bench. His arm shook as he set the sword down. The skin along his fingers tingled and burned at the same time. Hermione pressed a flask of water into his hand. Her fingers brushed his, cool and firm. Drink, she said. Short pulls, not gulps. He rolled his eyes but obeyed. The water helped. The spin in his head slowed. Not bad, Annabeth said. She had not stopped writing. First day of proper channeling, and you held a charge longer than Percy did at your age. Percy made a face. We do not need to bring that up. Talia smirked. He lit himself up like a torch and then fell over in the canoe shed. Ron grinned. I want that story later. Percy pointed his sword at Ron without real threat. Only if you share the one about the car and the tree. No deal, Ron said quickly. Harry flexed his hand. The burning receded, leaving only a dull ache. So I can make the sword glow, he said. Great. How does that help when something tries to eat me? It is not about glow, Talia said. It is about damage. Lightning without focus scorches and stuns. Lightning through bronze cuts through monster flesh and tells it to stay dead. Hermione, Annabeth added. You said yesterday that magic in this school works by shaping ambient energy with spells. Think of this as shaping the same energy with intent instead of words. The bronze is the bridge between the two worlds. Divine charge and monster body speak the same language. Hermione tapped her quill against her notes. So spells are like formal speeches. Bronze and lightning are more like a punch in the face. Percy laughed. You picked this up fast. Ron grinned at her. Remind me not to make you angry again. You already do, she said dryly. The door to the room opened. Harry tensed out of habit, hand going for a wand that was not in his pocket. Dumbledore stood there, half framed by the stone. His blue eyes swept the room in a quick, sharp scan that took in the swords, the scorch marks, the sweat. Good afternoon, he said. I hope I am not interrupting anything important. Only the bit where I nearly cooked myself, Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. It did not quite become a smile. I will keep this brief, he said. The ministry would prefer that your training remain discreet. There is already talk in certain circles about weaponizing your new abilities. I do not wish to give them more fuel. Percy leaned his sword against his shoulder. You mean they want to point him at their enemies and hope for the best? More or less, Dumbledore said. They already see him as a symbol. An extra layer of thunder does not help. Annabeth frowned. If you keep this secret, no one will be ready when something attacks. You saw the hellhound. The teachers handled it because we were here. What happens if a stronger creature breaches during class and we are not near? Dumbledore sighed. The lines around his eyes deepened. I am not blind to the danger, he said. I am trying to balance it against panic. The wizarding world is not prepared to accept the existence of gods walking on clouds above their heads, much less monsters in their corridors. The more loudly we speak of it, the more resistance we will face. Talia crossed her arms tighter. You are already facing it. Pretending nothing has changed will not make the sky forget. Harry watched Dumbledore closely. The anger from the night of the claim was still there, a low ache under his ribs. So what is your plan? He asked. Keep us hidden in this room. Hope the monsters only come when you are ready, and lie to everyone else. Dumbledore met his gaze. My plan is to widen the circle slowly, he said. Select staff members are already fully informed. Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick. I intend to add Remus Lupin to that list when I can bring him here without causing alarm. A small group of Aurors will be briefed under oath. Beyond that, information will be shared as needed. Hermione frowned. That still leaves the students. Dumbledore looked older for a moment. They are children, he said softly. I would spare them if I could. They are already in a tournament that throws them at dragons, Annabeth said. Trust me, they are not as sheltered as you think. Percy nodded. Camp gave up on pretending we could keep the younger ones out of danger. The best we could do was train them and stand with them. You cannot keep these kids from being near Harry. They will stand there anyway. Might as well give them something sharper than a flashlight. Dumbledore studied Percy with a look that mixed respect and sadness. You are right, he said quietly. I know you are. Habit is a hard thing to lay aside. I have spent years trying to hold this school as a shield between the children and the wider war. Now the war has climbed over the walls. Harry spoke before he could stop himself. You could start by trusting us, he said. Me, Ron, Hermione, the ones who have already been in the middle. I am tired of finding out things only after they explode. Dumbledore flinched, just a small movement. I hear you, he said, and I meant what I said. No more secrets about your own fate. He turned slightly, looking at Talia and Percy. For now we keep the training confined to this space and the grounds when we can control who is nearby. I will adjust the wards around this room to muffle the worst of the energy. That should keep most curious eyes away. So we are secret consultants, Percy said. That is fine. We are used to that. Annabeth nodded, though she did not look pleased. We will need full access to any information you have on ancient wards and veil structures. Library, restricted section, old notes. If the monsters are finding cracks, we need to know where. Dumbledore inclined his head. You shall have it. Miss Granger, I suspect you will find the research invigorating. Hermione tried to hide the way her eyes lit up. She failed. Yes, Professor, she said. Ron groaned softly. There goes sleep. Dumbledore moved to the center of the room. He drew his wand and traced a slow circle in the air. Lines of light sank into the stone. He murmured under his breath. The magic that answered felt different from the usual spells Harry had seen him cast. It was heavier, older. The air pressed in around them. For a moment Harry felt the castle itself lean closer, as if listening. Then the pressure eased. There, Dumbledore said. This space is now anchored to the highest ward circle. Anything that happens in here will be harder to trace from outside. That should give you room to work. Harry felt the difference. The faint hum under his feet grew a shade deeper. The room felt like a held breath. Try not to tear it down, Dumbledore added, gaze sliding to Harry. No promises, Harry said lightly. Dumbledore smiled, real this time. Of course. He left them to it. The door shut. Percy blew out a breath. Your headmaster scares me more than most monsters, he said. He scares all of us, Ron said. Harry picked up the sword again. Come on, he said. If a hellhound can crash my common room, I need to be ready for whatever its older cousins are. Talia nodded approval. That is the spirit. They went back to work. The first sign that something was wrong came during charms. Professor Flitwick was halfway through demonstrating a charm to reinforce glass when the windows at the side of the classroom rattled on their own. Harry felt it before he heard it. A sharp, cold prickle at the back of his neck, like static building under his skin. His scar did not hurt, but the space around it tightened. He looked toward the panes. The sky outside had been a dull gray all morning. Now dark shapes moved against it, too fast for clouds and at the wrong angle for school owls. Flitwick's wand tip faltered. Mr. Potter, he said. Is there a problem? Harry opened his mouth to answer. The shapes outside drew closer. Wings beat the air. The glass exploded inward. Shards flew across the room. Students screamed and ducked. Harry dropped under his desk, dragging Seamus with him by reflex. A sharp pain slashed across his forearm as a piece of glass cut him. Something screeched, high and metallic. Harry looked up. Birds. If birds had bodies made of shadow and knives, they were about the size of large hawks, but their feathers shone like dark metal. When they flapped, the edges of their wings glinted in strips of bronze and steel. Their eyes burned a flat, hungry orange. They did not fly like normal birds. Their movements were sharp, jittery, like blades tossed in the air. When they banked, feathers flicked off and spun through the air as thin, whistling darts. One dart hit a desk and stuck there, buried up to the quill-like shaft. The wood hissed and smoked around it. Professor Flitwick reacted first. He flicked his wand. Protego, a shimmering shield spread in front of him. The first wave of birds smacked into it and bounced off with a shower of sparks. A few feathers glanced sideways and sliced through a bookshelf. Stay down, Flitwick shouted. Stay under cover. Spells shot upward from desks where older students had their wands ready. One bird took a direct stunner and dropped for a moment, wings locking. It hit the floor, then shuddered and lurched back into the air, feathers rattling. Stunners do not hold, Hermione said loudly from under a nearby table. Try cutting curses. Anything that breaks metal. Harry raised his wand. Reducto, the blast caught a bird full in the chest. For a second its body crumpled, metal feathers buckling. Then the pieces dragged themselves together, pulling into shape again. It shook itself like a dog and went right back to circling. Brilliant, Ron muttered. We have reinflating birds. A feather dart whipped past Harry's face, close enough that he felt the air move. It buried itself in the stone wall with a hiss, sunk deep as if the rock were soft clay. Flitwick narrowed his eyes. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, he called, voice sharp and clear even over the screeching. I believe this situation falls under the category of external consultancy. Go. Harry stared at him. Professor. Flitwick's lips twitched despite the chaos. You heard me. You three out. Find Mr. Jackson and his friends. I will keep the rest alive until you return. Hermione hesitated. Sir, we cannot just leave you. Flitwick flicked his wand again, sending a wave of force that knocked a cluster of birds away from the nearest students. I have been dueling since before your grandparents were born, he said. Move. Harry did not argue further. There was no time. They darted toward the shattered windows, ducking under Flitwick's shield. The corridor beyond was strangely quiet, the sounds of screeching and spells muffled by stone. Ron panted as they ran. You know what those things are yet. Stymphalian birds, Hermione said between breaths. Hercules had to deal with them. According to the myths, their feathers are like metal arrows and their droppings poison the ground. Why would they be here? Because the veil is a joke now, Harry said. They nearly collided with Percy at the next junction. He and Talia were already moving toward the noise, swords drawn, Annabeth on their heels with a satchel bouncing against her side. Percy saw their faces and did not bother with questions. How bad? Classroom full, Harry said. Windows gone. Spells are barely slowing them. Stymphalians then, Talia said. Of course they show up on a glass day. Hermione blinked. A glass day. Lots of windows, Talia said. More angles to attack through. They like that. Annabeth pulled something from her satchel as they ran. A small bronze whistle. We need an open space, she said. If we fight them in cramped rooms, we will have more wounded than birds. The courtyard, Harry said at once. Close enough to most classrooms. Open sky. Perfect, Percy said. Lead. They sprinted through the corridors. The castle rattled faintly around them. More distant shouts echoed through the stone. When they burst into the main courtyard, the sight above made Harry's stomach drop. The sky over the school boiled with dark shapes. Hundreds of birds wheeled and spun, their bodies flashes of metal in the light. They shrieked as they dived, raining feathers down on the shield wards that shimmered above the outer walls. The wards held, but barely. Each feather hit left a burning mark, a dark wound in the light. The more wounds, the more the whole thing flickered. Those wards are meant to stop dark spells, Hermione breathed. They are not shaped for this. Monsters do not care about your categories, Annabeth said. They eat whatever they can reach. The main flock had not yet dipped low enough to breach the open yard, but smaller scouting groups already skimmed the buildings, looking for weak spots. Birds rode the gusts near tall windows, testing every pane. Percy took in the scene in seconds. We pull them down here, he said. Open space. Less chance of random first years getting sliced in a hall. Talia nodded. I can call enough charge to get their attention. She walked to the center of the yard and lifted her free hand. Her eyes slipped half closed. The hairs on hairy arms rose. The air tightened. A gust swept across the yard, cold and sharp. The clouds overhead twisted, thickening. A growl of thunder rolled across the sky, louder than before. Careful, Percy called. We need the birds, not a new lake in the courtyard. I know what I am doing, Talia snapped. but there was no real heat in it. Lightning flashed. Not a full strike, just a bright fork that danced inside the clouds. The sound that followed was like the roar of some huge beast. The birds reacted at once. The flock shivered. The tight formation loosened. Heads turned downward. They saw Talia. They felt the charge. The entire cloud of them shifted direction, pouring toward the courtyard like a living storm of metal and wings. "Congratulations," Ron said faintly. "You have all their attention." "That was the idea," Talia said. She dropped her hand and set her stance, sword ready, face set. "We stand together. We keep them away from the doors. If they get inside, we lose the advantage." Percy moved to her left. Annabeth took a place just behind them, knives loose. Harry swallowed hard and stepped up, sword in one hand, wand in the other. The celestial bronze in his palm hummed in recognition. Hermione and Ron flanked him. Their wands were up, faces pale but firm. Footsteps pounded on stone. Professor McGonagall arrived with several older students, wands drawn. Hagrid loomed behind them, crossbow in hand. Behind him came Snape, cloak snapping, expression like thunder. "What in the name of Merlin?" McGonagall began. Then she saw the sky. Her lips went thin. "Positions," she snapped to the students. "Shields ready. Aim for the feathers. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, coordinate with Mr. Potter. Hagrid, stay near the gates." Snape did not waste words. He lifted his wand, black eyes full of cold focus. The first wave of birds dropped into the yard. They fell in a shrieking sheet, wings folded for speed, feathers bristling. At a shouted signal, they flared out again, scattering darts in all directions. "Protego!" Harry shouted. Shields bloomed along the front line. Feathers hit the invisible barriers and bounced, skidding across stone. Some shattered into black dust. Others buried themselves in the glowing surfaces and sizzled. Harry reached for the thread inside his chest. It answered faster now. The spark rolled into his arm and down into the sword. The metal lit with a thin white coat. Percy charged, water from the fountain at the far side of the yard leaping to his side as he ran. It wrapped around his legs and sword hand, forming a moving shield that turned aside darts. He slashed upward. His blade cut through the chest of the nearest bird. Where bronze met monster, the creature ripped apart, feathers exploding into dust that spun away on the wind. Talia moved like the storm she carried. Her sword flashed in tight arcs, each movement clean. A bird dived for her face. She stepped aside and let it pass, then flicked her wrist. A narrow bolt of white jumped from the tip of her blade and tore through its wing. It shrieked as it spun into dust. Annabeth did not charge the center. She moved along the edges, knives flickering out to catch birds that slipped past the main defense. Every throw was precise. No wasted effort. Harry watched their rhythm. "Stay with them," Hermione called to him, reading his look. "Do not break the line." He nodded and stepped forward, keeping Percy and Talia just ahead in his peripheral vision. A bird dropped toward him, beak open, feathers aimed like a volley. Harry slashed upward with the sword and shouted, "Expulso!" The spell burst from his wand at the same time his blade passed through the air. The result surprised him. The magical blast hit first, cracking across the bird body. The metal rippled but did not break. Then the lightning-charged blade followed through. The combined hit sheared the creature in half. It burst into dust mid-spin. Harry staggered a step with the force of his own strike. "Nice!" Percy shouted over the noise. "Magic and bronze together. Keep that up." Ron yelled, "Incoming on the right," and blasted a small cluster of birds with a chain of blasting curses. The spells threw them off course, wings flapping wildly. They collided with one another, confused, and for a second their feathers pointed at the wrong angles. Annabeth took that second and sent two knives spinning through them. Both birds vanished. "Cross support," she called. "Wizard magic can break formation. We finish." Snape raised his wand. "Sectum sempra," he rasped. A wave of invisible cuts ripped through a group of birds. Half of them screamed and dropped like stones. Their bodies hit the ground, shredding into dust as they landed. Snape's eyes narrowed. Interesting. McGonagall transfigured fallen feathers into stone weights before they could become hazards. Her wand movements sharp and efficient. Hagrid bolt from the crossbow skewered a bird that tried to angle toward the open arch. The creature hissed and burst apart, dust scattering over the stones. Despite all this, more birds poured in. For every one they cut down, 2 more seemed to slide into its place. The air filled with darts. Shields cracked under the constant rain. A feather sliced past Harry's cheek. Pain flared. Warmth trickled down his face. He grit his teeth and pushed more charge into the sword. The glow along the blade thickened. Light crawled along the edge. His arm shook. The thread inside him pulled tight, like a rope about to snap. He slashed again. This time the bolt that leapt from his sword was thicker. It jumped from target to target, leaping between 3 birds in quick succession. Each one exploded into powder. The effort drove him to one knee. "Harry!" Hermione shouted. "I am good," he lied. His lungs burned. His heart hammered so loud he could feel it in his teeth. The edges of his vision darkened. A dart aimed straight for a small first year near the back who had frozen, eyes wide, wand limp at her side. Harry did not think. He threw himself sideways, shoulders slamming into the ground as he shoved out a shield charm with his wand hand. The feather hit the barrier an inch from the girl face. The shield flared, hissed, then held. He rolled and came up again, grip slippery with sweat. "Get her out," he gasped. Dean and Seamus grabbed the girl and dragged her toward the inner doors. McGonagall shifted her aim to cover their retreat, sending precise bolts of force to knock birds away from their path. "You are overcharging," Talia called, breathless as she cut another bird from the sky. "You do not have to be a one-boy storm yet." Short bursts. Control, not brute force. Harry wanted to snap back that the birds were not interested in control. Instead, he forced himself to listen. He let the glow along the sword dim just enough that it no longer hurt to keep his hand closed. Smaller sparks danced along the edge. He matched his movements to Percy's, stepping when he stepped, cutting when he cut. They fell into a strange rhythm. Spells from Hermione and Ron blasting gaps, swords sliding through those openings, knives cleaning stray threats. After what felt like an hour but was probably only minutes, the flock above shifted. The thick mass of birds drew back. The ones still in the yard wheeled in a tight circle, shrieking in a different pitch. Annabeth frowned. "They are regrouping," she said. "They are not smart in the human sense, but something is coordinating them." "Up there," Hermione said, pointing. High in the clouds a darker shape moved, larger than the rest. It did not dive. It glided, watching. Harry squinted. For a moment he thought he saw a flash of gold around that shape, some kind of collar or band. The next second the clouds shifted and it was gone. The remaining birds gave one last raking pass across the ward line, leaving more scorched wounds in the light, then climbed back into the cloud bank and vanished. Silence crashed down. Dust drifted slowly through the courtyard, black and fine. Broken feathers stuck out of walls and shields, some still hissing. The air stank of metal and burnt stone. Harry dropped his sword point into the sand and leaned on it. His chest heaved. His right arm felt like wet rope. His fingers barely held the hilt. Hermione reached his side at once. "Sit," she ordered. He obeyed without argument. His legs shook when he folded them under him. The courtyard stones felt hot through his clothes. He swallowed bile. The edges of his vision still fluttered. Ron flopped down beside him, face flushed, hair full of dust. "Next time someone says myths are fun," he rasped, "I am going to show them this." Percy paced, sword still in hand, eyes on the sky as if expecting another wave. His hair dripped with sweat and fountain water in equal measure. Talia stood very still, chest rising and falling fast, sword point resting lightly on the ground. Lightning still flickered faintly around her, not yet settled. Annabeth crouched and picked up a fallen feather with a gloved hand. The feather was dull now, the glow gone. She tapped it with her knife. The bronze cracked. "Spent," she said. "Once they throw them, they lose part of their power." that many shots at the wards will weaken any defense. Snape walked to a section of shimmering barrier where several feathers had embedded themselves. He examined the burns with a sour expression. These creatures cut through as if the magic was cloth, he said. Decades of layered work, pierced by birds. McGonagall came to stand near them, wand still in her hand. She looked tired and furious. Casualties? She asked. Cuts and bruises, Percy said. No one got a beak in the face. Your professor in the charms room has quick hands. Professor Flitwick is a dueling champion, McGonagall said. Pride slid under her clipped tone. I am not surprised. Harry wiped his face with the back of his hand. His cheek stung where the dart had grazed him. His forearm throbbed where the glass had cut him earlier. Blood oozed through a tear in his sleeve. Hagrid lumbered up, crossbow still clutched in his fists. Not seen anything like that in years, he rumbled. And never this far from Greece. They should not be here. They are here because someone opened the door, Annabeth said quietly. God claim, veil stress, Titan interest. Take your pick. Fudge burst into the courtyard then. Hat askew, eyes wide. Several Aurors in plain robes followed. What happened? He demanded. Looking at the scorched walls, the broken glass, the frightened students being shepherded back inside by prefects. Dumbledore, what in Merlin name have you allowed into this school now? Dumbledore appeared at almost the same moment from the opposite archway. His wand was in his hand. His robes were singed in one place. I see you have arrived, he said. You are late to the party. Do not joke, Fudge snapped. I was told there were birds attacking my champions. In my country school. Birds that ignore wards. Birds that turn to dust. This is not normal. Nothing about this year is normal, Dumbledore said evenly. These were Stymphalian birds. A Greek monster. They do not respond well to wizarding magic alone. As you can see, our guests from Camp Half-Blood are proving invaluable. Fudge looked at Percy's sword, at the dust on Talia boots, at the knife in Annabeth's hand, and then at Harry with his glowing, faintly humming celestial bronze still in his grip. You used that thing, Fudge said, pointing. You channeled your new power at my school wards. Harry's jaw clenched. I used it to stop the birds that were trying to cut holes in your wards, he said. You are welcome. Hermione elbowed him lightly, but she did not tell him to stop this time. Dumbledore stepped between them. Minister, I suggest you assign your Aurors to assist Madame Pomfrey with checking the students and staff for injuries, he said. We will hold a full briefing once we have counted heads. Argus, see to the broken glass. Hagrid, please check the grounds for any lingering featherheads. Hagrid nodded and stomped away. The Aurors scattered. Fudge spluttered. This is unacceptable. Agreed, Dumbledore said. Which is why we are addressing it. Monsters have found a path through the veil. Ignoring that fact will not make it vanish. You asked for reassurance. This is it. We will defend this school with all tools available, including those you do not understand. Fudge opened his mouth again, then shut it. He swallowed hard, color high in his cheeks. Very well, he said stiffly. We will speak later. He stalked away, hat still in his hand, muttering to himself. Harry watched him go with a mixture of anger and worn-out amusement. Is it bad? Ron asked quietly. That I find it funny when he looks like that. Not bad, Hermione said. Just honest. Madame Pomfrey arrived and set about fussing over cuts. She tooted loudly when she saw Harry cheek and arm. Of course you are in the middle of this, she said. You could not have sat quietly under a table and let others fight for once. Harry tried to smile. Did not feel like an option. She huffed, but her hands were gentle as she cleaned the wounds and dabbed on cool salve. The sting faded. Rest, she ordered. You are not to attempt any more lightning nonsense today. I will inform the headmaster. Harry considered arguing, then decided he did not want her to dose him with something that would put him to sleep on the spot. Yes, Madame Pomfrey, he said. She moved on to the next student. Talia came to stand near him, arms folded, eyes on the sky. You did well, she said. For someone 2 days into knowing what he is. Harry snorted softly. You have a strange idea of well. I nearly fell on my face 3 times. Falling is fine if you cut what you are aiming at, she said. And you did. You saw how your spells worked and did not. You adjusted. That is more important than style. Percy dropped down onto the step in front of Harry and leaned back on his hands. His chest rose and fell in deep breaths. Remember what I said, he said. Wizard tricks for structure, storm for punch. Monsters hate mixed tactics. They do not adapt fast. You can use that. Annabeth nodded. You felt the difference, she said. When you used only spells, the birds shrugged them off. When you added bronze and charge, they stayed down. That is the pattern for everything that comes next. Hermione knelt beside Harry. How do you feel? She asked. Tired, he said honestly. My arm feels like I used it to beat carpets all day. My head is buzzing. Everything smells like burnt metal. Ron sat on Harry's other side and bumped his shoulder lightly. But you are alive, he said. Which is the bit I am focusing on. Harry let out a breath. The anger that had been simmering since the Great Hall, since Dumbledore revelation, shifted. It did not vanish. It changed shape. Watching the feathers stuck in the stone, the scars on the ward line, the dust that had once been monsters that did not care about stunning spells, he understood something new. The games were done. Whatever Voldemort had become was bad enough. Now there was another layer. Titans, gods, creatures that treated human-built wards like paper. His wand alone was not going to be enough. He would have to learn to be comfortable with the storm under his skin, not just as a tool in emergency, but as part of how he fought. The thought scared him. It also made something in his chest settle. Night fell heavy. The storm outside did not break. Clouds rolled over the castle in thick waves. Lightning flickered inside them, low and constant, like a heartbeat behind dark ribs. Gryffindor Tower buzzed with talk. Everyone had a version of the bird attack. Some swore they had seen Harry glowing again. Others insisted the demigods had flown at one point. Ron spent half an hour at the fire telling Dean and Seamus exactly how Percy had summoned water and Talia had called thunder, with wild gestures. Hermione corrected his details every few sentences. Harry sat in a chair near the window, the noise washing over him. His muscles still ached. Madame Pomfrey had given him a potion that took the edge off without knocking him out. Outside, the clouds pressed close. The windows rattled now and then as wind pushed against the glass. He watched a thin fork of lightning flicker along the underside of a cloud. The light was pale and quick. He lifted his hand and pressed his fingers to the cold pane. The faint tingling answered him. The thread inside his chest tugged, gentle this time. No demand. No shout of mine. Just awareness. You are staring at it again, Hermione said quietly, dropping into the chair opposite him. He took his hand back and flexed his fingers. It is staring back. She followed his gaze. Does it feel different now? Yes, he said. Before it was just weather. Now it feels like a room upstairs that someone left the door open to. She shivered. That sounds awful. Harry shrugged with one shoulder. It is awful and useful at the same time. That is the problem. Ron wandered over and sat on the arm of Harry's chair, balancing without thinking about it. Percy and the others are turning in, he said. McGonagall found them a spare classroom near the 6th floor. They have sleeping bags and everything. I told them we would meet in the morning for extra training, once you are not wobbling. Harry raised an eyebrow. You signed me up without asking. Ron grinned. Someone had to. You were too busy making eyes at the storm. Hermione swatted him with a cushion. Be serious for once. Ron shrugged. I am serious. If more of those bird things show up, I would rather Harry know how not to zap himself when he swings that sword. And I would rather know which of my spells do not just annoy them. Harry leaned his head back against the chair. His eyes burned with tiredness. You know what scares me most, he said quietly. Hermione waited. Ron stayed quiet for once. It is not the birds, Harry said, or the hellhound, or even the idea of titans. It is how fast this all became normal. 2 days ago I thought my biggest problem was homework and a dragon in the first task. Now I am talking about levels of storm power like it is just another part of defense class. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. That is not normal, she said. It is how we cope. When things are too big, we make lists and levels and jokes. It does not mean the thing itself is small. Ron nodded. We have been doing that since first year. Troll in the bathroom, evil teacher on the back of someone's head, giant snake in the plumbing. We laughed so we did not scream. Harry huffed out a breath that might have been a laugh. Cheery thought. Hermione reached over and squeezed his hand. You are still you, she said. Storm or no storm, godfather or not. You are still the boy who saved my life from a troll and dragged Ron out of a nest of spiders and taught the whole school what a Patronus looks like. Ron choked. She is getting sentimental. We are all going to die. Hermione threw the cushion again. Harry smiled, tired but real. The knot in his chest loosened a little. Tomorrow, he said. Hermione nodded. Tomorrow we research the Veil and ward interactions. I already have a list. Ron groaned. Of course you do. Harry looked back at the sky. Lightning flickered again, softer this time. Tomorrow I learn how to be a storm without burning the people standing next to me, he said. He did not know if ZEUS heard him. The clouds stayed dark. The tower creaked as the wind slid past. For the first time since the great hall had filled with white light, Harry did not feel like the sky was pressing down on him. It was still there, heavy, dangerous, wide. But now he could see that there was space between it and the castle roof. Enough room for him to stand. The lightning hit the ceiling before Dumbledore could speak. White light cracked across the enchanted sky over the great hall. Every plate and goblet on the tables rattled. The candles in the air flared bright, then snapped back to normal. Conversations cut off. Harry felt the charge before the sound. The pressure rolled down through the stone, climbed up his spine, and settled behind his eyes. It was sharper than the usual rumble of a storm. Focused. ZEUS, he thought. At the staff table Dumbledore had been standing with his goblet raised, ready for breakfast announcements. Now he paused with his hand in mid-air, blue eyes fixed on the blazing ceiling. A second bolt carved across the sky charm. This one left a mark. A bright white crack of light hung there, frozen like a scar in glass. Gasps went around the hall. The goblet of fire, still sitting on its plinth near the head table, flared. Blue fire turned violent white for a moment, then sank into a steady gold. Sparks fell around it like hot rain. Fudge half rose from his seat. His face went red. What is this now? He demanded. Dumbledore, what are you doing to that thing? I am doing nothing at all, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, but Harry heard the strain under it. The white crack in the ceiling glowed brighter. Light poured down, a single thick column that struck the air above the goblet and spread in a ring. No one could look at it directly. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve under the table. Ron leaned closer on his other side. Please tell me that is just dramatic weather, Ron muttered. It is not just weather, Harry said quietly. The light dimmed enough to look at. Something floated in the air above the goblet. It was a disk of bronze and gold, spinning slowly. Symbols moved along its edge, too fast to read. The thing gave off the same feeling as celestial bronze and storm charge and old magic all mixed together. As it spun, flakes of light fell from it and drifted down into the goblet. The blue flames swallowed them. The fire shifted color again, from gold to a steady, flickering storm white. Then the disk dropped like a coin into water. It sank into the goblet and vanished. Silence slammed into the hall. A second later the goblet spat fire. A streamer of white shot out and hung in the air. It curled in on itself, formed letters, then snapped into a strip of parchment that drifted down into Dumbledore's waiting hand. Harry's stomach twisted. The last time he had seen parchment come out of that cup, his name had burned itself into the school and everyone had stared at him. This time no one moved. Even the ghost stayed still. Dumbledore looked at the parchment. His jaw tightened. For a moment he said nothing. McGonagall leaned toward him. Albus, she said softly. What does it say? He folded the parchment once. When he spoke, his voice filled the hall without any charm to help it. The Triwizard Tournament, he said, has been claimed and amended by Olympus. The word hit the students like a thrown stone. Murmurs rippled along the house tables. More than one head turned toward the end of the Gryffindor table where Percy, Annabeth, and Talia sat. Dumbledore continued. By decree of Zeus, Lord of the Sky, Poseidon, Lord of the Sea, and Hades, Lord of the Underworld, the tournament now stands as an official quest for the Aegis fragment. All champions named by the goblet are hereby bound as questers. Changes to the tasks will be announced by their envoys. Failure to participate will be treated as refusal of a divine summons. Ron breathed. That sounds bad. Very bad, Hermione said. Fudge shoved his chair back. It scraped loudly on the floor. This is absurd, he shouted. You cannot simply stand there and tell me that some foreign pantheon is rewriting our oldest magical competition. Dumbledore, you will stop this nonsense at once. Something moved at the doors of the hall. The heavy doors swung open without a hand on them. Cold air rushed in, tasting of rain and distant stone. A tall woman in deep green robes stood framed in the doorway. Her hair was dark, threaded with silver. A torch flame hovered over her shoulder without touching anything. Harry had never seen her before, but the magic around her pressed at his skin like a hand. Annabeth went rigid. Percy swore under his breath. Hecate, Talia whispered. The woman walked up the central aisle. Her steps made no sound. Students shrank back from her without being told. Some crossed themselves. Some clutched their wands. When she reached the staff table, the candles nearest her dimmed, as if the room wanted to make her the only point of light. Dumbledore inclined his head. Lady Hecate, he said, welcome to Hogwarts. Her eyes went over the room in a slow sweep. They were not kind or cruel. They were measuring. My threshold lies through every wand raised in this hall, she said. Her voice was low and clear. You have walked it your whole lives, and yet you use my name as a swear word at best. A few students winced. This contest you hold, she went on, sits at the edge of my veil. It touches the same cracks the Titans press. That makes it my concern. Fudge found his voice again. Madam, he said, trying to sound formal, this is a ministry-regulated competition. We cannot allow outside interference from foreign, entities. Hecate looked at him. For a second her eyes flared with pale light. Your ministry regulates school paperwork and the color of robes, she said. It does not regulate the sky. Someone snorted at the Gryffindor table. Ron hid his smile behind his hand. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Minister Fudge, he said, I would advise caution. The gods do not make polite social calls. Hecate turned back to the hall. The quest stands, she said. There is a fragment of the Aegis shield lodged in one of the oldest fault lines of the Vale. The tournament tasks will direct your champions toward it. Each success will reinforce the barrier. Each failure will widen the opening. Kronos watches that crack like a wolf at a door he knows will not hold forever. The name dropped like a stone in water. Harry saw Annabeth's eyes narrow. Talia jaw clenched. Percy's face went pale in a way that had nothing to do with fear of heights or falling. Kronos. He had heard that name only once or twice from them in low voices, when they thought he was not listening. It was the name that made even gods look over their shoulders. Hermione whispered, the Titan of Time. That Kronos. Yes, Annabeth murmured. That Kronos. Hecate raised a hand. A small globe of light appeared above her fingers. Inside it a shape turned slowly. It looked like a jagged crack in glass, ringed by layers of faint symbols. This is the state of your veil around the Department of Mysteries, she said. It was damaged by mortal arrogance and the strain of mortal prophecy. My demigod kin patched what they could years ago. It is failing again under new pressure. The globe flickered. The crack inside it widened a little. More light bled out around the edges. There are other cracks, she said. Under Olympus. Under old temples. Under this castle. Kronos sends his eyes through them. The boar that your first task will feature has already slipped part of its body through a Greek fault. Claws at this side now. The Erymanthian boar, Annabeth said quietly. Hecate nodded once. One of the labors of Heracles, she said. Now repurposed. It will be your champion's first trial. They will face it in an arena shaped by both your magic and the will of Olympus. They will retrieve the first key to the Aegis from its territory. or it will tear through your wards and run across these grounds until something strong enough stops it. A low panic murmur started at the Hufflepuff table. Fleur Delacour sat among the visiting students, her villa features tense. Victor Crumb frowned, heavy brow furrowed. Cedric Diggory looked from Dumbledore to Harry, then to the demigods. He was pale but steady. Fudge shook his head. "This is madness," he said. "Our children are not soldiers for your old grudges. We have enough to deal with in our own Dark Lord. We will not be drafted into some Titan war." Hecate's gaze hardened. "Your Dark Lord has already pulled on threads he does not understand," she said. "He tore souls, twisted prophecy, and cracked the veil I tend. He woke things older than himself in the process. You were already drafted. You simply refused to read the letter." Dumbledore spoke before Fudge could explode again. "How much say do we have in the structure of these tasks?" he asked. Hecate turned her hand. The light in the globe shifted, showing a rough outline of a valley. A jagged line cut through it. A dark mass hunched at one end. "We will set the bones," she said. "You may dress them with your own rules to keep your pride intact. The champions will still bleed the same." Her eyes went back to Harry. "You feel it already," she said. It was not a question. Harry's throat was dry. The pressure he managed. The pull toward whatever is cracked. "It is like a draft under a door." "Good," she said. "You are not blind. Zeus sees through you, and that makes you our point man whether you asked for it or not." Ron muttered he did not. Hecate did not smile, but something in her tone softened by a fraction. "You are not alone," she said. "You have my children here. Use them. Use your own magic. Use whatever this school offers. The quest will not wait for anyone to feel ready." She let the light globe drop. It sank into the floor and vanished. The crack in the ceiling sealed itself with a faint hiss. The goblet flame settled into a pale lightning white that made shadows sharp. Hecate gave Dumbledore one last searching look. "Do not lie to this boy again," she said quietly. "You cannot afford it. None of you can." Then she was gone. One step forward and the air folded around her. The doors at the end of the hall slammed shut without a hand touching them. For a long second no one spoke. Then the hall erupted. Voices crashed together. Students shouted questions, theories, rumors. Some were scared. Some sounded far too excited for Harry comfort. Dumbledore lifted his hand. Silence pressed back in waves, slower this time. "The first task will proceed tomorrow as scheduled," he said. "There will be adjustments. Champions will be briefed in private." He looked at Harry for a fraction of a second. There was apology there, and something like resolve. Fudge sat down hard. He grabbed his goblet, sloshed pumpkin juice onto the table, and gulped it as if it were fire whiskey. "Harry," Hermione said under the noise, her voice tight, "we need to talk to Annabeth as soon as we can." Harry watched the goblet, its new pale flame, the way the air above it still vibrated. "Yeah," he said. "We really do." Later that morning, the war room was a classroom someone had given up pretending was normal. Maps covered the walls. Some were of Britain, old and new. Others showed places Harry did not recognize. An island shaped like a shoe, a coastline with jagged bays, the outlines of old ruins. Lines of red string and chalk arrows marked paths and points. The air smelled of dust and ink and metal. Annabeth stood at the front, a piece of chalk in one hand. Her hair was pulled back. Her gray eyes were sharp. Percy leaned against a desk, arms folded. Talia lounged near the windows with her boots up on a chair, but her gaze was fixed on the main board. Hermione stood near Annabeth, quill ready over a fresh roll of parchment. Ron hovered by the door with his arms crossed, like he wanted to be both guard and student. Harry took his usual spot near the center, close enough to see everything, far enough that he could move fast if the room tried to throw anything at him. His sword scabbard leaned against the desk at his side. His wand rested on the wood in front of him. On the main board Annabeth had drawn a rough oval. Inside it she sketched jagged lines that suggested rocks, a dark patch at one end, lighter scored lines at the other. "This is your arena," she said, "or at least close enough. The gods like to improvise, but they rarely abandon the main shape once they pick one." "Valley," Percy said. "Ridge lines on both sides. Broken ground near the middle. That darker patch looks like marsh. Annabeth tapped that patch. Boggy ground here, she agreed. This is where the Veil fault is weakest. They will not put the Aegis fragment directly on top of it, but they will nest the bore close enough that its presence strains the crack. Ron frowned. Why would they do that if they want the barrier stronger, he asked. Talia answered. Because they are gods, she said. They like drama. If the bore sits right at the fault, every step it takes shakes the veil. That gives them a clear reading on how bad things are. It also makes your life interesting. That is one word for it, Ron muttered. Hermione looked at the chalk lines. So that darker area is basically an unstable magical zone, she said. If we fight the bore there, we risk tearing the veil more. Exactly, Annabeth said. You fight it there, you help the enemy. You force it to move, you help us. Harry stared at the board. For a second, the chalk lines blurred. The room sounds faded. He saw a flash of something else. Not a drawn oval, but stone walls and packed earth. The smell of rain and trampled grass. The boar snorting, huge and angry. Its hooves breaking ground near a shimmering patch of air where reality looked thin. He saw paths it could take. Not one, but several, like faint lines traced in front of it. Charge straight through the bog and crack the fault. Swing left, try to circle up a slope. Swing right toward a narrow choke between rocks. The view flickered, shifted. Different outcomes ghosted over each other. In one, Cedric slipped and went down in front of the tusks. In another, Fleur spells bounced off thick bristles and sprayed useless sparks. In another, Crumb tried to anchor the boar with a chain spell and got dragged along the ground like a rag. His stomach lurched. Harry, Hermione said. You all right? He blinked. The chalk valley snapped back into focus. The board was just a board again. His hands were clenched on the edge of the desk hard enough that his knuckles hurt. Yeah, he said. His voice came out rough. Just saw it for a second. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. Saw what? The paths, he said slowly. Where it can go. Where we can push it. What happens if we stand in the wrong place? He lifted his hand and pointed before he could stop himself. That slope there, he said, tapping a section Annabeth had shaded lightly. If it runs that way, we can slide it into a turn. It will hate narrow spaces. Its tusks will get caught. If we bring it here instead of letting it rush the bog, we give it something else to smash. Annabeth moved aside. She watched his hand as he traced a line from the dark patch toward one chalk ridge. Show me, she said. He drew with his finger. We draw it out with spells from this edge, he said. Make ourselves look like easy targets. Then we open a path in the ward shape here. You said the arena will be a mix of god power and school magic. That means there will be shaped obstacles. Rocks, pillars. We can redirect some. If we drop a barrier here at the right moment, it will have nowhere to go except the angle we want. Percy nodded slowly. Like a tide in a harbor, he said. Push from one side, open space on the other. You guide the flow, you do not stand in front of it. Exactly, Harry said. He felt the thin thread inside his chest thrumming. Not the full storm flare that had nearly dropped him in the courtyard. This was quieter. A steady hum that matched the picture in his head. And what happens if we get the timing wrong? Annabeth asked. Harry grimaced. Then it goes straight for the weak spot, he said. Crack widens. Arena breaks. We all end up inside whatever is pushing from the other side. Ron made a strangled sound. So no pressure at all, he said. Talia swings her boots down from the chair and stood up, coming closer. You did not just guess that, she said. You saw it. Harry hesitated. It felt like the dream during the claim, but faster, he admitted. Not words, just flashes. Where people would fall. Where the ground breaks. Annabeth traded a look with Percy. Some silent conversation passed between them. Strategic seer, she said quietly. Harry frowned. What? There is a part of ZEUS power that is not just storms, she said. He sits at the top of a war council for a reason. The gods call him arrogant, but they still listen when he lays out battle plans. You are getting a piece of that. It is not full prophecy. It is more like your mind running every path at once and showing you the ones most likely to get people killed. That is cheerful, Harry said. It is useful, Annabeth said. If we can trust it. Hermione chewed her lip. How do we know it is not influenced by whatever Kronos is doing? She asked. If the crack is near the bore, that influence might distort what Harry sees. Talia shrugged one shoulder. That is the fun part, she said. We never know for sure. All we can do is compare what he sees to what we know from training and hope they match. Percy pushed off the desk and came over to the board. He pointed at the slope Harry had marked. This feels right, he said. Bores like straight lines. They hate slippery rises. If we bait it toward the climb and then give it wind sideways, we can send it skidding without relying on wizard spells alone. Hermione perked up. Aerokinesis, she said. You can use wind to change its balance. Harry glanced at his hand. He still remembered the feeling of calling wind in the training room. The air had bent around him like water around a stone. I am still shaky with that, he said. Lightning is easier. You do not need a storm blast, Talia said. You need gusts. Short pulls. Think about broom practice. You know how it feels when the wind pushes your broomtail and you slide sideways. Do that to the boar. A lot. Ron grimaced. It is going to hate us, he said. Good, Annabeth said. We are not trying to be its friend. She picked up the chalk again and traced over the lines Harry had pointed to, strengthening them. Here is what we do, she said. Cedric is best at fast transfiguration under stress. Fleur has strong area spells. Crumb is a hammer. You are the storm and the bridge. We divide roles. She marked points on the oval. Cedric and Fleur will take positions along the ridge to the left. Their job will be to create and shift physical obstacles. Walls, pit illusions with real edges. Spikes if they can manage it. Crumb will be ground anchor on the right, ready with binding spells when the boar stumbles. Harry will be mobile. He will stand near the center and draw attention, then use wind to jerk the boar into the lane we need. You are assuming they will listen to him, Ron said. They will if they want to live, Talia said bluntly. Hermione added, we can talk to them before the task. Explain this is not about points. It is about keeping the school in one piece. Points still matter, Ron said under his breath. Hermione gave him a look. Annabeth nodded. Sell it as teamwork that shows off individual skills, she said. Cedric can show off his creative magic. Fleur can display her raw power. Crumb can demonstrate control. Judges love that. The gods will be watching for cooperation anyway. They hate fragile alliances. Harry raised an eyebrow. The gods hate fragile alliances, he repeated. That sounds rich coming from them. Percy snorted. I did not say they were self-aware, he said. Annabeth backed away from the board and looked at Harry. Can you control the wind enough to do what we need, she asked. He swallowed. The picture of the boar charging over slippery ground flashed through his mind again. His stomach flipped, but under the fear there was a strange calm. The same sense he had felt in the courtyard once the panic settled, when the fight found a rhythm. I can try, he said. I will not promise it will look pretty, but I can try. Hermione put her hand on his shoulder. Her fingers were cool. You do not have to do it alone, she said. You have us. You have them. She nodded toward the demigods. Percy gave him a small two-finger salute. Talia just looked at him with that steady storm gaze. Annabeth's eyes held nothing but calculation and a tight, fierce kind of trust. All right then, Harry said. He let out a breath. Let us plan how to annoy a legendary boar. The next day, the waiting tent smelled of canvas and nerves. Harry paced the narrow space between the benches. His robes felt too tight. The strap of his sword scabbard dug into his shoulder. Outside, the roar of the crowd rose and fell like waves. He could hear individual sounds now and then. Someone laughing. Someone cheering. The crackle of amplified voices as bagmen talked about honor and tradition and how exciting it all was. Cedric sat on a bench, wand in hand, eyes closed. He was breathing slow on purpose. Fleur stood near the flap, arms folded, staring at the bit of arena visible through the gap. Her hair glowed in the low light. Crumb leaned against a pole with his eyes narrowed, his mouth a flat line. Percy, Annabeth, and Talia were not allowed in. Officially, the champions had to stand alone. That did not stop Percy from sticking his head inside the flap once already to mutter last-second reminders about not dying and trying not to annoy the boar more than necessary. Hermione slipped in now, ducking under the canvas edge with Ron right behind her. McGonagall let them past with a stern look that did not match the worry in her eyes. "You have about 3 minutes before Bagman notices they are missing," she told Harry quietly. "Use them well." She stepped back outside. Hermione walked straight to Harry. Her hands grabbed his robe front. "Listen to me," she said. He blinked. "I am listening." "You are not doing this to prove anything to Zeus," she said, keeping her voice low. "You are not doing this to make Fudge shut up. You are doing this because if that boar breaks the veil, people die. That is it. Focus on that. Focus on the plan. Do not let their expectations crawl into your head." He opened his mouth to joke. The words caught in his throat. He saw fear in her eyes and something else. Pride. Stubbornness. "I know," he said quietly. "I will stick to the plan." "Probably. Not funny," she said. Ron tried to grin. "Bring us back a nice piece of shield," he said. "Something shiny for the common room." Harry snorted. "I will see what I can grab while a giant boar tries to impale me." Ron's ears went red. "Yeah, all right. Just come back breathing." Hermione hesitated for a second, then stepped closer. She went up on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Her lips were warm. His face went hot in a way that had nothing to do with the crowd outside or the gods watching. "That is for luck," she said. Cedric cracked one eye open and gave them a tired little smile. Fleur's eyebrows went up. Crumb just snorted softly. Harry cleared his throat. "Consider me lucky," he said. His voice came out slightly higher than he would have liked. Hermione stepped back, cheeks pink, and punched his arm lightly. "Try not to get trampled," she said. "I will do my best," he said. Ron clapped him on the back hard enough to jolt his lungs. "Show them what a lightning boy can do," he said. "That title is awful," Harry said. Bagman's voice boomed from outside. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, our 4th champion, Harry Potter." Harry's heart thumped once, hard. He tightened his grip on his wand. His fingers found the familiar grooves in the hilt of his sword with his other hand. The thread inside his chest trembled. "Ready." He looked at Hermione and Ron one last time. "See you on the other side," he said. They stepped back. The tent flap opened. Sound hit him first. A wall of cheering, gasps, scattered boos from people who still thought he had cheated his way into this. Above that, the distant rumble of thunder. Real, not charmed. The arena spread out in front of him. It was not the dragon ring he had seen in other people's memories. The ground dipped into a broad, shallow valley. Rock pillars jutted up along the sides like broken teeth. One end was a tangle of scrub and dark mud. The air above that patch shimmered slightly, as if heat rose from it, except the wind on Harry's face was cold. The other end rose into a slope of loose stones and carved ledges. The stands encircled everything. Flags snapped in the wind. The judge's platform gleamed. Hecate stood there beside Dumbledore, her expression unreadable. Fudge looked like he might faint or vomit. High above, half hidden in roiling clouds, Harry thought he could see the vague outline of a throne. For a second he felt eyes on him that were far too heavy to be human. He took a breath. The air tasted like rain over metal. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb stepped out to join him, each from their own gate. They took their positions along the rim as arranged. Cedric on the left slope, Fleur a little below him, Crumb on the right. Bagman's voice rolled over them, full of bright excitement that did not quite hide a tremor. He talked about tradition and glory and international friendship, and then his tone shifted when he mentioned the quest, the will of Olympus, the threat to their world. The crowd quieted at that part. Harry tuned most of it out. His focus narrowed on the boggy patch where Annabeth said the fault was weakest. The air there shifted. At first it was a vibration under the ground. Then a crack. Mud bulged. Something massive pushed up from underneath. The Erymanthian boar erupted into the arena. It was huge, bigger than Hagrid. Its shoulders were as high as the skewed stone columns. Dark hair bristled along its back in thick spikes. Tusks as long as spears curved out from its muzzle. Its eyes were small and furious, burning a deep rusty red. Every breath came out as a puff of steam. When it shook itself, flecks of black mud and something that looked like glowing embers flew off its hide and hit the ground. Where they landed, the earth hissed. The crowd went mostly silent. Well, Ron's voice echoed faintly in Harry's memory. This is awful. The boar snorted, took one heavy step. The ground near the boggy patch trembled. The shimmer in the air thickened, like a bruise pressed from beneath. Harry reached for the thread inside him. It answered, sharp and fast. The storm above leaned down, eager. Not yet, he told it. Wait. He lifted his wand and sent a red spark into the air. One flick, high and clear. The agreed signal. Cedric saw it and raised his wand in return. Fleur gave a short nod. Crumb rolled his shoulders and gripped his wand tight. The boar lifted its head. It spotted Harry in the center and bellowed. The sound hit his chest like a blow. Then it charged. The ground shook under its hooves. Every step left a deep print, mud and rock bursting aside. It aimed straight for him, straight for the fault behind him. Harry stood his ground until the last possible second. His heart slammed. His limbs wanted to dive out of the way. The thin new sense in his chest threw flickers of possible futures at him. If he moved too early, the boar would veer and hit Cedric. If he moved too late, he would be a smear on its tusks. He waited. Now something in his head said. His body obeyed. He threw himself to the side and snapped his wand in an arc. Aguamenti, he shouted. A blast of water shot out, not at the boar, but at the ground just ahead of it. The packed earth turned slick under the torrent. At the same moment he grabbed at the wind. He did not call lightning. He did not reach for power that would fry his nerves. He pushed sideways at the air by simple will, the way Talia had drilled into him. Air slammed against the boar flank. The creature hit the wet patch at full speed and its front hooves slid. Its massive bulk leaned too far forward. For a second it tried to correct. Wind shoved back, crashed down onto one knee with a roar. One tusk gouged a long trench in the earth. Now Cedric, Harry yelled. Cedric had already moved. With a jab of his wand he twisted the ground along the left ridge. Stone jumped up in a jagged wall. Another spell from Fleur thickened that wall into a broad slab. The boar head snapped toward the sudden obstruction. Tried to lunge that way. Push it, Talia had said. Harry grabbed the wind again. It felt like grabbing the tail of a wild broom, but he held on. He shoved from the other side. The gust hit the boar and sent it staggering toward the new wall. As it slammed shoulder first into the stone, Fleur added a spell Harry did not know. The wall flared with pale blue light and became sticky, like tar. Spikes shot out of the rock, not sharp enough to pierce the hide deep, but sharp enough to hurt. The boar squealed and reared, furious. Crumb struck. Chains of glowing light burst from his wand and wrapped around the boar front legs. It pulled against them and dragged him a few steps, boots carving furrows in the ground, but the chains held just long enough. Harry sent another blast of water under the beast and another shove of wind. The boar crashed to the ground again, rolling onto its side. His tusks dug into the dirt. The air above the fault shivered but did not break. Keep it away from the bog, Hermione had said. Work the edges, Annabeth had added. Harry ran. He darted along the inner edge of the valley, keeping to the side opposite the weakest ground. The boar eyes locked onto him even as it struggled. It tore free of one set of chains with a snap. Protego, Harry shouted as a tusk swung his way. The shield flared up in front of him. The tusk slammed into it and skidded up, showering sparks. The force drove him back 3 steps, boots slipping. His arm shook with the impact. Harry, Cedric called. Left. Harry dropped his shield and rolled. The boar hoof crashed down where he had stood. From the stands came shouts, gasps, some shrieks. Harry ignored them. The world had narrowed to breath, stone, and the roaring beast in front of him. Fleur, he yelled. Blinding light on my mark. She did not ask questions. She nodded once, wand ready. Harry sucked in a breath and reached deeper into the storm thread. He did not grab a column of lightning. He took a thin slice, a knife instead of a hammer. His sword hummed as it drank the charge. The metal lit with a clean white glow. He sprinted straight at the boar. "Potter!" someone screamed from the stands. He thought it was McGonagall. The boar lowered its head to gore him. "Now," Harry shouted. Fleur sent a blast of pure light straight into its eyes. The boar squealed and jerked its head away, momentarily blind. Harry slid under the tusks, the world turning into a blur of coarse hair and hot breath. He slashed upward with his sword as he went, letting the lightning skim along the beast's chest. The charged bronze cut through monster flesh in a bright line. The boar bellowed in pain. Harry rolled clear and came up on the other side, lungs burning. The wound did not kill the creature, but it staggered. His front legs faltered. "Push it to the choke," Annabeth's voice echoed in his mind. He looked to the right. The narrow gap between two stone pillars waited there. If they could force the boar into that space, it would not be able to turn or build full speed. "Cedric, wall behind it," he shouted. "Crumb, chains ready. Fleur, drive it right." The other champions did not argue. Cedric transfigured a ridge of earth into a tall barrier behind the boar, cutting off retreat. Fleur sent a barrage of fire spells low along the ground to its left, not hitting it, but scorching its path and making that side less appealing. Crumb readied more chains, his face set. Harry grabbed the wind again. His head pounded. His arm shook from holding too much charge. "Move," he muttered to the air. "Just a little more." The gust hit the boar flank as it tried to swing left away from the fire. With a wall behind and heat to one side, the easiest path was the gap ahead. It thundered toward the choke. Stone flew as its hooves tore at the ground. One pillar cracked when its shoulder grazed it. Dust rained down. "Chains," Harry yelled. Crumb sent them flying. They wrapped around the front legs again, and this time around the lower jaw as well. The boar thrashed, but the narrow space limited its swing. Harry reached for the storm one more time. The thread inside him screamed. His vision edged with black. He did not take a full bolt. He took flickers spread along the sword. He stepped in past the swinging tusks, trusting Crumb chains and his own timing. He heard Hermione's voice in his head telling him this was a terrible idea, and Ron's voice saying this was going to look brilliant if it worked. He drove the sword down along the boar's exposed neck, aiming not for a vital point he could not see, but for the link between monster flesh and whatever magic anchored it to this side. The blade sank in. Lightning jumped from metal to hide, then deeper. For a breath, nothing happened. Then the boar screamed, a sound that shook the stands. His body convulsed. Light leaked from its eyes and from the wound. Harry yanked the sword free and stumbled back, almost tripping over broken rock. The boar shuddered once, twice. It did not dissolve into dust like lesser monsters. Instead, its form flickered. Parts of it turned transparent, showing the arena beyond. Then, with a final guttural roar, its body collapsed inward. Where it had stood, something remained. A shard of shield sat half embedded in the broken earth. It was a curved piece of metal, bronze edged with pale gold. The surface etched with faint patterns that shifted if Harry tried to focus on them. It hummed with power that felt both like ZEUS storm and something older. The crowd exploded into noise. Harry could barely hear them. His ears rang. His arm felt like it was on fire. His legs wobbled. The sword in his hand went from blazing bright to a dull metal hum again. He stared at the fragment. The thread inside his chest pulled. "Careful," Annabeth had said in the planning session when they had guessed how the fragment might look. "It is not just metal. It is a concept nailed into a shape. It will try to look back when you touch it." Harry swallowed. He stepped forward. Each step felt heavy. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb watched him from their positions, chests heaving, faces streaked with sweat and dust. None of them moved to grab the shard first. "Go on," Cedric called, voice rough but steady. "It is your father's shield." "Politically," Fleur added, tired amusement in her tone. Crumb grunted something that might have been agreement. Harry stopped in front of the fragment. Up close he could see faint images moving across its surface. Not clear pictures. Impressions. A line of soldiers holding spears. A god standing on a cloud with a shield raised. A titan falling into darkness. His hand hovered over it. He thought of Kronos and cracks in the veil and Hecate warning. He thought of Zeus' claim and the way the sky had burned in the Great Hall. He thought of Hermione kiss on his cheek and Ron shove on his back, of Percy advice and Annabeth cold plans and Talia steady stare. Then he reached down and closed his fingers around the fragment. The world tilted. For a heartbeat he saw the arena from above. Not just from the stands, but from the clouds. He saw lines of force around the valley. The weak shimmer over the bog. The strength in the stones. The threads of magic connecting the school wards to something older underground. He saw a thin dark line far away, under a different sky, where another crack widened. A faint, patient presence coiled around it like a snake. Kronos. The gaze flicked his way. Curious. Measuring. Harry jerked his hand back. The vision snapped. He was in his body again, on his knees near the broken earth. The shard clutched to his chest. His heart hammered against cold metal. Noise from the stands washed over him, distant. Bagman was shouting something about amazing teamwork and unprecedented divine intervention. The shard was warm in his hands now. The hum of power settled into a steady background thrum, like distant thunder instead of a bolt. Dumbledore and Hecate stood at the edge of the arena. Their robes stirred in a wind that did not touch anyone else. Hecate's eyes were on the fragment. Dumbledore's eyes were on Harry. Harry pushed himself to his feet. His legs protested. His head spun. Hermione and Ron's faces in the stands were blurred by distance, but he could still see the relief there. He lifted the shard once for the crowd to see. The reaction hit him like a physical wave. Then he lowered it and looked straight up at the clouds. I do not know what your endgame is, he thought at the sky, not sure if Zeus could hear him, not sure if he wanted him to. But this is my school. These are my people. If you think I am going to be just your lightning rod, you are wrong. The clouds did not answer in words. A single low roll of thunder sounded overhead. Almost approving, almost amused. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and let the sound wash through him. The shard in his hands vibrated in time with it. He opened his eyes again. The world was still cracked. The Titans still watched. The veil still strained. But he had a piece of the shield now. And for the first time, as he walked toward the edge of the arena with his legs shaking and his friends shouting his name, Harry felt like he was not just reacting to the storm. He was starting to shape it. The black lake looked heavier than usual. Clouds sat low over the water. The surface was flat and dark, broken only by the occasional ripple from the giant squid or some unseen current. Lanterns along the shore threw pale circles onto the grass. Harry stood near the edge, boots close enough that damp seeped through the soles. The cold bit at his ankles. The air smelled like wet stone and kelp. Behind him, Hogwarts buzzed. Voices carried from the stands being set up on the far bank. Spells flashed as teachers reinforced wards. Somewhere Bagman laughed too loudly. Closer, he heard Ron and Hermione arguing in low voices. Annabeth and Talia were talking near the boathouse, heads bent together. Next to Harry, Percy skipped a flat stone across the surface. The stone bounced 4 times before sinking. Each skip sent a neat ring across the water. You know, Percy said, this place has terrible energy. Harry snorted. You say that about every British lake. Because every British lake keeps trying to kill people, Percy said. Cursed forts, murder merfolk, weird ghosts, and now a borrowed sea monster. Your country needs a hobby that is not haunted water. Harry's eyes stayed on the dark patch near the middle of the lake where lights hinted at platforms under the surface. You say that like your ocean is friendly. It likes me, Percy said. Most days. A small wave rolled in and lapped at Harry's boots, higher than the last one. He gave Percy a look. Was that you? He asked. Maybe, Percy said. His mouth twisted. Lake is jumpy. Might as well get used to it now. They fell quiet for a moment. Hermione came up on Harry's other side, hugging her cloak close. Her hair was frizzing in the damp air. She looked tired and wired at the same time. Annabeth says they are almost finished with the updated ward lattice, she said. McGonagall is having a fit because the ministry observers keep complaining that none of this was in the original rulebook. Harry gave a weak smile. The original rulebook did not mention Titans either, he said. Hermione shivered. No, she said. It did not. Percy tossed another stone. It sank after 3 skips. He frowned like that offended him. So, he said, turning slightly toward Harry, we should talk about the giant murder beast in the room. Like Harry corrected. Whatever, Percy said. Scylla does not care what you call her. She cares that she gets to chew on things. Hermione made a face. Remind me why the gods thought putting her under a school was a good idea. They wanted a fight that means something, Percy said. She is anchored near one of Hecate's little cracks. Titans like her as a pet. She chews on the edges of reality when she gets bored. Harry watched the water. Tried to imagine that somewhere under the surface a many-headed monster waited, coiled around a tear in the veil. His stomach twisted. And we are going to poke her with sticks, he said. More like swords and lightning, Percy said. Which she will enjoy even more. Hermione glanced between them. You both remember that there will be hostages down there, she said. The fact you keep forgetting to mention that is not helping my stress. Harry grimaced. I did not forget, he said. I am trying not to think about who the goblet picked. Percy shrugged. We know the pattern, he said. People you would miss. People the audience knows. Great for drama. Terrible for hearts. Hermione blew out a slow breath. Annabeth thinks they will use the same basic structure as the original task, she said. 1 hostage for each champion. But the gods like to cheat, so there may be extra variables. Extra variables, Harry repeated. Like what? Like putting the hostages too close to the veil fault, Percy said. So you cannot just rush in as if it is a normal rescue. You move wrong, Scylla moves right, the crack widens. Harry thought about the crack Hecate had shown in the light globe. About the way the boar had strained the arena. About what would happen if a monster bigger than Hagrid slammed its full weight against a thin patch of reality. Brilliant, he muttered. No pressure at all. Hermione touched his hand briefly. We have a plan, she said. That is what worries me, Percy said. Plans are great until the sea monster decides she has read a different script. You helped write this one, Harry said. Percy rolled his eyes. I helped write the part where you do not electrocute everyone, he said. Which brings us to the chat I have been trying to have with you all week. Harry turned to face him properly. You do not want me using lightning in there, he said. Percy folded his arms. I do not want you dumping a storm into my water with my friends and your hostages floating around inside it, he said. Basic courtesy. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it, letting them have this out. Harry tried not to get defensive. I know what electricity does in water, he said. I am not thick. You grew up in a cupboard, Percy said. When exactly did you take advanced physics? Harry scowled. I paid attention in basic science until owls started dropping letters on my head. Percy snorted, but there was no real humor in it. He shoved a hand through his wet hair. Look, he said, you are new to this side of your powers. When you pushed lightning on land, you could fry one monster or a wall and the ground would soak some of it. Underwater, everything is connected. You throw energy out and it spreads. Even with magic, you are going to have bleed. Which is why we spent 3 days in that freezing training pool, Harry shot back. You had me practice holding a charge on the sword instead of flinging bolts. I can thread it through a target now. You saw that. I saw you zap a practice dummy that was tied to a rock, Percy said. It did not move. It did not try to bite your head off. It did not sit next to people you like. Hermione stepped in before the argument could really catch fire. Percy, she said gently, you know he is not going to be alone down there. You will be with him. That was the point. You guide the currents. He threads the lightning. You both keep it away from the hostages. Percy's jaw worked. He glanced out at the water again. Water does not always do what you tell it, he said. Even when you are supposed to be its favorite. Harry took a breath. The air was cold enough that it hurt to drag it in deep. You do not trust me, he said quietly. Percy frowned. That is not what I said. You do not trust that I can hold back, Harry said. You think if things get bad I will go full Zeus and boil the lake. Percy winced. Your father does have a history, he said. So does yours, Harry shot back. Hermione gave him a look, but did not stop him. Percy's eyes narrowed. Excuse me, he said. Harry spread his hands. You think the sea is gentle, he asked. You have seen what storms do to ships. Your father has drowned enough people to fill a city. Yet everyone expects you to keep his power calm when you are under pressure. They have to trust you. Even when the water is angry. Percy stared at him for a long moment. That is not fair, he said quietly. No, Harry agreed. It is not. Welcome to my world. The wind picked up. Little waves slapped the shore. Harry had the odd feeling the lake was listening. Percy cursed softly. Not at Harry, more at the whole situation. He looked down at his own hands. His fingers flexed as if he could feel the pull of the water in his bones. You really think you can hold it that tight? He asked. Harry did not hesitate. Yes, he said. I have to. There is no version of this where I sit on the bank while you do everything. The fault responds to lightning. Hecate said that. My power woke one of the cracks even before I knew what I was. If we want to seal this one again even a little, the charge has to go through Scylla and into that anchor. Hermione nodded. Your lightning does not just hurt things, she said. Can weld. Can stitch. If we are careful, you might be able to fuse some of the veil around the fragment instead of just punching it. Percy let out a breath. His shoulders sagged. You two really like making my job complicated, he said. Hermione tried a small smile. We like keeping everyone alive, she said. Annabeth backs them. A voice said from behind. Annabeth walked up from the boathouse, her hands tucked into the pockets of her jacket. Talia followed a few steps back, arms folded, eyes on the lake. You heard the plan already, Percy said. Annabeth raised an eyebrow. I wrote half of it, she said. You think I am going to let you boys wing it? Talia snorted. Please do not say wing, she said. That is ZEUS language. Harry gave her a faint grin. You are the one with actual wings in your history, he said. She rolled her eyes. Focus, she said. We scoped the lake with Hecate earlier. The Vale Fault sits in a trench near the Old Mare village. Scylla is wrapped around it like a very ugly scarf. The hostages are on a platform above and to the side. That gives us some space. How much space? Hermione asked. Enough for Percy to push most of the current into Scylla's body. Annabeth said. Not enough for Harry to lose control. That is why we spent so long on those practical drills. You are not dropping a storm. You are threading a wire. Percy made a face. I still do not like the idea of you playing with lightning under my lake, he told Harry. Harry shrugged one shoulder. I do not like the idea of you lifting that much water near my school, he said. Talia snorted again. This is what passes for flirting between domains, she muttered. Hermione's cheeks colored. It is not flirting, she said quickly. Percy smirked. Relax, he said. We all know who Harry would throw himself into a volcano for at this point. Harry felt his own face heat. Can we not do this right next to the murder lake, he said. Annabeth smirked but let it go. She looked between Harry and Percy, her expression turning serious again. You are both right to be worried, she said. This is not a safe mission. There is no version of this where we come out without bruises. But we do not have the luxury of sitting it out. The veil is tearing. Kronos is watching. If Scylla gets loose in this lake with that crack under her, we lose more than a few points in a school contest. Percy's eyes flicked to the water. He blew out a breath through his nose. Fine, he said. Here is the deal, Skyboy. Under the water, you listen when I tell you to stop. If I yell, you cut the current. If I tap your arm 3 times, you cut the current. If I look at you with my special I am about to drown face, you cut the current. I do not know what that face looks like, Harry said. You will know, Percy said darkly. Annabeth pinched the bridge of her nose. You two are going to give me gray hair, she said. More gray hair. Hermione reached for Harry's hand again. She squeezed it tight. Do what you have to, she said softly. Just come back. Harry nodded. Throat tight. I will, he said. He looked at Percy. We will. Percy hesitated, then stuck out his hand. Truce for the murder swim, he said. Harry took it. Percy's grip was firm and damp. The contact set off a faint hum in Harry's chest, like the sky and water had decided to stop glaring at each other for 5 minutes. Truce, Harry said. Talia watched them with a thoughtful look. If you two figure out how to make lightning behave underwater without cooking anyone, Zeus and Poseidon are going to have opinions, she said. Harry rolled his eyes. They can take a number, he said. Annabeth glanced at Hermione. We will get them back, she said quietly. Hermione nodded. though her eyes were shiny. Behind them, a bell from the castle rang out, deep and slow, counting down the last hour before the task. The waiting tent felt even smaller than it had before the first task. The canvas walls bulged in slightly with every gust of wind. Voices from the stands filtered through as a low roar. The sound of the Black Lake was a constant backdrop, a slow slap and suck of water on stone. Harry sat on a bench, his wet suit half zipped under his robes. Celestial bronze sword rested against the wall within reach. His wand lay across his knees. Cedric was there, pacing a neat path from one corner to the other. Fleur sat with her eyes closed, hands folded, lips moving in what might have been a quiet prayer in French. Crumb stood near the entrance, shoulders huge, stretching his neck from side to side as if he missed a broom under him. Percy slipped in under the flap, ignoring the way a ministry official tried to stop him. The man got a sharp look from McGonagall outside and thought better of it. 10 minutes, Percy said, stepping fully inside. They are almost done explaining the totally safe and reasonable rules. Cedric snorted. Safe, he said. Right. Harry stood. His stomach fluttered. His hands felt cold even though the tent was warm from nervous bodies. Percy moved closer, lowering his voice. Last check, he said. You remember the signals? Harry nodded. 1 tap means reduce the charge. 2 taps means redirect. 3 means stop. And if I yank your arm, Percy said. I let go of the sword and follow you, Harry said. Percy looked satisfied. Good, he said. If Scylla grabs someone we did not expect, do not chase her alone. I will pull her off. You hit her when I say. Do not play hero and go inside her mouth or something. Harry grimaced. Why would I go inside her mouth? Percy gave him a flat look. Because you are Harry, he said. You people love going straight for the worst part of things. You see a giant snake, you jump in its head. You see a dark forest, you walk in the middle. I once watched you volunteer for certain death in a graveyard because you hated a prophecy. Harry choked. You were not there, he said. Annabeth told me everything, Percy said. She collects your bad life choices like data. Fleur opened her eyes and gave them a tired smile. It is comforting, she said, to know that foolish boys look the same in every culture. Cedric managed a quick grin. Try not to drown out there, he said. I would feel awful if Hogwarts lost its big dramatic lightning display. Thanks, Harry said dryly. Crumb finally spoke. You have plan, he said. It was not a question. We do, Harry said. We just need the lake to cooperate. Percy snorted. I will talk to it, he said. Harry nodded once. His mouth was dry. Percy hesitated, then reached out and gripped the back of Harry's neck, just for a second. The gesture was strange, half brotherly, half command. Listen, Percy said. The last time Scylla tried to eat my friends, I did not have anyone backing me. I just had a bad sword and worse timing. This time I have you, so do not screw it up. Under the rough words there was something else. Trust. Harry met his eyes. I will not, he said. Percy gave a sharp nod and stepped back. A horn blew outside. Bagman's voice boomed, bright and almost giddy. Our champions are ready, he shouted. Please welcome them for the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, now bound as the quest for the Aegis fragment in the depths of the Black Lake. Cedric rolled his shoulders and headed for the flap. Fleur followed with cool grace. Crumb set his jaw and stalked out. Harry picked up his sword and wand. You will be great, Percy said quietly. You are coming with me, Harry reminded him. I meant under there, Percy said. You are the one who has to do the impossible lightning trick. Harry snorted. Stop calling it impossible, he said. It motivates you, Percy said. Harry wanted to laugh, but the sound came out more like a breathy huff. He stepped out of the tent into cold morning light. The stands around the lake were packed. Students, staff, visitors, even a few Aurors in dark robes. Flags waved. A few people had painted thunderbolts on their faces. Others had little tridents drawn on their cheeks in support of the demigods. On a raised platform near the shore sat the judges. Dumbledore, Fudge, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and Hecate. She did not sit so much as hover a little above her chair, the air around her thick with power. Bagman stood in front of a large water clock. Ladies and gentlemen, he boomed, Our champions have already faced a fearsome beast on land. Now they will dive into the depths in search of what they would miss most. But this is no simple swim. As ordered by Olympus, a primal monster lurks below, coiled around a crack in the fabric of magic itself. A ripple of unease went through the crowd. Do not worry, Bagman went on quickly. Our demigod allies will be assisting to ensure nothing too dreadful happens. Percy rolled his eyes beside Harry. Hecate raised a hand. The crowd quieted. Below this surface lies a place where the veil is thin, she said, voice carrying without effort. Within that weakness Scylla waits. Your champions must navigate the waters, avoid tearing the veil further, and retrieve those who have been taken. They will not be alone. They bear the blessings and eyes of gods. Any who interfere from above will answer to me. Her gaze lingered on Fudge, who paled. Bagman cleared his throat. Yes, well, right, he said. Champions, you have 1 hour to return with as many hostages as you can. You may use whatever magic you possess. The score will reflect both speed and cooperation. House elves brought out buckets with slimy green plants. Gillyweed. Next to them, a few spare bubble head charms shimmered in the air, ready to be cast. Percy did not bother with either. Water clung to him, already eager. Harry took gillyweed, grimaced at the taste, and swallowed. The bell rang. Cold slammed into him as he dove. The lake closed over his head. Sound muffled. Light dimmed. The world turned green and murky. Gills split along his neck. He sucked in water and it moved through them like air. His lungs stopped burning. His robes dragged at his limbs, but he had trained for this. He kicked down, following the faint glow of guiding spells the staff had laid along the path. Percy flashed by at his side, moving with an ease that made Harry briefly jealous. The water parted around him like a living thing, giving him space. They sank deeper. The surface became a dim patch far above. Shapes moved in the green gloom. Students clustered in the stands, blurry and strange. Cedric swam ahead to the left, wand lit. Fleur glided with sharp strokes on the right, a faint shimmer of Vela magic giving her more speed. Crumb used some strange transformation that gave him webbed hands and gills of his own. Harry kept one hand on his sword hilt. The metal thrummed faintly even under water. Lightning curled restless in his chest, eager to arc along the bronze. Not yet, he reminded it. As they moved closer to the lake bed, the water grew colder. Plants waved like fingers. Fish flicked away in silver blurs. The first merpeople appeared, tridents in hand, eyes watchful. They did not attack. Instead they pointed with sharp gestures, directing the champions along a narrow valley between tall rocks. Harry saw Percy trade a few quick signs with them, then gesture back. The mare turned away, tails flicking. A low vibration rolled through the water. Harry felt it in his bones rather than heard it. A deep, steady thrum, like something huge breathing. Percy touched his arm and pointed ahead. There, in the dim distance, a glow pulsed. They rounded a final ridge and saw the trench. The ground fell away into a deep cut, black and thick. Across the top of the cut stretched a rocky ledge. Bound to the ledge were 4 figures, ropes tied around their waists and ankles, heads lolling as if asleep. Harry's heart lurched. Hermione. Her hair drifted around her head in a brown cloud. Her eyes were closed. Beside her floated Ron, red hair bright even in the murk. On the other side he saw Gabrielle Delacour, small and pale, and Cho Chang, Cedric's chosen person. All 4 breathed slow and even under the charms, but they did not stir. Above and behind them something moved. Scylla clung to the far wall of the trench. She was worse in person than in any sketch Annabeth had drawn. A long mass of gray-green flesh, ringed with jagged fins. From her main body sprouted 6 thick necks, each ending in a snapping dog-like head with rows of sharp teeth. Her eyes glowed sickly yellow. Where her claws dug into the rock face, dark cracks spread. Water around her shimmered. Harry saw the veil fault more than he saw it. It was a patch where the water seemed thinner, where things blurred at the edges and distant shapes did not line up with their reflections. A faint cold leaked from it that was different from the lake chill. Scylla turned one head toward the approaching champions. Her lips peeled back in something like a grin. Bubbles streamed from her nostrils as she hissed. Percy slid in front of Harry and held up 2 fingers, then pointed at the monster. 2 heads first, Harry translated. Slow. Harry nodded. He tapped his sword hilt and then his own chest. Small charge. Percy answered with a flat palm and then a circling motion. Rapid. They moved. Cedric and Fleur peeled off to the sides, taking positions near the ledge where the hostages hung. Crumb sank lower, aiming for a spot below Scylla's main bulk. Harry and Percy swam straight into the monster view. Scylla lunged. 2 of her heads shot out, jaws wide. Teeth snapped through the space where Harry had been a heartbeat before as he rolled to the side. Percy thrust his hands forward. Water obeyed. A surge slammed into the 2 attacking heads, knocking them off course. They smashed into a rock outcrop with a crunch. Stone dust clouded the water. Another head came from below. Harry twisted, barely avoiding the teeth that scraped his leg. Pain flared. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to focus. Percy grabbed his forearm, eyes narrow, and jabbed 2 fingers toward one of the stunned heads. Then he tapped Harry's sword. Target it. Now. Harry nodded. He let a thin stream of lightning slip from the coil inside his chest down through his arm. The charge slid into the bronze like a drop of ink into water. The sword lit with a pale glow. The lake tried to pull the current out in all directions. Harry held it tight, forcing it to hug the metal. His teeth ached. He kicked forward, closing the distance. The stunned head shook itself, eyes clearing. Harry slashed along the side of its neck. Lightning jumped from the sword into monster flesh. For a moment, light spidered along the skin in a tight band. The head jerked and went rigid. Bubbles burst from its mouth. Harry felt the pull as the charge tried to leak out into the surrounding water. He shoved it back, forcing it to stay in the wound. The effort sent a bolt of pain up his arm. Percy was there, hands moving. He tugged at the water, bending currents around the stunned head to form a narrow tunnel that kept most of the stray energy contained. The result was messy but effective. The head spasmed, then went limp. The other heads roared, water shaking with the sound. Scylla thrashed, claws digging deeper into the rock. Cracks spread a little further along the wall. The veil fault flickered. Harry's stomach dropped. Percy grabbed his shoulder and squeezed hard. 3 times. Stop. Harry cut the flow at once. The light along the sword faded. The ache in his bones remained. Another head snapped at Percy. He raised a shield of swirling water, thick as a wall. Teeth hit the barrier and slid off. Cedric sent a chain spell shouting silently through the water, the glowing links wrapping around one of the middle necks. Fleur added a burst of icy light that formed a crust along Scylla's flank, slowing her movement. Crumb shot upward from below and slammed a blasting curse into the monster belly. The spell did not pierce deep, but it made her flinch. For a few seconds the water around them was a blur of motion. Heads lunged. Spells flared. Currents twisted. Harry saw Scylla fixate on the ledge above her. On the still bodies tied there. No, he thought. She lunged upward. 2 heads snapped toward Hermione and Ron. Their ropes strained. Pebbles rained down. Harry kicked hard, lungs burning even though the gills gave him air. He slashed at one head, drawing its attention away. Percy sent a punishing jet of water at the base of another neck, forcing it to twist away from the ledge. The strain on the crack increased. Harry saw a shimmer flare along it, like a distant curtain whipped by wind. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw something on the other side. A shape all teeth and echo. Fear tried to grab him. He shoved it down. He reached inside again. The lightning there felt wilder now, stirred up by the fight. He could not dump it. He had to shape it. He remembered the training pool. Percy's hand on his, guiding his grip. Annabeth's calm voice talking him through visualizing a path instead of a blast. Hermione sitting with a towel, teeth chattering, scribbling notes even while shivering. Wire, he told himself. Not bomb. He raised his sword. Percy caught his eye. Harry mimed a circle with his free hand, then pointed at the trench below Scylla. Channel down. Into the fault. Percy hesitated, then nodded. He swam beneath the monster, hands spread. The water obeyed, swirling from below into a tight column that hugged Scylla's lower body. Cedric and Fleur kept up pressure on the outer heads, spells flashing. Crumb anchored himself in a notch in the rock and grabbed two of the flailing necks, using brute force to hold them for a moment. Harry pulled the storm. It hurt. The charge crawled along his bones, tried to leap out in bright snaps. He kept it pressed along the sword, along the path his mind drew. He saw the route as clearly as the chalk lines on Annabeth maps. Down the blade into Scylla core, then through her into the thin place under her claws. His vision narrowed. He kicked forward through heavy water and drove the sword into the base of the central neck. Lightning leaped. This time he did not fight the urge to spread. He guided it. Percy yanked at the water, forming a tight tunnel from the wound downward. The current followed the path, channeled by magic and demigod will. The world flashed white-green. Scylla convulsed, every head thrown back in a silent scream. Her claws scraped furrows in the rock, sending clouds of stone dust up. The veil crack flared bright, then shuddered. Harry felt the charge slam into that thin place. For a terrifying second, he felt it push both ways. If he lost grip now, the energy would blow the crack wider. He clenched his teeth and forced it in a different motion, not outward but sideways along the edges. Like stitching torn cloth. He had never sewn anything in his life. The closest he came was mending his own socks at the Dursleys when Aunt Petunia got tired of buying new ones. But the image held. He pushed the charge along the rim of the tear. The edges glowed, then cooled. The shimmer steadied. The sense of pressure eased a tiny bit. Pain spiked behind his eyes. His lungs screamed. His arm shook so hard the sword hilt cut into his palm. He felt fingers on his wrist. Percy. One tap. Reduce. Harry eased back. The last of the lightning flowed out of him and into the tunnel. Scylla jerked once more and then slackened. The heads drooped. The glow in her eyes went out. Her grip slid from the rock. Her body began to crumble, turning to some mix of silt and gray dust that drifted away on the disturbed currents. In her place, wedged at the mouth of the crack, something glimmered. A small piece of bronze and gold, shaped like part of a shield, hummed with a quieter power. The second fragment of the Aegis. Harry barely saw it. His vision swam. The water around him calmed slowly. The crack in the veil still existed, but it did not gape quite as wide. The sense of something watching from the other side faded back from immediate to distant. Cedric had already swum to Hermione, cutting her ropes with a neat slice of spell work. Fleur freed Gabrielle, holding her close as they moved. Crumb released Cho and pushed her gently toward the surface. Harry reached Ron. His fingers fumbled on the knots, but he got them loose. Ron floated for a moment, eyes closed, then blinked awake with a wild look. Harry pressed both hands to his shoulders, steadying him. Ron's mouth moved. No sound at first. Then a few bubbles escaped and he managed a muffled, garbled, "Please tell me that thing is dead." Harry barked out something like a laugh, which sent a rush of lake water through his gills. He nodded firmly. Percy grabbed the Aegis fragment with one hand, wincing as it sparked against his skin, and shoved it against Harry's chest. "You carry it," his eyes said. "Your father, your problem." Harry curled his fingers around it. The metal buzzed like an angry bee. Percy gave a sharp gesture upward. "Time." Harry wrapped an arm around Ron and kicked toward the light above, dragging his best friend along. The swim up felt longer than the descent. His muscles shook. His head throbbed. The gills along his neck burned. They broke the surface in a splash of cold and sound. Cheers. Shouts. Someone screaming in horror, late to the party. Harry gulped real air. Tasted dry and rough. He shoved his wet hair out of his face and dragged Ron toward the nearest platform. Hands reached down. Hermione. She pulled Ron up with surprising strength, then nearly fell on him in a hug. Harry let someone else haul him onto the platform. His arms felt like jelly. The Aegis fragment lay heavy in his hand. He rolled onto his back and stared up at the sky. Clouds moved above, gray and dense. The faint outline of that high throne was there again. He raised the shard a little. A low rumble of thunder answered, softer this time. He let his arm fall. Percy climbed onto the platform next to him and collapsed on his back as well, chest heaving. Water dripped off him in sheets. For a long moment they just lay there, breathing hard, listening to the roar of the crowd and the pounding of their own hearts. Bagman's voice boomed over everything, saying something about incredible feats and never-before-seen cooperation. Harry tuned him out. Percy turned his head, looked at Harry, and started to laugh. It was a tired, incredulous sound. "You are insane," he said. Harry managed a tired grin. "You are the one who told me to try," he said. "I told you to thread a wire," Percy said. "You stitched a tear in the world. Underwater, with a monster chewing on your sword arm." Harry winced as sensation came back into that arm. It felt like he had been elbow-deep in a wild current. "Did it work?" he asked. Percy's gaze flicked toward the lake. His expression went distant for a moment. He had that look he got when he listened to something only he could hear. "It held," he said finally. "Scylla anchor is gone. The crack is still there, but it is not widening. You bought us time." He rolled onto his side to face Harry properly. The joking tone dropped. "Listen," he said. "Back when this started, when Zeus threw his little claiming tantrum, I thought you were just another walking disaster. A temper with legs. That much power in one kid looked like a nightmare." Harry stared at him, unsure whether to be offended or agree. Percy went on. "You scared the gods," he said. "You scared me a little. I have seen what sons of the big three do when they break. It is not pretty." "Thanks," Harry muttered. "I am getting to the good part," Percy said. "Down there you were not just a weapon. You were a commander. You felt the fault, you made a call, you trusted me to hold the water, and you did not lose grip even when it hurt. That is not Zeus. That is you." Harry's throat tightened. He looked away out over the churning lake. "You do not think I am going to turn into him?" he asked quietly. "I think you are stubborn enough not to," Percy said. "Plus, you have Hermione. She would hex you into next week if you tried." Harry huffed a small laugh. Percy reached out and tapped his knuckles against the shard. "You are more than his lightning," he said. "You are the kid who threw himself in front of a boar for people who barely know what you are. You are the kid who just risked boiling a lake to keep some friends and strangers from being dragged into nothing. I trust that. I trust you." It took Harry a second to speak around the lump in his throat. "Careful," he said. "If you keep saying nice things, the sky and sea might think we are not rivals anymore." Percy smirked. "We are co-workers in the apocalypse," he said. "Do not get mushy." Harry rolled his eyes. "You started it," he said. They lay there a little longer, breathing slowly, letting the exhaustion settle. Hermione appeared above them, hair dripping, eyes red. She looked torn between yelling and crying. "You absolute idiots," she said. "Hi," Harry said weakly. "Nice to see you too." She glared down at him, lips trembling. Then she dropped to her knees beside him and flung her arms around his shoulders. Water soaked into his already wet robes. Her grip was fierce. "You were down there forever," she said into his ear. "We saw the water flash. We felt the ward strain. Hecate vanished for 3 heartbeats. Dumbledore looked like he was about to jump in himself. I thought you had. Her voice broke. Harry's arms came up slowly and wrapped around her. His muscles protested. He did not care. "I am here," he said softly. "We did it. You are safe." She pulled back just enough to look at his face. "You promised you would not let Zeus use you," she said. "I did not do it for him," Harry said. "I did it for you." Her eyes widened. Color flushed in her cheeks. Ron, standing a few feet away with a blanket around his shoulders, made a face and pretended to gag. Cedric elbowed him lightly, and Fleur whispered something that made Gabrielle giggle. Percy rolled his eyes again and very deliberately turned his head away to stare at the sky, giving them what counted as privacy in a stadium. Hermione brushed wet hair off Harry's forehead. Her fingers trembled. "You scared me," she said. "I scared me," he admitted. "The power wanted to run wild. It always does. But I could feel you above and Percy beside me, and the others all depending on that crack not bursting. It gave me something to hold on to." Her expression softened. "You are allowed to be scared, you know," she said. "You are still human. Demigod or not." He huffed a tired laugh. "Tell that to the gods," he said. I would, she said, loudly. She hesitated, then cupped his face in both hands. Water dripped from her sleeves. I am proud of you, she said simply. The words hit harder than any cheer from the stands. Harry's heart thudded. Before he could overthink it, she leaned down and kissed him. It was not a quick peck this time. It was gentle and careful, lips warm against his, tasting of lake water and salt that might have been tears. The world narrowed to that contact, the brush of her nose against his, the way her fingers tightened at his jaw as if to anchor him here, in this moment on this platform, not drifting off into storm and prophecy. He kissed her back, slow, letting himself be present. No lightning, no gods, just them. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing a little faster. Hermione's cheeks were pink. Harry's ears burned. Ron made a strangled sound. I am going to the castle, he announced. I have seen enough trauma for 1 year. Cedric laughed. Fleur smiled softly. Gabrielle clapped. Even Crumb cracked a tiny grin. Percy did not look over, but his mouth twitched. Hermione rested her forehead against Harry for a second. You need the hospital wing, she said. Then we are going to have a very long talk about you nearly fusing yourself to a sea monster. Sounds fun, he said, voice hoarse. She rolled her eyes, but there was no heat in it. She slid an arm under his and helped him sit up. As they moved toward the shore, Harry glanced back at the lake. The surface was calm now. The invisible crack under the water still existed. He could feel it faintly, like an ache at the edge of his senses. But it was not screaming. They had bought time. He looked up at the sky. No thunder answered this time. Just a steady, watchful silence. Watch all you like, he thought. I am not doing this your way. Hermione squeezed his hand. He squeezed back. Whatever the gods wanted, whatever titans waited beyond the veil, he was not facing them alone. The Quidditch pitch was gone. In its place stood a maze of stone and shadow. Gray walls rose where the stands had been, twisting and folding into each other. Some looked solid. Others flickered like half-finished thoughts. Lanterns floated over the entrance arch, their flames a sickly purple. The air around the maze felt heavier, as if sound had to push to get through. Harry stood in front of the arch with Annabeth at his side. The grass under his boots vibrated with a low, steady hum. His leg still ached faintly where Scylla teeth had scraped him days before. His wand weighed warm against his wrist in its holster. The Aegis fragments, 2 of them, rested under his robes, fused into a single jagged piece on a chain against his chest. Hecate waited near the entrance, floating a few inches above the ground as usual. Her black dress moved as if in a wind no one else felt. A faint ring of candles burned around her without touching the grass. Dumbledore stood opposite her, robes deep blue, expression carefully calm. McGonagall, Moody, and Flitwick were near him. Fudge and a clutch of ministry witches and wizards lurked a bit farther back, trying to look brave. Behind Harry, the other champions stood in a loose line. Cedric flexed his hands, eyes on the maze. Fleur watched Hecate with a wary look. Crumb stared at the walls like he wanted to punch them. On the hill above, the students filled a set of temporary stands. The noise of their voices came down as a messy blur. Banners snapped in the wind. Storm clouds sat low over everything, light pressing through in dull strips. Percy, Annabeth, and Talia had come up from the lake earlier with Harry. Now Percy and Talia waited near the staff, both in camp armor, swords at their hips. Annabeth stood glued to Harry's side, fingers hooked into the strap of her knife. Her gray eyes moved over the maze with sharp focus. Hermione and Ron were just behind Harry. Hermione had a hand on his elbow, gripped tight. Ron kept glancing between the maze and Hecate with wide eyes. Hecate raised her hand. The noise from the stands dropped, as if someone had pulled a curtain across the pitch. The third task, she said, will not be a hedge you can burn or blast apart. It is a labyrinth. My labyrinth. Her gaze slid over the champions and then to Harry. For a second, the air around him seemed to tilt. The scar on his forehead prickled. This structure does not sit only on your pitch, she went on. It overlaps with older paths, with places where magic wears thin. with spaces the Titans once tried to claim. Fudge shifted. Students will be safe, of course, he said quickly. Hecate did not even look at him. Safety is relative when the veil thins, she said. But I am not in the habit of wasting potential. The route is scaled. You will be tested. You will not be thrown naked into the jaws of the void. That is comforting, Ron muttered behind Harry. Hermione elbowed him. Dumbledore stepped forward a little. The champions will enter the labyrinth in order of their current scores, he said, voice mild. They will navigate to the center and retrieve what lies there. There will be obstacles, illusions, creatures. The usual, Talia repeated under her breath. Skeptical. Hecate flicked her fingers. The nearest wall of the maze shuddered and slid sideways in a way that made Harry's stomach lurch. For a second, he saw two versions of it at once. One narrow, one wide. He blinked. The double image snapped back into one. Annabeth sucked in a breath. She is using moving cores, she said quietly. You are not just walking halls. The halls are walking you. Harry gave her a quick look. That is supposed to mean something to me, he said in the same low tone. Think of it like this, she said. Most mazes are flat. You draw them and the lines stay. This is alive. It listens. It wants to push you where you do not want to go. Charming, Harry said. Hecate looked at the champions again. Each of you will enter with a guide chosen by Olympus, she said. This is not a normal tournament task. It is a controlled probe into a weak spot in my veil. You are there to retrieve the next fragment of the Aegis and to measure Titan contamination. Which guide goes with who? Cedric asked. Fleur will be escorted by Talia, Hecate said. Crumb will move with Percy. Cedric with Chiron, who will join you at the inner ring. She turned to Harry and Annabeth. You two start together, she said. Harry's stomach dipped. Just us, he asked. Hecate nodded. The labyrinth responds to thought and memory, she said. You are the one it pays the most attention to. Annabeth is the one who understands how to use that. Too many demigods at once will let it drag your minds in too many directions. Percy frowned. I do not like the idea of them going in without me, he said. You will be busy keeping this version of reality intact, Hecate said. If Kronos chooses this moment to tug on the same threads I am using, I need a sea anchor and a storm blocker on the outside. Her gaze flicked to Percy and then up to the clouds. You hold the water, she said. He holds the sky. I hold the veil. Try not to argue while I am working. Percy grimaced but gave a short nod. Hermione stepped closer to Harry. How dangerous is this? She asked Hecate. Really? Hecate looked at her for a long moment. There was no mockery there, only something tired and sharp. For a mind like yours, she said, very. It would whisper every fear you have ever filed away by subject and date. Hermione swallowed. Her fingers tightened on Harry's arm. Which is why you are not going in, Hecate added. Hermione glanced at Harry, as if to argue, then bit it back. Her voice shook a little. Then you make sure he comes back, she said to Hecate. Hecate's smile was small and strange. I am fond of my experiments, she said. I do not throw them away lightly. Dumbledore cleared his throat. The champions have been told they may withdraw, he said. No house will be shamed. No points will be lost. Harry looked at him. Is that what you want me to do? He asked. For the first time that morning, something like strain showed through Dumbledore's calm. Lines around his eyes deepened. What I want, Dumbledore said softly, stopped matching the day ZEUS marked you in front of the world. What I fear is that this test is more about the gods than about you. It always was, Talia said. Hecate's eyes narrowed slightly. Do not pretend you were not warned, Albus, she said. You signed the protocol that bound the school to my ward net. You did so knowing that, if the veil tore, I would call in my debts. A muscle jumped in Dumbledore's jaw. I signed to keep Harry hidden from Hera and from old grudges, he said. Not to drag him into a war he did not start. Harry felt the words land. You knew this might happen, he said, staring at Dumbledore. Even before my letter. Before Hogwarts. Dumbledore held his gaze. There were prophecies, he admitted. There were patterns in the veil. I believed that if we kept you small and quiet, if we wrapped you in enough ordinary, the gods would look away. Harry thought of the cupboard, of Dudley fists, of nights staring at the ceiling, wondering why every light broke when he was angry. You kept me small, he said, voice low. You did not keep them away. Hecate watched them with a cool expression. The labyrinth feeds on this, she said. On secrets and regrets. Make peace with what you can now. You will see the rest inside. Hermione stepped in front of Harry a little, breaking the line of sight between him and Dumbledore. Not now, she said firmly. You can argue about lies and plans when he is not about to walk into a mind trap. She turned to Harry, tone softening. You know who you are, she said. You are not just their weapon. You are my friend. You are the boy who saved me from a troll and from a basilisk and from my own overthinking. Remember that in there. Her eyes shone. Harry nodded. His throat felt tight. I will, he said. She stood on her toes and kissed him quickly, right there in front of everyone. It was brief and sure, more like a promise than anything else, but it grounded him. Ron made a noise but did not comment this time. His face was pale and he looked like he might throw up, but his voice was steady when he spoke. Bring that bit of shield back in one piece, mate, Ron said. And yourself too. Third task is usually the one where everything goes completely wrong. Comforting, Harry said. He squeezed Hermione's hand once more, then let go. Hecate lifted both arms. The candles around her flared bright and then went out. The sky dimmed in answer. The labyrinth is open, she said. Champions, take your places. They sent Cedric in first. He disappeared into the archway, swallowed by a shimmer of light. Fleur followed after a pause. Crumb went third. Each time the maze shifted, walls sliding, paths changing. Finally, it was Harry's turn. Annabeth stepped up beside him. She had tied her hair back tight. Her dagger rested against her hip. One more walk into certain death, she said. Is this what you do for fun? Harry asked. A bit, she said. Her mouth twitched. Ready? Not really, he said. But I am going anyway. Good answer, she said. They stepped under the arch together. For a heartbeat, the air turned thick and cold. Harry felt a tug behind his eyes, as if someone had grabbed his thoughts like a rope. His scar burned. The chain with the Aegis fragments went hot against his skin. Then they were inside. The first thing Harry noticed was the silence. Outside, the maze had been full of crowd noise and wind. In here, sound was close and flat. Their footsteps echoed dully on stone. The air smelled like dust and old spells. The corridor stretched ahead, lit by torches that did not flicker. The walls were stone, carved with faint lines that shifted when he was not looking straight at them. Scene roster, Harry thought distantly, some part of his brain already organizing things in the neat way Hermione had taught him. Me. Annabeth. Stone walls. Torches. No one else. He shook his head at himself. That was Hermione influence talking. Annabeth scanned the walls. These grooves, she said, touching the carvings lightly. They are position lines. The labyrinth is reading how you think about space. Harry frowned. How I think about it, he asked. You grew up in a cupboard, she said. You see rooms as boxes first, paths as lines between boxes. Hecate has drawn your mental map across the stone and tied it to the deeper paths. The more you panic, the more it will fold. That is terrifying, Harry said. That is the point, she said. Listen. First rule. Do not think about exit. Do not think about the stands or the sky or the castle. Think about the center. Picture a fixed point and keep coming back to it. That is your anchor. The Aegis fragment, Harry said at once. Annabeth nodded. Good, she said. Second rule. If you see something that looks like an easy way out, it is probably a trap. He huffed. That seems familiar, he said. Welcome to my life, she said. They walked. The corridor went straight for a bit, then split. The left passage sloped up, bright with more torches. The right passage bent down, darker. In the middle, straight ahead, there was a simple arch with no light at all. Harry's instinct was to go up. Felt closer to air, to sky. Annabeth watched his face. That is what it wants, she said. I feel safe to you. Away from cupboards. Away from dungeons. The labyrinth reads that and offers you false safety. Try again. Harry forced himself to picture the fragment instead. A broken curve of bronze and gold. The way it had hummed under his hand after the lake. The simple dark arch tugged at him. There, he said. Good, she said. Straight. They moved forward. As they passed under the arch, the temperature dropped. Hairy breath puffed in front of his face. Torches lit themselves along the walls ahead, one by one, in a slow line. After about 20 steps, he heard a faint sound behind them. He glanced back. The corridor they had come from was gone. In its place stood a blank wall. Do not panic, Annabeth said. I am not panicking, he said. His heart was just beating hard enough to shake his ribs. Good, she said. Because if you panic, it will spin harder. Can it read you too, he asked. Some, she said. Camp trained us for this. I know some of its tricks. That is why Hecate paired us. But you are the main key. That means it listens to you more. Great, he muttered. They kept walking. The corridor opened into a wide room. The floor was smooth stone. The ceiling arched high above, dotted with pale points of light. At the far side of the room stood 3 doors. Above the middle door, a faint shimmer moved. Annabeth held out an arm, stopping him from stepping too far in. Hold, she said. Harry froze. We are not alone in here, she added. He looked around. He saw no one. He heard nothing. Labyrinth trick, she said. Can fold in old paths, old events. Think of it like replaying memories. Yours, others. It mixes them, uses them. He swallowed. So what are we about to see, he asked. That depends on what it thinks will hurt you enough to steer you, she said. Be ready. The air rippled. Shapes formed near the center of the room. A woman with a tartan skirt and a pinched mouth. A huge man in a dirty jumper. A boy with a piggy face. A small form on a doorstep in the rain. Harry's stomach lurched. The Dursleys. The front step of number 4. His own scrawny younger body. The woman, Petunia, spoke. The words were not exact, but the tone was right. The disgust. No freaks in this house, she said. We should have left you at the workhouse. Harry's jaw clenched. He knew these were not real. He knew they were shapes, but his hands still curled into fists. The scene shifted. Dumbledore appeared on the pavement, younger, his hair less white. He placed a wrapped bundle on the step, wrote a letter, turned away. This is meant for you, Annabeth said quietly. But look at the path, not just the picture. Harry forced his eyes away from the baby on the step and the old man walking away. He looked at the space between them, the way the light fell, the angles of pavement to door to street. The carved lines of the labyrinth glowed faintly on the floor under the vision, pointing not to Dumbledore but to the street corner. A shadow stood there. It looked like nothing at first, just a darker patch in the dark. Then Harry saw eyes in it. Yellow. Watching. A low tickle crawled up his spine. Kronos, he said. Annabeth nodded once. Or one of his echoes, she said. The labyrinth is showing you more than memory. It is showing you who else was paying attention. The shadow tilted its head. It did not move closer. It did not have to. As long as there has been a crack in your world, Annabeth said, voice level, Titans have been listening through it. Dumbledore thought he was choosing between gods. He did not realize he was also making choices near them. The scene flickered. The shadow twisted. For a second, Harry thought he saw a massive hand reaching for the bundle, stopped by some invisible line. Then the image snapped away. The room was empty again. 3 doors waited on the far wall. Harry realized he was shaking. His scar throbbed. The Aegis chain burned against his chest. That did not happen, he said. Not like that. Not that you saw, Annabeth said. Titan time works strange around veil tears. Kronos could have leaned on that crack for minutes or years. Hecate built this labyrinth over a knot of such paths. It can show you how choices rubbed against each other. He pressed his hand to his chest, over the fragments. So even before Zeus claimed me out loud, he said, I was in the middle. You always were, she said. This is not about making you feel guilty. It is about making you see the pattern. Zeus tried to mark you. Dumbledore tried to hide you. Kronos tried to lean in. Hecate is now using all of that as building material. He let out a shaky breath. That is so messed up, he said. Welcome to divine politics, Annabeth said. She pointed at the doors. Pick, she said. Harry eyed them. The left door had a faint warm light under it. The right door had a cold blue glow. The middle door looked plain. He forced himself to picture the fragment again. A curve of shield. Bronze, gold, humming. He pictured it resting in the exact center of the maze. His gaze tugged to the right door. Right, he said. Annabeth nodded. Agree, she said. Let us go. The right door opened onto a narrow corridor that twisted left, then right, then doubled back in a sick pattern. At each bend, Harry felt a tug in his head, as if the maze tested his sense of direction and tried to push it off. After a while, he noticed something else. The torches were not laying shadows where they should. A torch on the left would cast a shadow on the left wall in one stretch, then on the floor in the next. The labyrinth is trying to collapse your sense of what's straight, he said. Annabeth gave him a quick look. Good catch, she said. Most people do not notice that until it is too late. Is this what strategic seer feels like, he asked. She shrugged. Partly, she said. It is not full prophecy. It is pattern awareness. You start seeing how things line up. The labyrinth is forcing your brain to stretch. That is why Hecate linked this task to your next fragment. They turned another corner. Voices drifted up ahead. Harry's hand went to his wand. Annabeth drew her dagger. They slowed. The corridor opened into a circular chamber. The ceiling here was lower. 5 stone pillars ringed the space. In the middle, a pool of black water sat still as glass. On the far side of the pool stood Luke Castellan. Harry had seen him only a few times at camp, usually from a distance. Blonde hair, scar over his eye, easy leader smile. He did not look easy now. His shoulders were tight. His eyes were too bright. There was a faint gold line at his temple, like something had drawn a mark there and then sunk deeper. Annabeth stopped dead. Luke, she said. Her voice cracked on his name. Luke looked up. For a second, his expression softened. He looked almost like the boy from the campfire stories she had told Harry. Wise girl, he said. Then his gaze slid to Harry. Something old and cold moved behind his eyes. And ZEUS brats, he added. Harry moved a little in front of Annabeth without thinking. The sight of Luke standing here, in the middle of Hecate maze, made his skin crawl. Scene roster his brain supplied. Me. Annabeth. Luke. Pool. Pillars. No others. Yet, Annabeth stepped forward. What are you doing here, she asked. Luke smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. Nice to see you too, he said. This is where paths meet. Annabeth. Hecate built a labyrinth. Kronos likes labyrinths. Gods like reusing old traps. His gaze flicked to Harry Aegis' chain, where it pressed against his soaked shirt. And that, he added, is why I am here. Harry's jaw tightened. The fragment, he said. You want it. Luke laughed softly. Want it, he said. My boss built half the plan around it. You are carrying pieces of an old shield that once turned Titans aside. Kronos would like to see if he can twist that symbol into a blade. Annabeth's eyes flashed. You were the one who helped Voldemort swap his Horcruxes, she said. The 7 divine anchors. That was your work. Luke tilted his head. Partly, he said. He came to Kronos with ambition and a cracked soul. Titans respect ambition. We gave him a better model. 7 anchors, built from stolen myths and wizarding shortcuts. Hecate Vale, ZEUS domain, death magic. Pretty mix. Harry felt a chill. You let him put those anchors near veil cracks, he said. We suggested it, Luke said. He did the actual ritual. Free will and all that. Annabeth took another step forward. Her hands shook. You were our counselor, she said. You were the one who taught the younger kids how to navigate the old paths. You are the one who warned us about getting lost in Daedalus work. Now you are helping Titans tear bigger holes. Luke's expression flickered. For a second, pain cut through the cool front. You think I do not remember that, he said. You think this was easy. How many times did you watch Olympus sit on its hands while monsters chewed on kids and gods argued about who owned a prophecy? He looked at Harry. Ask him, he said, jerking his chin at the boy. Ask how long Dumbledore knew about the cracks. About ZEUS' attention. Ask how many years he left you in that cupboard to keep Hera from noticing. We already did, Harry said. He hid me. It did not work. Luke snorted. Of course it did not, he said. You cannot hide from the sky, from the sea, From the old things under the veil. They knew. They always know. He spread his arms, voice rising. This labyrinth has been here longer than your school, he said. It remembers when wizards begged the gods to share their magic. It remembers when the gods slammed the door and told them to play with their wands instead. It remembers every child who died on these paths because some adult thought silence was safer than truth. Annabeth flinched. That is why you ran, she said. You thought Kronos would give you control. Luke's eyes hardened. Kronos offers an end to the cycle, he said. No more half-blood children thrown at monsters while gods argue. No more headmasters cutting deals over babies on doorsteps. He breaks the locks. He tears down the veil. Everyone pays. Everyone sees. You are talking about the end of the world, Harry said. I am talking about the end of their world, Luke shot back. The one where Zeus sits on a throne above everything, where Hecate hides behind rules, where Dumbledore plays puppet master. In the one I am building, there are no secrets. Just power and who is willing to grab it. Harry felt something twist inside him. The words hit close. There had been nights when he wanted to tear the whole system down too. Nights when he hated all of it. Annabeth saw it. She stepped close enough that her shoulder brushed his. A quiet reminder. You think Kronos cares about you? She asked Luke. About any of us. He is using your anger the same way the gods used your loyalty. He is a titan of time. He eats ages. He will eat you too. Luke's jaw clenched. For a second, his hand twitched near his sword. Maybe, he said. But at least I chose my side knowing what it is. Did you? Did he? He nodded at Harry. Harry thought of the Dursleys, of Hecate protocols, of Zeus storms, of Scylla teeth and Hera silent watchfulness. He thought of the feeling under the lake when lightning wanted to run wild. No, he admitted. I did not choose any of this. But you are choosing now, Annabeth said. Eyes on him. Every time you take that power and use it to hold a crack instead of tear it. Every time you pick saving people over impressing gods. That is your choice. Luke looked between them. Something like grudging respect flickered in his eyes for a second. Strategic seer, he said softly. They always said Zeus heirs were good at spotting the weak point in a wall. The point where one hit makes the whole thing fall. Harry frowned. What are you talking about? He asked. Luke tapped his temple. Your head, he said. Hecate is using this run to wake up the rest of your gift. Seeing not only what is in front of you, but how a choice today ripples into tomorrow. Kronos has his own version. He sees how ages move. You, little Lord of Lightning, are their counter. A boy who sees paths. I do not want to be a counter, Harry snapped. I want to be a person. Luke smiled, humorless. Too late for that, he said. Annabeth took a steady breath. You are standing in the center chamber, she said. That pool is not just decoration. The labyrinth does not waste space. Where is the fragment, Luke? He shrugged. Somewhere you cannot reach without making a choice, he said. Kronos likes those. Hecate too. That pool goes down far deeper than this little pitch. Touches a fault line. One of the 7 anchors. Piece of shield is lodged right above it. Harry stared at the water. It was black and flat. No reflection. Felt wrong. So if we disturb it wrong, he said slowly, we widen the crack. Luke clapped once, slow. He gets it, he said. See why Kronos wants you. You think in structures even when you are angry. Annabeth's eyes narrowed. And what is your plan? She asked. You lure us here, throw some truths at us, then what? You grab the fragment while we hesitate. Luke gave her a sad smile. You think I can pick it up? He asked. I am already tied to one titan. If I touch Aegis, it burns. That is why I need him. He nodded at Harry again. Harry felt his stomach drop. You want me to pull it out for you, he said. Of course, Luke said. Who else? You are Zeus' son. The shield was his once. It will react to your blood. Compared to the others, you are stable. For now. Annabeth stepped in front of Harry fully this time. No, she said. We are not doing your work for you. Luke's gaze softened when it landed on her. You still think you can reach me, he said quietly. Annabeth's jaw set. I think you are still the boy who held out a hand to a scared little girl and said she could stay, she said. I think you are buried under layers of Titan whispers. I am not leaving you like this. He flinched. Do not, he said roughly. Do not make this harder. Harry watched them. Something in his head clicked. Lines. Choices. Doors. He saw Annabeth standing on that porch years ago. Rain in her hair, Luke hand out. He saw Dumbledore on a different street, putting a baby down. He saw Kronos leaning near both scenes, waiting. He saw Hecate weaving paths between them. For a second, the chamber shimmered. He saw 3 versions of the next minute. In one, he refused to move. Luke snarled, reached for a hidden device, threw the whole chamber into chaos. Fragment fell, crack widened. Screams. In another, he agreed to help, planning to betray Luke later. The pool reacted. Lightning spread uncontrolled, burned everyone. In a third, he stepped forward on his own terms, ignoring both Luke and the nagging whisper from Zeus. He framed the act not as helping titans or gods, but as protecting the veil. As welding a weak point, the images flickered, fast and rough. He staggered. Annabeth caught his arm. "Harry," she said sharply, "what did you see?" He blinked. The visions faded, but the sense of them stayed. "I think," he said slowly, "my head just upgraded." Luke's eyes widened. "Strategic seer active," he murmured. "Hecate is not subtle." "Shut up," Harry snapped. He stepped to the edge of the pool. The water was flat and dark. Cold radiated off it in waves. "Annabeth," he said quietly. She moved to his side, close enough that their shoulders brushed again. "Here," she said. "If this goes wrong," he said, still looking at the water, "pull me back. Even if I fight you." "Always," she said. He crouched and reached out. For a second, nothing happened. His fingers brushed the surface. It was like touching ice that was also deep space. His skin went numb, then burned. The aegis fragments under his shirt hummed hard enough to rattle his bones. The pool glowed from within. He saw the fragment, a third curve of bronze and gold, lodged in some invisible layer of the water. It was tangled in thin threads of energy that felt like the crack under Scylla, but sharper. He did not grab it. Not yet. He followed the threads with his new sense. Each thread tied to something. A ritual circle in a dark room that smelled of snake and ash. A bone mask somewhere in the Department of Mysteries. A broken statue in a Greek ruin. 7 points. 7 anchors. His head throbbed. Blood ran from his nose. He ignored it. He found the line that mattered here. The one binding this fragment to the fault under the pitch. It was frayed. He imagined the way he had stitched the crack under the lake. Not blasting. Welding. He pushed his will down that line. Lightning rose in him. Not wild. Not storm-wide. Focused. He let a thin thread run down his arm, through his fingers into the water. It did not spread. It followed the path he saw. It wrapped around the fragment, then around the frayed points. He pulled. Pain shot up his arm. The pool flared white. Annabeth grabbed his shoulder with both hands, anchoring him. He felt Luke stiffen across the chamber as Titan power tugged on the same threads. "No," Luke hissed. For a second, Harry felt Kronos' attention slide over him. It was like being brushed by the edge of a clock gear the size of a country. Cold and grinding. Time itself leaning in. He pushed back. "I am not your piece," he thought, not sure if he sent the words anywhere. "This is my move." Something cracked. The fragment tore free. Harry yanked his hand back, clutching the metal. The water went dark again. The sense of the crack below steadied. Not healed, but held. He collapsed onto his knees, chest heaving. His hand smoked slightly. Annabeth dropped beside him, grabbing his wrist. "Idiot," she said. Her voice shook. "Brave idiot." Luke looked furious and something else. Worried. "You just argued with a titan in a labyrinth built over his favorite toy," he said. "You are going to make him very interested in you." "He already was," Harry said hoarsely. He lifted the new fragment. It slid into place against the others on his chain. The shield piece glowed for a moment, then settled. The world snapped into sharper lines. He could see the maze paths around the chamber not just as walls but as flows. He could see which corridor Cedric was stuck in 3 turns over. Where Fleur was fending off a creature 2 levels below. Where Crumb had hit a dead end. He saw where Luke stood in relation to all of them, anchored to a thin line leading back to a coffin full of golden sand. "Strategic seer," he whispered. It was not prophecy. It was network vision. the ability to see how points connected. Annabeth saw his face and understood. You see it, she said. All of it, he said. The anchors, the paths, the way Voldemort tied his magic to Kronos, the way Dumbledore wove Hogwarts wards into Hecate. It is like someone turned on a map. Luke stared at him, something like awe and anger mixed. You are going to be a problem, he said. Good, Harry said. He pushed himself to his feet. His legs shook. Annabeth rose with him. Now what, she asked. He looked at Luke. You could leave with us, Harry said. Right now. You know this is wrong. I just saw enough of the anchors to know Kronos will not stop at the gods. He will burn mortal time too. You do not have to go down with him. Pain flashed across Luke's face. His fingers flexed on his sword hilt. I walked too far, he said quietly. There is no going home for me. There is always a way back, Annabeth said. Not from this, he said. His hand drifted to the faint gold line at his temple. He is in my head, Annabeth. Deeper every day. Even this talk is a risk. His eyes went distant for a second. When they refocused, the softness was gone. The cold had returned. Time is up, he said flatly. He says hello, by the way. The room shook. The pillars cracked. The pool surged up, then froze again. A faint ticking filled the air, like 100 clocks hidden in the walls. Luke drew his sword. Harry grabbed his own. Not a full fight, Luke said through clenched teeth. Orders. Just a message. He lunged. The clash was fast and vicious. Steel rang on celestial bronze. Sparks flew. Annabeth darted in, blocking a cut that would have taken Harry's shoulder. Harry knew sense kicked in. He saw the line of Luke's foot before it moved, the angle of his shoulder before he swung. He adjusted without thinking, turning a direct hit into a glancing cut. That is cheating, Luke growled. Complained to Hecate, Harry shot back. They traded blows. Harry's arm burned. Luke's movement was sharp and angry, guided by something that did not care about bodies. Annabeth slipped in and out, aiming low, trying not to kill him. You are holding back, Luke snapped at her. You will die if you keep doing that. Then maybe you could stop trying to stab us, she said. He snarled and stepped back. His eyes went gold for a heartbeat. Fine, he said. Message delivered. Shield claimed. Lines drawn. He raised his free hand. The ticking in the walls rose. The labyrinth itself shifted. Stone flowed like water. A wall rose between them and Luke, thick and fast. Luke, Annabeth shouted. His voice came through the new barrier. Faint. You will see me again, he said. Sooner than you think. Get ready, Harry. Your map is only good if you are willing to cross lines your headmaster would never touch. The sound cut off. The wall settled. Annabeth slammed the flat of her dagger against it. Coward, she hissed. Harry leaned his forehead against the cool stone for a second, breathing hard. He is afraid, he said quietly. Not just of us. Of himself. She closed her eyes. I know, she said. That is what makes this worse. The chamber shook again, softer this time. The ticking faded. Hecate appeared near the pool, stepping out of a shadow as if it were a doorway. Annabeth spun, dagger up. Harry raised his sword, then lowered it when he saw who it was. Roster update, Harry thought wryly. At one goddess. Hecate looked at the pool, then at the chain on Harry's chest. You did not drown, she said. That is something. Harry wiped his nose with the back of his hand. The blood had slowed. You knew he would be here, he said. Of course, she said. This knot of paths is one of Kronos' favorite toys. He was always going to send his agent. That was the point. Annabeth frowned. You used us as bait, she said. I used your presence as a chance to see how far the infection has spread, Hecate said. You punched a hole in his influence on this anchor. I saw the way time tried to twist around your hand, Harry. That is useful. You could have told us, Annabeth said, anger sharp in her voice. Hecate sighed. If I had told you Luke would be here, you would have come in with your heart on your sleeve, she said. He would have used that. Kronos would have used that. You needed to see him as he is now, not as you remember. Annabeth's jaw worked. She did not agree, but she did not argue further. Harry looked at Hecate. He said Voldemort built his 7 anchors using your veil, ZEUS power, and death magic, he said. He tied them to cracks like this. Is that true? Hecate's eyes darkened. Yes, she said. He stole old rites. He mixed them with your world tricks. He could not have done it without help. Kronos, Harry said. And others, she said. There are always mortals willing to serve chaos if it means hurting their enemies. She stepped closer. The air around her felt like standing next to a storm held in a bottle. When Zeus marked you, he did not just give you lightning, she said. He opened a path between his throne and your scar. Between his domains and your mind. I have been weaving around that ever since. Harry's hand went to his scar. Tingled under his fingers. You are not just a blunt weapon, she went on. You are a node now. A point where different kinds of power meet. Sky. Magic. Mortality. Time. With this fragment, with the shield waking in you, your perception has changed. You see more lines. He nodded. I saw possible outcomes, he said. 3 different next minutes. I picked the one that did not break everything. That is strategic seer, she said. Zeus has always had a talent for war. For seeing the one strike that ends a fight. He rarely used it for anything but his own pride. You can do better. He let out a tired laugh. Always more homework, he said. Annabeth glared faintly at Hecate. What about Dumbledore, she asked. About the protocol. About how long he has known. Harry deserves the truth. Hecate looked between them. For once, she seemed hesitant. Alba signed my contract decades ago, she said at last. He saw an early rip in the veil under this school. A small one. He asked me to patch it. In return, he agreed to host my wards and my labyrinth nodes. He knew that, if a child like Harry ever appeared, bound to a god like Zeus, my net would react. And he still put me on that doorstep, Harry said. He thought small pain was better than big, Hecate said. He thought a lonely childhood under mortal cruelty was safer than becoming a pawn on Olympus. He underestimated your father. He underestimated Kronos. He underestimated you. Harry felt anger flare. Not the wild lightning rage, but a deep, tired heat. He had other options, he said. He could have told you more. Told me more. Instead, he lied. For years. Yes, Hecate said. He chose control over trust. That is his flaw. It will cost him. It already has. Annabeth touched Harry's arm. You can be angry later, she said softly. Right now we need to get out of here. The others are still in the maze. Harry nodded. His head throbbed. He looked at Hecate. Can you guide us, he asked. I could, she said. But that would ruin the exercise. He stared at her. She relented a little. You can see the paths now, she said. Use that. Take Annabeth and head for the exit point. Your new sight will grow the more you use it. That is your real prize today, not the points or the fragment. Some prize, he muttered. Annabeth gave him a small, tired smile. Come on, map boy, she said. Lead the way. He closed his eyes for a second and focused. The lines appeared again. Maze paths, glowing faintly in his mind. He saw Cedric one turn away from a mimic wall. Fleur dealing with a room full of shifting mirrors. Crumb trapped in a loop. He picked a route that passed near each of them but did not drag them deeper. Left, then up, then short right, he said. There is a sliding wall that looks like a dead end. But it is not. If we nudge it, we can open a corridor that intersects Cedric's path. Annabeth nodded. Show me, she said. They moved. Hecate watched them go. Her expression was unreadable. They found Cedric first. He was in a corridor where the floor kept trying to tilt. Every time he moved, the angle changed, throwing him against a wall. Harry grabbed his arm at the right moment, using the new sense to time it. Annabeth slammed her dagger hilt into a faint seam in the stone. The floor stilled. Nice day for a walk, Cedric panted. Come on, Harry said. Exit is this way. Follow our lead. They picked up Fleur after that, pulling her out of a room where all the doors led back to the same spot. Crumb broke out of his loop with a grunt when Harry yelled the right direction down a rotating passage. By the time they reached the final corridor, they had a small group. The air felt a bit thinner, like the maze did not want to let them go. At the last bend, Harry paused. What? Annabeth asked. He looked back down the corridor. He saw Luke's path like a thin thread going out another way, deeper. He saw Kronos' line stretching beyond. He saw a Voldemort ritual circle in a distant room. He also saw Hermione on the stands above, waiting. Percy on the edge of the pitch, hand on the lake. Dumbledore at the judge's table, face set. Hecate hovering between. He felt the weight of the new sight settle on him. "This is not the end," he said quietly. "I know," Annabeth said. He turned back to the exit. "Let us at least win this round," he said. They stepped through. Light hit him. Noise crashed in. The stands erupted in cheers and shouts. The sky looked even lower, heavy with clouds that had not quite decided whether to burst. Harry stumbled onto the grass. The fragment chain burned cool against his chest. Settled now. His head ached. His body felt wrung out. Hermione barreled into him before he could fully straighten. She wrapped her arms around his waist and held on. "You took forever," she said into his chest. Her voice shook. "Labyrinth," he said. "Cheats." She leaned back enough to look up at him. Her eyes were red. There was a smear of ink on her cheek, as if she had been clutching a quill too hard while waiting. "Are you hurt?" she asked, scanning his face and hands. "Just tired," he said. "And my brain feels like it did 5 extra transfiguration essays." "That is a nightmare," she said. He laughed, tired and real. She reached up and brushed a bit of dried blood from under his nose with her thumb. "You did something with the fragment," she said. He nodded. "We saw Luke," he said. "And Kronos. Hecate let the labyrinth show us their work. I pulled the third piece out of a fault line." Her eyes widened. "We will need to write it all down," she said. "Everything you saw. Every anchor. Every link. That is how we beat them." "Strategic seer," he said. She tilted her head. "What?" she asked. "Hecate called it that," he said. "ZEUS war sense waking up. I see connections now. Paths. Not as vision. As structure. You and Annabeth are going to love it." Dumbledore, not so much. Hermione's mouth twitched despite the fear still in her eyes. "We will build a plan," she said. "A better one than theirs. One that does not use you as a hidden weapon." He met her gaze. "That is the betrayal I am done with," he said quietly. "No more secrets meant to protect me that just keep me blind. If people want my help, they get all of me. Anger included." She nodded. "Good," she said. "They deserve your anger." She leaned up and kissed him again. Slower this time, careful of his sore shoulder. The cheer from the stands swelled and blurred into background noise. For a moment, everything narrowed to the warm press of her mouth and the smell of damp grass and smoke. When they broke apart, Ron was standing a few steps away, arms folded, trying very hard not to look directly at them. "So," Ron said, "I am guessing that was not a normal maze." "No," Harry said, "and it was not the last one either." Percy came over, water still dripping from his hair, as if the lake had reached up to pat him. Talia followed, expression tight. Annabeth walked with them, shoulders stiff, eyes haunted. "Luke?" Percy asked. "We saw him," Annabeth said. Her voice was steady, but Harry could hear the crack underneath. "He is deeper in now. Kronos has him by the throat." Percy jaw clenched. "Then we pull harder," he said. "On him and on the Titan. We break their grip." Harry looked up at the storm clouds. He could feel ZEUS watching. He could feel Kronos too, somewhere far beyond. Tick, tick, ticking. He curled his hand around the shield pieces. "Let them watch," he said. "We are not their pieces. We are the ones drawing the map now." Hermione slipped her hand into his. Annabeth stood close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Percy and Talia flanked them. Ron hovered near, ears red but chin up. The judge's table loomed in the distance, with Dumbledore and Hecate already in quiet argument. Fudge looked lost. The war had shifted. The cracks were visible now. So were the lines between trust and control, between false divinity and something more human. Harry felt the weight of it settle on him. It was heavy. It was real. He squeezed Hermione's hand, felt her squeeze back, and took a slow breath. "One task at a time," he said. "Then the anchors. Then the gods. Then the Titans." Ron groaned. "You say that like it is a normal homework schedule," he said. Harry smiled, tired and stubborn. "Just another impossible year at Hogwarts," he said. They stood under the low, waiting sky, together, as the crowd roared and the next phase of the war began. The hospital wing lights were too bright. Harry lay propped against a pile of pillows while Madame Pomfrey scolded a strip of bandage into behaving. His right hand still tingled from where he had dragged lightning through a fault under the Quidditch pitch. The skin looked normal now, but every time he flexed his fingers he felt a faint echo of the pull. Hermione sat in the chair beside his bed. Her hair was a mess and there were deep shadows under her eyes. She had one hand wrapped around his wrist, thumb resting just above the place where the Aegis chain disappeared under his shirt. Her other hand clutched a notebook already half filled with scribbles. Annabeth occupied the windowsill, back against the stone, knees pulled up. She had a roll of parchment balanced across her thighs, lines and boxes already sketched in a neat grid. Outside, the sky over Hogwarts was a heavy smear of cloud. The storm that had hovered during the third task had not left. It just waited. Percy dozed in the next bed, arms crossed over his chest, camp armor still on, shoes off. Talia sat on a stool near his feet with arms folded, chin dipped, eyes on the door. Ron lounged on the other side of Harry's bed with a stack of chocolate frog cards that he was not really looking at. Dumbledore stood at the foot of the bed, his blue robes darker in the lamplight. Hecate had taken over the space near the ward doors. She hovered half a foot above the floor as usual, black dress still and straight. The candles along the walls leaned slightly toward her, flames bending. Madame Pomfrey finished taping Harry's hand and stepped back with a sniff. "You are cleared," she said, "for sitting, not for charging into another divine maze. I mean it, Potter. If you even think about fainting, do it where I can reach you." "Yes, ma'am," he said. She stalked away to fuss at Percy next. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "We may begin," he said quietly. "If you feel ready, Harry." Harry nodded. His head still felt stuffed with static, but the haze from the labyrinth had faded enough that his thoughts lined up again. He reached up and touched the Aegis fragments under his shirt. 3 curved pieces now, warm against his palm. "Tell us again what you saw," Hermione said, voice soft but urgent. "All of it. The pool. The threads. The anchors." He closed his eyes for a moment and let the new sense unroll. Lines of light and force spread out behind his eyelids, thin and brittle in some places, thick and knotted in others. "There were 7 main threads tied to the fragment," he said slowly, "each one connected to something solid in the world. Artifacts, I think. Places. They did not feel like normal objects. There was pressure behind them. Deep pressure. Primordial," Hecate said. Harry opened his eyes. "That word again," he said. "It means older than Olympians," Annabeth said from the window. "Older than Titans. Gia. Tartarus. Nyx. The bones under everything." Hecate inclined her head. "Voldemort has never been content with simply breaking your world rules," she said. "He went looking for deeper ones. He abandoned Horcrux's work a long time ago and reached for something worse." Ron frowned. "Worse than chopping your soul up and hiding it?" he asked. Hermione shot him a look. "Language," she murmured. He shrugged. "Well, it is true," he said. Hecate folded her hands. "He calls them divine anchors," she said. 7 artifacts tied to primordial sources. 7 points that let him cheat destruction in a way even death magic was not designed to handle. Annabeth dropped from the windowsill and crossed to the foot of the bed. "False divinity," she said. "You used that term before. It is a category of ritual," Hecate said. "Mortals have tried it since the first cave fire. Some want to steal a god place. Some want to wake things that should sleep. The term Voldemort is using is acquired false divinity." Hermione straightened. "Acquired," she repeated, "as in something earned or stolen instead of an inherent birthright." Hecate nodded. "He cannot become a true god," she said. "He is not built for it. But he can graft enough stolen power onto himself that he functions like one in narrow fields. Couple that with his already fractured soul and you get something unstable and dangerous." Dumbledore exhaled in a slow, tired way. "You suspected this," he said to Hecate. "Before the labyrinth. I saw the shape of the cracks years ago," Hecate said. "I did not have proof of his exact method until Harry touched the 3rd fragment. Harry looked between them. So he has replaced Horcruxes with these anchors," he said. 7 things tied to older power. That is why you could not kill him as a baby. Why the curse bounced. Partly, Hecate said. Zeus did most of the work that night. His defense through you burned the original ritual in your home. Voldemort survived anyway because some of his new anchors had already taken root. Your scar is where those interactions scored your mind. Hermione's grip on Harry's wrist tightened. You knew, she said to Dumbledore. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. I knew that Tom had moved beyond simple Horcruxes, he admitted. The Goblin rebellions, the shift in cursed behavior, the way certain places felt wrong even to ordinary wizards. I did not know the full scope. I do now. So what do we do? Percy asked from his bed. He had given up pretending to sleep and was watching with sharp blue eyes. You said the labyrinth was a probe. You have your numbers. Now what is the move? In simple terms, Hecate said, we are out of time. The room went quiet. Talia pushed herself to her feet. Meaning he is going to try his ritual soon, she said. Meaning he has already started building it, Hecate replied. He will not wait for you to finish a school year. Annabeth flipped her parchment around so that everyone could see it. She had already drawn a rough circle that represented the world, with 7 empty spaces around the edge. Harry, she said, you saw the anchors for a moment when you grabbed that fragment. Even if the details were messy, you saw direction, right? Distance. Maybe feel. He nodded slowly. Not like a map, he said. More like chords in a song. Each one sounded different. One felt heavy and cold, deep under stone. One felt like sand and bone in a room full of wind. One like roots pressing through old rock. Hermione was already flipping pages. Heavy and cold, deep under stone, she said. Could be a vault, temple, or the lower levels of the ministry. Department of Mysteries, Ron said at once. He grimaced when everyone looked at him. What, he said. We have almost died in there before. It fits. It does, Harry admitted. One of the threads did lead toward London. I could feel the pull that way. He pointed at the circle on Annabeth parchment. She marked a spot and wrote ministry in quick block letters. The sand and bone one, Hermione said. Room full of wind. Desert, Percy said. Ancient tomb. Or somewhere with a high tower and old air, Annabeth added. Bones and wind sounds like those cursed Greek ruins Hecate mentioned. Hecate moved closer. The lamps along the walls flickered as she passed. One anchor sits in a forgotten shrine on a Greek island, she said. Buried under a church that no longer remembers what stood there first. That is the desert feeling. Another is indeed in your ministry. Locked in a chamber that even unspeakable sphere. Hermione blinked. You just said you did not have proof, she said. I did not know which artifacts he had bound to which cracks. Hecate said. Harry knew sight shows the lines between them. That is what I lacked. Harry rubbed at his scar. There were 4 more, he said. One felt like bones and angry water. Another like forest rot and heartbeat. Another like metal rings grinding. And the last one felt like the sky being held down, heavy and wrong. Annabeth and Hermione looked at each other. Gaunt shack, Hermione said. The family history you told me about. Bones and angry water. Swamp. Old curses. Forest rot could be somewhere near the school, Annabeth said. The forest here is one of the oldest wild spots left. If I were a snake-faced Dark Lord trying to hide a primordial anchor, I would love a ready-made cursed wood. Talia snorted. Of course he would put one under the castle, she said. They always do. Metal rings grinding, Percy repeated. That sounds like a gate. Chains. Some kind of mechanical seal. Tartarus binds. Hecate nodded. There is a prison beneath Azkaban, she said. Not for bodies. For things that do not fit in mortal cells. He has sunk an anchor into that place. The room went colder. Ron swore softly. Madame Pomfrey glared at him from across the ward but did not come over. And the last one, Annabeth said. Sky being held down. Harry thought of the weight that sometimes pressed on his shoulders when storms gathered. Of the way Zeus' attention felt. Stone circle, he said slowly. Standing stones. There was chalk under my imaginary feet when I looked at that thread. Old magic. Someone pinned part of the sky there. Dumbledore's eyes flicked toward the window. Stonehenge, he murmured. Hecate gave a small nod. That site has always been a hinge, she said. a place where mortals learn to lean on the sky without being crushed. Binding an anchor there is foolish and clever at the same time. Annabeth filled in the remaining empty spots on her circle. Ministry, Greek shrine, gaunt shack, forbidden forest, Azkaban, Stonehenge. She tapped the space in the middle and wrote unknown. The seventh anchor, Hermione said. You did not see it. Harry shook his head. Not clearly, he said. It was wrapped in some kind of storm cloak. Every time I tried to look it slipped. It might be moving or hidden in a pocket. Hecate's gaze went distant for a second. There are places like that under the veil, she said. Rooms between rooms. Vaults that only exist when certain conditions meet. Voldemort is many things, but patient is one of them. He has built this over years. Percy swung his legs over the side of his bed and sat up. So we have our pieces, he said. 7 anchors, 7 sights, 1 mad wizard chasing false godhood. Annabeth and Hermione have the map. You have the divine lightning and the new path sight. The question is how long before he pushes the button. Hecate looked at Harry. Not long, she said. He needed Aegis fragments in play before he risked the final ritual. He wanted the shield distracted. The labyrinth run gave him that. Told him how far your power has come. He will move before you can adjust. Harry met her eyes. Then why did you run the task, he asked. You knew it would push him. I needed your seer awake, she said simply. Without it, you are just another wand with extra lighting. With it, you are the only one who can see how the anchors talk to each other. Hermione made a small noise of frustration. So we were always bait, she said. All of you are bait in someone game, Hecate replied. Zeus uses you as proof he can still breed demigods. Kronos uses you as bait to draw power. Dumbledore uses you as a symbol. The difference is that I am telling you the rules. Harry forced himself to breathe. Anger pushed at his ribs, but he kept it steady. He had felt what happened when he lost control under the lake. Here, in a room full of people and glass bottles, he could not afford that. So what does the ritual actually do, he asked. In practice, what happens when he tries to take this false divinity? Hecate took a step closer. Her eyes were very dark. He will stand at a point where several cracks meet, she said. He will line his anchors with symbols stolen from my domain and from Zeus. He will call to the primordial forces he has bound. If he succeeds, he will pull a portion of their nature into himself. He will become very hard to kill. And if he fails, Talia asked. The anchors will blow, Hecate said. The veil will tear in 7 places at once. Titans and primordial fragments will push through. Mortals will die in large numbers. Your world will not end in one day, but the decline will start there. Silence pressed on them. Hermione looked at Harry. Her eyes were bright. We cannot let that happen, she said. No, he agreed. Annabeth set her parchment down on the bed and leaned her hands on the footboard. The outline is clear, she said. He has an advantage in time. We have an advantage in knowledge now. You can see the anchors. We can plan. But before we can destroy them, we have to know exactly how his ritual behaves. We need the text, Hermione said at once. The original description. Or at least the closest thing to it. There must be records in your domain, Lady Hecate. Or in the restricted section. Or in Olympus archives. Hecate's mouth curved a little. You and Annabeth are very alike, she said. Always reaching for the blueprint before you move the stone. That is how you avoid being crushed, Annabeth said. I know, Hecate said. She drew a small circle in the air. A ring of light appeared over Harry's bed, about the size of a dinner plate. Lines of text in Old Greek and older runes spun slowly within it. This is what I have, she said. Fragmented translations. Rituals for false godhood. Most ended in madness. Hermione stood up, almost knocking over her chair. Can I look, she asked. Both of you can, Hecate said. The words will shift into your first languages as you focus. They will not copy. You will have to work from memory and notes. That is the price. Annabeth came around the bed, Hermione beside her. They stood under the floating circle, eyes fixed on the spinning symbols. Percy scooted closer just to see, though the lines blurred for him. Harry watched them lean in side by side. Hermione's lips moved as she read. Annabeth's eyes flicked, taking in structure rather than content. It was like watching two sharp knives work through a knot from different angles. Ron glanced at Harry. "You understand any of that?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "Only bits," he said. "I feel the shape more than the words. Lots of binding, lots of numbers, lots of things about thresholds." "Hermione probably has the whole thing already," Ron said. Hermione did not look away from the circle. "Flattery later, Ron," she said. "This part here, Annabeth, see. The anchor names. They are not individual, they are aspects. Earthwomb, Seagrave, Skyweight, Iron Gate, Forest Pulse, Human Law, Wandering Point." Annabeth nodded. 7 aspects, she said. Primordial domains simplified so wizards can pretend they understand them. That means each anchor does not just hold his soul. It also lets him channel a bit of that realm. No wonder the wards scream when he moves. Human Law, Harry repeated. That must be the Ministry anchor. Forest Pulse is the one near here, Annabeth said. Seagrave is probably Azkaban or something near it. Earthwomb is the Greek shrine. Skyweight, Stonehenge. Iron Gate, definitely the prison below Azkaban. Wandering Point is the moving one, which leaves Gaunt Shack as a mix of swamp and old blood. Hermione added. Probably tied to Death Domain. Human Law and Death make a nasty pair. Hecate let the circle fade. That is enough, she said. Any more and the words start to root in your heads. You do not want that. Hermione blinked as the light vanished. Right, she said faintly. Annabeth rubbed her temples. Agreed, she said. Madame Pomfrey arrived with a tray of vials. If you are going to keep summoning deadly cosmic texts over my patients, she said sharply to Hecate, you can at least let them drink their potions first. Hecate inclined her head. Apologies, she said. She did not sound very sorry. Harry drank what he was given. The potion tasted like overboiled cabbage and sparks. It did clear the ache behind his eyes a little. Dumbledore stepped forward again. We have outlines, he said. Now we need roles. Harry, how clearly can you see these anchors if you focus now? Harry closed his eyes and reached for the map again. The lines came quicker this time, as if used to being called. He saw 7 distant points, each pulsing in a slightly different pattern. Clear enough, he said. They are brighter now that I have more of the shield. I think if I tried, I could follow a thread in person. Move along it. Lightning travel, Percy said quietly. Harry opened his eyes. What? Percy looked thoughtful. My dad can travel anywhere there is water, he said. If he pushes it. ZEUS can move through storms, through light, through paths where energy already flows. Your new sight shows you those lines. Annabeth snapped her fingers. If he can ride the lines, he might be able to jump between anchors faster than any broom, she said. Even faster than apparition. Hermione looked both fascinated and alarmed. That sounds very dangerous, she said. If something goes wrong, you could end up inside a wall. Or inside one of the cracks, Talia added. Harry swallowed. The idea of slicing through the world on a ribbon of lightning was both thrilling and terrifying. We will need it, Hecate said. If the anchors must be shattered in a short span of time, you cannot rely on normal travel. Your strategic seer and your link to ZEUS make you the only candidate. So that is my homework, Harry said. Learn to ride lightning without turning myself into a burn mark. Ron made a face. Better than divination essays, he said. Hermione elbowed him, but she smiled a little. Dumbledore clasped his hands behind his back. We will move you to a secure training space once Madame Pomfrey clears you, he said. We must do this carefully. A misstep at that scale could be catastrophic. Hecate looked at Harry one more time, then turned toward the doors. I will strengthen the local wards as best I can, she said. For now, sleep. All of you. When he moves, you will not have that luxury. She stepped through the closed doors without opening them. The candles straightened after she passed. Madame Pomfrey clapped her hands. Right, she said. Visitors out. Patients in beds. No more summoning gods in my ward. Percy lay back with a muttered agreement. Talia went to lean against the far wall where she could still see everything. Ron stacked his cards neatly and moved to the foot of Harry's bed, ignoring the nurse glare by pretending not to notice. Hermione hesitated. Can I stay? She asked Madame Pomfrey. Just a bit longer. The nurse sighed. 1 hour, she said. And if he starts glowing, you call me at once. Harry snorted. I am not a lantern, he said. After tonight, I would not be surprised, Madame Pomfrey replied. She left them. The ward went quiet except for the clink of vials and Percy's soft snore. Hermione settled back in her chair and leaned closer. How bad does your head feel? She asked. Like I let Fred and George test a new product inside my skull, he said. She grimaced in sympathy. We can fix the chaos part, she said. We cannot change that you are ZEUS' son. But we can choose how you use it. He looked at her. You and Annabeth, he said. She nodded. She understands their side. I understand ours. Between us, we can build something that uses your power without letting it own you. There was a fierce light in her eyes, the same one she got when facing down impossible homework. Harry felt some of the weight in his chest ease. Thank you, he said quietly. She reached up and brushed a strand of hair off his forehead, fingers lingering near the scar. You do not have to carry this alone, she said. He swallowed. I know, he said. He reached for her hand. She let him take it. Their fingers laced together. Also, she added, cheeks going a little pink, if you are going to keep nearly dying in magical mazes, I reserve the right to kiss you first when you crawl back out. He smiled despite everything. Agreed, he said. She leaned in and kissed him, slow and careful. One hand braced on the mattress to keep from jarring his shoulder. The taste of potion and tea lingered, but the warmth of it cut through the chill that had settled in him since the labyrinth. When they broke apart, she rested her forehead against his for a moment. We are going to stop him, she said softly. We have to, he replied. They stayed like that for a little while, breathing in time, while the storm gathered outside. The ritual began 3 nights later. They felt it first in the stone. Harry was in the library with Hermione and Annabeth at a table piled with open books. Ron sat opposite, trying to copy notes while pretending he understood half of them. Percy leaned back in his chair, lazily tossing a quill into the air and catching it. Talia paced the aisle between shelves. They had turned that section of the library into a war room. Maps of Britain and Europe lay spread across the nearest shelves. A rough diagram of the ministry lower levels was pinned to a notice board, beside a sketch of Stonehenge and a list of Greek island names. Harry was practicing small controlled sparks between his fingers. He focused on calling a single thread of lightning and letting it fade before it reached his palm. He had already melted one inkwell by accident, which Madame Pants had not appreciated. Annabeth traced a line across the ministry map. If the Department of Mysteries anchor is in a chamber below the time room, she said, then we have at least 3 layers of wards to bypass. Hecate-net, ministry protections, and whatever Voldemort added. Hermione nodded. We need a way to disrupt the anchor without collapsing the space around it, she said. Maybe a harmonic spell. Something that resonates with the primordial thread instead of smashing it outright. Ron groaned. I miss the days when we only had to worry about homework, he muttered. Percy snorted. You think this is not homework, he said. You are all studying for the end of the world. Before Ron could answer, the floor trembled. Books shivered on shelves. Dust drifted down from the rafters. The lamps swung lightly. Harry's head snapped up. His scar burned. The Aegis chain went from warm to searing in an instant. That is not normal, Talia said. She was already moving toward the table. Annabeth's eyes went wide. He is starting, she said. Another tremor rolled through the stone. This one carried sound. A deep, low tone that was not quite a roar and not quite a bell. All along the walls, Hecate ward sigils flared and dimmed. Students shouted in distant corridors. Somewhere above, a painting crashed to the floor. Hermione grabbed the edge of the table to steady herself. Is it an attack on the castle? She asked. Harry shook his head, then winced as another spike of pain stabbed behind his eyes. It is not here, he said. It is under everything. He stood, the chair scraping back. The world blurred for a second as his new sight flared without his permission. Lines exploded across his vision. 7 bright points pulsed like hearts under pressure. 1 in London. 1 under an island. 1 in a forest he knew. 1 beneath a prison on a rock. 1 in a shack in a swamp. one in a ring of ancient stones, one moving in a circle he could not quite trace. Each point was tied to a circle of symbols. He could see Voldemort at the center of those circles, hood down, wand raised. Dark energy flowed through the anchors toward him. Ritual chamber, Harry gasped. He is standing on some kind of star. The anchors responding. He is drawing from all of them at once. Hermione was at his side in a moment. Annabeth grabbed his other arm. Percy came around the table, face serious now. Can you see where he is? Annabeth asked. Harry tried to focus on the central point. The lines twisted and doubled. Every time he thought he had it, it blurred. Hecate masked it, he said through his teeth. Or Kronos did. It is in a pocket between places. I see the echo, not the room. The floor shook again. This time, one of the lamps blew out, showering sparks. A ward line along the ceiling flickered, then held. Hecate's voice cut through the chaos, coming from everywhere at once. All staff and designated strike teams to the Great Hall, she said. Now, Harry blinked. The lines faded enough that he could see the library again. Hermione and Annabeth still had tight grips on him. Ron looked pale. Percy was already moving toward the doors. Come on, Percy said. If the goddess is calling a meeting, we want to be there. They ran. Students poured out of classrooms and down corridors toward the main staircases. The castle shifted to help, moving stairs out of the way, opening shortcuts. Even Hogwarts wanted everyone in one place. By the time Harry group reached the Great Hall doors, the shaking had worsened. The huge hourglasses in the entrance hall rattled. Sand spilled across the floor. They pushed through into a scene that looked like a war council crammed into a school dinner. Teachers stood in clusters near the staff table. McGonagall, Moody, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout. Chiron had taken centaur form and occupied a clear space near the middle. A handful of Aurors stood near the walls, wands at the ready. Fudge huddled by the doors with a couple of his people, face chalk white. Camp half-blood demigods had claimed one section of the Gryffindor table. Clarice had her spear out. Nico sat with his hands flat on the wood, eyes closed as if listening to something deep. Hecate floated above the teacher's table, candles circling her in tight orbits. Her expression was sharper than usual, almost strained. Dumbledore stood at her right, grip firm on his wand. As Harry stepped inside, every active ward in the hall flared. The enchanted ceiling showed not the sky above but a spinning pattern of runes and stars, as if the night had been peeled back to show the machinery underneath. Good, Hecate said as more students spilled in. You came quickly. The floor rolled again like the deck of a ship. Several students screamed. Percy grabbed the edge of a bench to steady himself. What is happening? Hermione called up to Hecate. He is pulling, Hecate replied. Voldemort has begun the acquired false divinity rite. He is using all 7 anchors as channels. The strain is tearing at the veil. Every ward tied to my net feels it. A hairline crack raced across the far wall near the Hufflepuff table and then sealed itself, glowing gold. Moody barked out a laugh that did not sound amused. Well, that explains the dancing stones, he said. What is the plan? Annabeth glanced at Harry. He can see the anchors, she said. He knows they are all responding. That is why the castle is shaking. Hecate's eyes settled on Harry. What do you see right now? She asked. He swallowed and let his new sight open again. The hall faded around the edges, replaced by the glowing network. He saw the 7 points, brighter than before, spitting out fragments of power that spread through the world. Each pulse became a wave that slammed into defensive wards. They are all active, he said. The one in the ministry is screaming. The one under the Greek shrine is half buried but still moving. The one in the forest is waking up roots. The Azkaban ones are stirring the sea. Stonehenge is lifting the sky, just a bit. He winced as another wave hit. And the moving one is circling his feet. Keeps changing aspect. Ground, air, water, death. I think it is something he made himself. Snape's voice sliced through the murmur. Can you tell if he is succeeding? He asked. Harry focused on the central point. He saw Voldemort's silhouette, thin and sharp, hairless head bowed, wand pointed at the sky. Power rushed into him, a river of dark light. He swayed but did not fall. He is still standing, Harry said. The anchors have not snapped. Yet, Hecate's face tightened. Good, she said. And bad? Hermione frowned. Meaning, she asked. If the anchors break under strain, the veil tears, Hecate said. If they hold, he gets his false divinity. Either way, we lose unless someone pushes back on the other side. She looked at Harry. You are his opposite number, she said. ZEUS heir, strategic seer, Aegis bearer. He draws on stolen, twisted primordial power. You draw on regulated sky domain and shield fragments. If you do nothing, his ritual completes and your world gains a new kind of monster. If you push too hard, you may tear the veil yourself. This is a balance task. Harry's throat felt dry. So no pressure, he said faintly. A few people laughed, shaky and quick. Annabeth stepped closer so that she stood at his right shoulder. Hermione moved to his left. Percy took a step forward as well. Talia joined them, arms loose at her sides, eyes bright with thunder. We stand with him, Annabeth said. Obviously, Hermione added. Chiron nodded deeply. You will not push alone, he said. Hecate gave them a quick, almost approving look. Very well, she said. Harry, you need to use the destructive side of your father domain without losing control. Not as a bolt you throw, but as a field you hold. Think of the Aegis not as a piece of metal on a chain, but as a pattern that can shape storm. Harry shut his eyes. He could feel the weight of attention on him. Students, teachers, gods, demigods. Somewhere above the clouds, ZEUS watched. Somewhere below, Kronos turned. He reached for the lightning. Under normal anger, it came like a rush, wild and eager. This time he asked instead of yanked. Light gathered behind his ribs. Static crawled along his skin. His hair lifted. The Aegis fragments heated. The storm above the castle rolled, drawn down toward him. The hall filled with the smell of ozone. Sparks leaped between the iron brackets on the walls. Careful, Hermione whispered. Her hand found his. The touch grounded him. Annabeth's voice came from his other side, calm and firm. Center, she said. Pick a point and hold. The way you did in the labyrinth. See the lines. Build the shape. He did. He pictured the world map he had seen earlier. 7 bright points of anchor light. He imagined a dome of storm over each one, connected to him by fine threads. He gave each thread just enough power to push back against Voldemort's pull, not enough to break anything. It felt like trying to hold 7 doors at once while someone on the other side tried to rip them open. He gritted his teeth. His muscles shook. Thunder boomed outside. The hall lights flickered, then steadied. He heard students shout in shock. Then quiet. Hecate's voice came again, no longer echoing from everywhere, but standing close. Good, she said. You are countering the first surge. Keep the field steady. Harry could not answer. His jaw locked. Sweat slid down his neck. In his mind, he saw Voldemort jerk as resistance met his pull. The dark wizard head snapped up. Red eyes narrowed. Their gazes met across whatever strange space connected them. Voldemort's lips moved. Harry did not hear the words, but he felt the intention. Annoyance. Recognition. Hate sharpened by surprise. Harry did not blink. A jet of dark power leaped from the central ritual circle along the anchor lines toward him. The wave hit his field like a hammer. His knees buckled. Hermione tightened her grip. Hold, she said. Annabeth pressed a hand between his shoulder blades. Breathe, she added. Percy stepped in front of him, raising his own hands. Water from the goblets and pitchers along the tables rose in thin streams, circling Harry in a cool ring. The water carried the extra charge away, hissing faintly. Talia stood off to the side with eyes closed, contributing a steady trickle of storm from her own connection to ZEUS. It was not as strong as Harry Channel, but it helped hold the dome. The second wave hit, then a third. With each, the castle shook. With each, Harry field flexed and held. He could feel the anchors strain. The one at the ministry hummed at a higher pitch. The one under the forest shuddered. The Azkaban anchor groaned, as if something inside it wanted out. Voldemort snarled again, unseen. The flow of power increased. Lady Hecate, Chiron called over the rising howl. Can you reinforce the anchors from your side? Buy us more time. I can brace them, she said. I cannot stop him taking some of the flow. That would mean breaking the contract that allows me to shield this world at all. Dumbledore's voice cut through. Can we disrupt his pattern, he asked. Force a misfire that harms only him. Annabeth grit her teeth. Not from here, she said. The ritual circle is designed to feed. If you yank one line randomly, the others will spill into the gap. We need to weaken all of them at once. Or at least keep them from sinking. Harry swallowed hard. His throat felt like sand. I can do that, he managed. Hermione glanced up at him, eyes alarmed. Harry, she said. He focused on the map again. The anchors pulsed in rhythm now, beats lining up. Voldemort was trying to sync them, to create a single wave instead of separate ones. If he managed that, the pressure would spike. Harry adjusted his field. He shifted the resistance at each anchor in a different pattern, just enough to throw off the timing. He delayed one pulse, nudged another forward, muffled a third. It was like juggling 7 clocks in a storm. The strain nearly tore him in half. He screamed, but the sound came out as a choked breath. Hermione stepped closer, practically pressed against his side now. Harry, she said urgently, stop if you have to. You do not have to win alone. I know, he gasped. Not alone. Just needed. To slow him. Annabeth looked at Hecate. Can we send a strike team to any anchor while he is distracted? She asked. He has his own guards in place, Hecate said. And his ritual creates a ward bubble around each site. You would bounce. So we hold, Percy said. His arms shook as more water joined the circle, taking sparks away. We buy time for your long game. Another wave hit. This one felt different. Sharper. Harry knew it before Hecate spoke. He is drawing from Kronos directly now, she said. The Titan is lending him a sliver of his own axis. Time is tilting. The hall lights stuttered. For a brief instant, everything froze. Dust hung in the air. Voices stopped mid-word. A droplet of water paused above a spilled cup. Harry felt Voldemort reach for that stillness. Reach to carve a piece of it into himself. No, he dug deeper. Past his anger. Past his fear. Down into the bright core that had answered in Godric Hollow years ago. For a moment, he stood not in the hall but in a high, clear place above the storm. Lightning ran under his feet like rivers. The Aegis shield hung in front of him, whole for a heartbeat, gleaming bronze and gold. He saw Zeus, distant and vast, hand on a spear of light. He saw Kronos gears grinding in the dark, teeth ready to chew on ages. Enough, Harry thought at both of them. This is my world, my friends, my choice. He raised his hand in that inner space and slammed the Aegis down. In the great hall, a ring of blue-white light burst outward from his chest. It passed through the students without burning, but every lingering echo of Titan power in the room screamed and fled. The frozen moment cracked. Time snapped back into flow. In his mind, he saw Voldemort ritual circle shudder. The stream of borrowed Titan axis cut off as if a knife had sliced it. The dark wizard stumbled. The anchors wobbled. One of them, the one under the forest, flared bright then dimmed. Harry Field caught it before it broke, holding the pieces of its pattern together just enough to stop a tear. He sagged. Hermione's arms went around his waist, keeping him upright. Her breath was loud in his ear. It is enough, she whispered. You did it. Whatever you just did, it landed. Hecate's eyes were wide. For the first time since Harry had met her, she looked almost surprised. You used the shield as it was intended, she said softly. Not as a piece of metal. As a principle. A stand. You pushed back on both God and Titan in one move. Harry could barely hear her. His own heartbeat thundered in his ears. What happened to him, he asked. Hecate closed her eyes for a second, listening to something far away. When she opened them, her mouth was a thin line. The ritual did not complete, she said. He did not gain full false divinity. But he did get something. A shard. He is more than a mortal wizard now. Less stable, more dangerous. And the anchors, Annabeth asked. They are cracked in places but intact, Hecate said. Your intervention forced the power to settle rather than tear. It also left a mark. Pattern we can use later. Dumbledore exhaled. The tension in his shoulders eased a fraction. Then we have bought time, he said. A little, Hecate agreed. He will need to recover. So will you? Harry could feel that part. His legs threatened to give out. His vision blurred at the edges. Hermione guided him to a bench. He sank down heavily. Students buzzed, voices rising. Some cheered in confusion. Others cried. The unknown tremor had passed, but the fear remained. McGonagall raised her wand and amplified her voice. All students will return to their dormitories in an orderly fashion, she said briskly. Prefects take charge. Classes are suspended for the rest of the day. No one goes near the forest or the lake without explicit permission. The hall slowly emptied, leaving behind only teachers, demigods, and a few key students. Ron flopped down beside Harry with a groan. So that was what it feels like when someone tries to steal time, he said weakly. I am voting for regular homework from now on. Percy looked drained but steady. You realize you just told a Titan and Zeus to back off at the same moment, he said to Harry. Harry gave a tired, slightly hysterical laugh. Someone had to, he said. They were both using us like chess pieces. Annabeth sat across from him, elbows on the table. She studied him with a thoughtful, almost worried expression. You changed something fundamental, she said. Not just in him, in you. The way you see the anchors will not be the same now. He nodded slowly. They are clearer, he said. Thicker. It is like I burned away some fog. I also think I left a bruise on them. A weak point. Hermione perked up through her worry. A structural flaw, she said. If we map that, we know exactly where to strike when we go after each anchor. Hecate floated closer, her feet still inches above the floor. That is the next step, she said. Today was the echo of his ritual. The test. He will adjust his design. So will we. Dumbledore looked at Harry, then at the group gathered around him. We will need a small planning circle, he said. People who understand both wizarding magic and these older forces. Hermione and Annabeth, Percy said immediately. Harry, of course. Myself, Talia, Chiron. You and Hecate. And me, Ron added, lifting his hand. I might not get all the fancy words, but I know how he thinks. The snake-faced one, I grew up hearing stories. I have seen his followers. Dumbledore gave him a grave nod. You are right, Mr. Weasley, he said. Your perspective is valuable. Hermione smiled tiredly at Ron. You are not just comic relief, she said. He snorted. Tell Fred and George that, he said. Chiron tapped a hoof lightly on the flagstones. Then let us begin, he said. We have seen what Voldemort is willing to do to tilt the field. Now we build a counterstroke. Hecate's eyes flashed. The anchors must be shattered almost in the same moment, she said. If you break them one by one, he will adapt and hide the remaining ones in deeper pockets. Harry lightning travel will be the key. Harry groaned softly. I was afraid you would say that, he said. Hermione squeezed his hand again. We will figure it out, she said. Step by step. You do not have to jump across the world in one day. Annabeth nodded. We will design routes, she said. Paths that use his own lines against him. Strategic seer plus architect planning. He will not see all of it coming. Talia cracked her knuckles. And when you get there, we will make sure whatever guard he left regrets it, she said. Percy grinned, though the corners of his eyes were tired. Sounds like a plan, he said. Terrifying, but a plan. Harry leaned back against the bench, eyes half closed. The storm outside had started to settle again, though distant thunder still muttered. He felt wrung out, hollowed, and strangely clear. Voldemort had reached for false godhood and had not quite made it. He had torn at the veil and been pushed back. The anchors still held, but now they carried his mark and hairy defiance. The war had shifted again. This time, not because a baby had survived a curse, or because a tournament had gone wrong, but because a boy who carried two worlds inside him had told power to wait. Hermione rested her head briefly on his shoulder. Ritual echo, she murmured. But the real fight is still ahead. I know, he said quietly. He opened his eyes and looked at the maps on the table, at the faces around him, at the goddess waiting for his next move. Then we start planning, he said. We have 7 anchors to break and 1 snake-faced false god to finish. His voice was tired but steady. No one disagreed. The room of requirement had turned itself into a war room. Tables had been dragged together into a rough circle. Maps covered every flat surface. Britain, Europe, the Mediterranean. Copies of ministry floor plans. Sketches of Stonehenge and Azkaban. Hermione crowded notes ran along the edges. Annabeth had added straight lines and circles on top, turning the whole thing into a web. Candles floated low over the tables. Their light mixed with a faint blue glow from the wards Hecate had woven into the walls. The air smelled like wax, old paper, and the sharp edge of magic that had been working too hard. Harry stood at the near side of the circle. His palms were flat on the map of Britain. The Aegis fragments rested warm against his chest. When he closed his eyes, he saw the anchor lines as usual. 7 points of pressure, all still cracked from the ritual, all still pulsing. Around the circle, everyone who mattered had squeezed in. On Harry's right stood Hermione, quill in hand, eyes already moving between the maps and his face. Next to her, Ron leaned over the edge of the table, freckles stark against his pale skin. On Harry's left, Annabeth had her own roll of parchment laid out, covered in neat boxes and arrows. Percy stood behind her shoulder, arms folded. Talia had taken a spot near the door, close enough to reach it if things went wrong, far enough to see the whole room. Chiron, in his centaur form, occupied the far side of the circle. He had lowered himself until his front legs folded, to give shorter people a chance to see. Dumbledore stood beside him, jaw tight. McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick and Moody lined one edge of the room. Snape lurked near the back, half in shadow. Hecate hovered near the far wall. She did not need a chair. The stones under her seemed darker, as if the castle itself was making room for her weight. Scene roster, Harry thought, the way Hermione had drilled into him. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Annabeth, Percy, Talia, Chiron, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Moody, Snape, Hecate, no one else. The door slid closed with a soft scrape. The room settled. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter," he said, "you asked for this council. The floor is yours." Harry looked up. Dozens of eyes landed on him. For a second, his throat tightened. Then he thought of the anchors of Voldemort standing at the center of that circle, and of the way the world had shaken. His fear shifted into something firmer. "Right," he said. "So you all felt what happened earlier. The ritual echo. I used the shield to push back. That bought us time. Not much. We have to use it before he adjusts." He tapped the map with one finger. 7 points of ink marked the rough anchor sites they had worked out. 7 anchors, he said. Ministry, Greek Shrine, Azkaban, Gaunt Shack, Forest near the school, Stonehenge. 1 moving point we still cannot pin down. Hermione nodded and added a small note beside the last spot. Unknown, still masked. Harry took a breath. "When I pushed against his ritual, I did more than block it," he said. "I left a mark. The anchors carry a kind of bruise now. A weak point. I can feel it when I look at them. If we hit those points in the right order, nearly at the same time, we can break his whole structure before he rebuilds it." Nearly at the same time, Moody repeated. His magical eye spun in its socket. "That is a tall order. Even with portkeys and apparition, you are talking about teams spread across half the planet." Harry met his gaze. "I know," he said. "That is why I am the one who has to move between them. Not as a messenger. As a conduit. Lightning travel. Hecate thinks I can push it far enough to jump between anchors. I am going to prove her right before we do this." Percy gave a low whistle. "You plan to ride storm lines across the world," he said. "Ambitious. Necessary," Annabeth said. She pointed at the Greek shrine on the map. "If he built his ritual to draw from all 7 points at once, we cannot just knock them out one by one and hope he does not notice. He would adapt. Hide the last ones deeper. We have to overload the structure in a way he cannot balance." Hermione tapped her quill on the parchment. "Think of it like a spell circle," she said. "If you snap one rune, the energy rushes into the gap and you get an explosion in one spot. If you break several key runes at once, the whole pattern fails and the energy disperses instead of focusing. We need that second effect. Snape's voice came from the back, dry and sharp. And you are confident you know which runes to break, he asked. Forgive me if I do not base my survival on your new hobby of seeing lines in the air. Harry wanted to snap back. He did not. He forced himself to stay calm. I am not guessing, he said. When I pulled the third fragment, I saw how each anchor ties into the others. That view got clearer when I slammed the shield during the ritual. I can see where his structure leans. I can also see where it will crack if we hit it right. Hecate nodded once. He is correct, she said. Your master of potions may dislike the term, but Harry has become a strategic seer. His sight is not prophecy. It is pattern. It shows him structures in motion. Snape sneered but said nothing else. Chiron shifted his weight. Then your plan, he said to Harry. Say it plainly. What do you intend to do, and what do you need from each of us? Harry straightened. First, we divide into anchor teams, he said. Each anchor gets a mix of wizards and demigods. Someone who understands the local magic. Someone who can handle a primordial thread if it lashes out. The teams go in at the same time and clear the outer wards. They get close enough to strike the anchor itself. He pointed at the ministry spot. Ministry. That team needs people who know the lower floors and how to navigate the Department of Mysteries without dying in the first 10 steps. That means Dumbledore and Hermione for the brain work. Tonks and some Aurors for cover. Someone like Percy to handle whatever sea and time fragments bleed through that anchor. Percy raised a brow. You plan to drag me into wizard government basements, he said. You are the only one I trust with angry water and broken clocks in the same room. Harry replied. Percy considered that, then shrugged. Fair, he said. Harry moved his finger to the Greek shrine mark. Greek shrine, he said. Annabeth, obviously. Maybe Talia. Someone who speaks the local language. Hecate can open a path if we go through one of her shrines here, but we have to respect the local god's rules or we will get smashed before we see the anchor. Annabeth's eyes were already tracking ahead. I can map the underground approach, she said. Most temples follow similar patterns if you know the principles. If this one sits over a primordial crack, there will be old markers. Talia gave a short nod. Storm and earth together, she said. I can help ground any sky bleed that anchor throws. Harry looked at the Azkaban mark. Azkaban, he said. We need someone who can handle Dementors and worse. Maybe Chiron if the wards allow him through. Maybe a couple of Aurors who know the old prison. I will have to be there in person. That anchor feels the most unstable. Snape snorted. That is because it is tied to your charming British habit of stuffing every horror you cannot kill into one miserable rock, he said. McGonagall gave him a sharp look. He lifted his hands slightly in a gesture that was not quite an apology. Harry moved on. Gaunt Shack, he said. That one is Voldemort family ground. Old curses. Death magic. I know the place. Hermione knows the history. Ron knows the region and the kind of traps Tom Riddle liked. We can work with a local team from the Order if they agree. Ron blinked. I do, he said. Wait, do we have a local team? We will, Dumbledore said quietly. The Order will answer that call. Harry did not look at him yet. If he did, the old anger would rise again, and he did not have time to fight and plan in the same breath. He pointed at the forest mark. Forbidden Forest anchor, he said. We need centaurs who know the paths. Hagrid, if he will come. Chiron as a bridge voice. That anchor is tied to Forest Pulse. It will try to use roots and creatures against us instead of curses. We have to move without burning the whole place down. Chiron nodded. I can speak with the herd, he said. They do not love this castle, but they hate wild tears in the world even more. Harry moved his hand to Stonehenge. Stonehenge, he said. Skyweight. Old Druid lines. Someone from the ministry who handles historical sites. Someone who can stand under that much sky without getting crushed. That probably means me again. Maybe Talia. Maybe a couple of professors. Flitwick raised his hand slightly. I studied some of the old standing stone rituals in my youth, he said. I can assist with the magical geometry. Harry finally tapped the last mark. The moving anchor, he said. We cannot assign a team there yet. I still cannot see where it settles, but I can feel when it passes near other cracks. My plan is to use lightning travel to touch it in the middle of the assault, wherever it chooses to stand. That is the part one have not solved yet. Silence settled for a moment. The weight of what he was suggesting hung over the table. Hermione was the first to speak. Her voice was steady. You would jump between anchor sites, she said. In seconds. Ride the storm lines while we are fighting on the ground. Time your strikes so that every anchor shatters while Voldemort ritual circle is still adjusting. Yes, Harry said. That will rip you apart. Talia said bluntly. Not if we train it first, Harry said. Hecate says my link to ZEUS and the shield makes it possible. I just have to learn the control. Short jumps first. Then longer ones. Then anchor to anchor. And if you misjudge one step, Snape said softly, you will embed yourself in stone or in one of the cracks you are so keen to seal. Harry met his gaze. That is the risk, he said. I can live with it if it means he never gets to play God with all of us. Dumbledore spoke at last. You should not have to carry all of this, he said. We failed you in many ways. We let you grow up in pain and ignorance. Now you stand here and volunteer to slice yourself across the sky for us. Harry finally looked up at him. He felt the old hurt stir, but it did not run wild this time. It sat next to something else. Choice. You did fail me, Harry said. His voice did not rise. That almost made it worse. You made choices without asking me. You hid things. You tried to keep me small so the gods would not notice. That did not work. I cannot change any of that now. He curled his fingers on the map. What I can do is decide what I am willing to risk now that I know the whole board. I know the cost. I am not a child in a cupboard anymore. I am a soldier with the right to decide how I fight. Dumbledore flinched. Just a tiny movement, but Harry saw it. You are right, the headmaster said quietly. I will not argue with you when you speak truth. I will argue when you are about to throw away your life. He straightened. The tiredness in his eyes did not go away, but something like resolve settled over it. If you are determined to follow this path, he said, then my duty is to help you survive it. Not to stop you at all costs. I can at least learn that much. Hecate tilted her head, watching the exchange with interest. Progress, she murmured. Hermione looked between them, then back at Harry. We do this on our terms, she said. Open rules. No secret side deals. If any god, wizard, or titan tries to twist this plan, we adapt and push back. Agreed, Annabeth said at once. Percy nodded. Storm and sea in one plan, he said. No sneaky extra moves from the older crowd. If my dad has complaints, he can send them through me. Talia gave a sharp, humorless smile. ZEUS will love that, she said. Hecate floated closer to the table. You have the skeleton of a plan, she said. Now you need practice. Harry, your lightning travel is still at stage 2. Controlled bursts within clear sight. If you try to ride anchor lines in that state, you will scorch the edge of reality. We start training tonight. Harry felt his stomach drop. Tonight, he repeated. He had known it was coming. Hearing it still made the whole thing more real. Hecate nodded. The longer we wait, the more time he has to study the bruise you left on his ritual, she said. He will attempt another push once he heals. When that happens, you must be ready to move. I will open a space under my ward net where you can practice without killing anyone by accident. Hermione's hand brushed his sleeve. You do not have to say yes to every demand, she said quietly. Harry gave her a small smile. This one is mine, he said. I asked for this. If I am going to be the one jumping, I have to start now. He looked at the circle again. We break into smaller groups after this, he said. Each anchor team works out specific spells, equipment, and backup plans. Hermione and Annabeth refine the timing so that the hits line up. I go to training. We meet again after the first session and adjust. Ron raised his hand in a small, awkward way. Where do I fit in all this, he asked. You have me down for the shack. But what about now? Harry glanced at him. Now you help us think like him, he said. You grew up hearing stories about Death Eaters and the kind of tricks they used. When we talk through each anchor, I need you to point out every nasty thing someone like Voldemort or his followers would do in that spot. No fancy terms. Just how an actual war story would go. Ron blinked, then gave a crooked grin. Finally something I am qualified for, he said. Hermione rolled her eyes, but there was pride behind it. Chiron clapped his hands once, the sound firm and final. Then we have our path, he said. We will fail if we wait for perfect safety. We will also fail if we rush without a shape. You have given us a shape, Harry. Now we sharpen it. Hecate raised one hand. The door behind Talia opened without a touch. Cold air spilled in from the castle corridor. Anchor teams, start your own councils, she said. Harry, Percy, Talia, Annabeth, Hermione, Dumbledore. With me. Harry swallowed. His pulse picked up. Round one, he thought. No going back now. He stepped away from the table and followed her out. The training chamber lay deep below the castle, past stone that felt older than Hogwarts itself. Hecate led them down through stairwells that did not appear on any map, past walls covered in faded symbols. The air grew cooler and heavier. At the end of the last passage, a round door of plain rock slid aside. Inside, the room was almost bare. The floor was smooth stone with faint circles etched into it. The ceiling was low enough that the place felt like a pocket rather than a hall. Runes pulsed in the walls, slow and steady, like a heartbeat. Harry stepped over the threshold. His skin prickled. The Aegis fragments flared hot, then settled. Scene roster. Harry, Hermione, Annabeth, Percy, Talia, Dumbledore, Hecate. No one else. This is under my true temple route, Hecate said. Storms cannot escape. Lightning that misbehaves will slam back into my wards before it touches the world above. Percy let out a low breath. Feels like the calm before a very specific kind of storm, he said. That is because it is, Talia muttered. Hecate turned to Harry. You have already brushed the edges of travel, she said. When you dragged lightning through the fault under the pitch. When you threw your field against the anchors. This is the next step. Short jumps that do not follow normal space. Harry flexed his fingers. They still remembered the pain of grabbing the fragment in the labyrinth, and of the ritual push. What do I do? He asked. First, we establish your range at level 2, Hecate said. Pick a point you can see in this room. A mark on the floor. A line on the wall. Call your lightning to that point instead of out into the air. Then step through it. Harry looked around. A thin crack ran across the far wall. It was a small thing almost hidden by the runes. He focused on that. He took a breath and let the storm rise. Sparks crawled across his arms. The air around him tightened. Hermione, Annabeth, and Dumbledore stepped back. Percy and Talia stayed closer, ready to help if needed. Anchor here, Hecate said, tapping his chest lightly. Call there. Do not let the energy spray anywhere else. He nodded. He pictured a line of light running from his chest to the crack in the wall. He called for lightning the way he had under the lake, but he did not spread it wide. He pulled it thin and straight. It hurt more this way. The power did not want to be neat. Blue-white light flickered between him and the wall. It formed a thin band, then brightened into a narrow sheet. Now step, Hecate said. He did. For a second, there was nothing. No up, no down, no sound. Just pressure and light. He staggered as his foot hit stone again. His shoulder bumped the wall. The crack he had picked was right in front of him. He turned around. He stood on the far side of the room, where the others had been a moment earlier. Hermione let out a shaky laugh. It worked, she said. Percy grinned. Not bad for a first try, he said. Talia eyed Harry hands. Smoke curled from his fingertips. You fried your nerves though, she said. Harry flexed his fingers. They tingled hard. Feels like pins everywhere, he said. But I am still in one piece. Hecate nodded. Level 2, she said. Point jumps in sight range. Now we add your seer field. You will jump not just to what your eyes see, but to what your new sight shows you. Harry frowned. You want me to jump to an anchor line from here, he said. Not a full anchor yet, she said. A step onto one of the lesser paths. Think of it as stepping onto a high road that connects this chamber to another ward point. You will feel them if you open the map in your head. He closed his eyes and reached for the network. The chamber faded. Lines appeared, like the ones he saw during the ritual, but closer and brighter. Runes in the walls acted as nodes, each one tied to other parts of the castle, to the lake, to the sky above. There, he said, pointing at a spot in the empty air near the ceiling. There is a node linked to the south tower. Good, Hecate said. Call your lightning there. Step. This time, do not open your eyes when you move. Keep them shut and follow the map instead. His mouth went dry. If I miss, he said, I will be inside a wall. You will not, she said calmly. My wards will shove you into a safe space if your angle is off. You may bruise. You will not die here. That is why we are in my chamber and not in the open sky. Hermione chewed her lip but did not speak against it. Annabeth's eyes were sharp, already calculating. Dumbledore watched, jaw tight, hands clasped. Harry took another breath. Called lightning. This time he did not focus on a crack or a mark. He focused on the glowing node in his inner map. The line of light sprang into being, not along the floor or the wall, but in the empty air. He felt it with more than his skin. Tugged at his ribs. He stepped. The pressure hit harder this time. For a heartbeat, his stomach lurched. The sense of up and down flipped. His feet landed on stone at a strange angle. He stumbled forward, hit something soft, and rolled. He opened his eyes with a groan. He lay on a dusty flagstone floor. The air smelled like old stone and bird droppings. Moonlight cut through narrow windows. Owls hooted nearby. South Tower, he thought. He had landed in what looked like an unused room just below the Ollery. Talia's voice echoed from behind him. Solid landing, she called. Little messy but solid. He pushed himself up. Percy stood nearby, one hand braced on the wall. Annabeth was already checking the runes that glowed faintly in the stones. Hermione knelt by his side, hand on his shoulder. Are you hurt? She asked. Just dizzy, he said. Dumbledore and Hecate appeared a moment later, stepping through the opposite wall without use of lightning. They had simply opened a short path. Hecate studied him with a critical look. Better, she said. You held the energy tighter. Your path wandered a bit, but my wards nudged you into the right pocket. Harry took a steadying breath. That was not fun, he said. Useful. Still not fun. Percy gave him a sympathetic look. First time I rode a wave across half a bay. I puked on my shoes, he said. You get used to the weird feeling. Eventually, Talia glanced out the window at the heavy clouds. This is all still within the castle net, she said. How long will it take to push it to anchor distance? As long as it takes his nerves to adapt, Hecate said. We push too fast, he snaps. Push too slow, Voldemort recovers. It is a race. Dumbledore cleared his throat. We can give the appearance of normal classes for a day or two, he said, to keep panic from spreading. Behind that thin curtain we train. Hermione helped Harry to his feet. Rest before the next jump, she said firmly. No one can expect you to keep tearing yourself through space without a short break. Hecate inclined her head. Half an hour, she said. Then we begin level 2.5. Harry frowned. What is the half for? He asked. Linking short jumps along a line, Hecate said. You will not go straight from here to Stonehenge in one go. You will jump from node to node, riding the current through anchor lines. That takes a different kind of focus. Less brute force. More balance. Annabeth's eyes brightened at that word. You will need path diagrams, she said. We can build them from your seer sight. Give your brain a route to follow so you are not guessing mid-jump. Hecate gave a small approving nod. Good, she said. Work with him on that. Hermione, track his physical responses. Dumbledore, you and I will handle the ward load so we do not fry the castle. Percy cracked his neck. And me, he asked. What do I do besides stand around and make comments about other people's travel methods? You learn to feel the anchor waves through water and air, Hecate said. When Harry starts jumping between real anchors, he will need someone outside his own senses watching for ripples. Your sea aspect can feel the strain in ways his sky cannot. Talia gave Harry a short punch on the arm, careful of the side that had taken the fragment blast. You are not doing this alone in your head, she said. We are all holding parts of this field. He gave her a grateful look. He only admitted how scared he was once he sat down with his back against the wall and his legs stretched out. His hands still trembled. His heart pounded in his throat. He had leaped across a room and then across a castle. Soon he would be leaping across the world, into places where death and gods had both left deep marks. He felt Hermione sit down beside him. She did not say anything at first. She just laced her fingers through his and waited until his breathing slowed a little. "You are handling this," she said quietly, "better than I would." He snorted. "You are the one who asked for ritual blueprints while the world was shaking," he said. "Do not try to sell yourself short." She smiled, tired but real. "We all have our parts," she said. He leaned his head back against the stone. "I just hope mine does not end in me as a scorch mark in the middle of Stonehenge," he muttered. She squeezed his hand. "We are not letting that happen," she said. He wanted to believe it. He also knew his new seer sight showed possible paths, not guarantees. The first real failure came 2 days later. By then, Harry had worked through 4 training sessions. Short jumps in the chamber. Node to node across the castle. One careful jump to the edge of the forbidden forest, where Hecate wards were strong. Each time he came back more drained. Each time his control improved. Hermione kept records of his pulse, his breathing, his timing. Annabeth built rough diagrams for each route, using his descriptions to draw simple lines and nodes. Percy learned to stand with his bare feet on stone or damp ground and tell when the anchor pulses changed. Talia practiced adding her own storm thread in short bursts, to see if Harry could ride more than one line at once. He still hated the way his stomach flipped each time he stepped into lightning. He started to accept it as part of the work. On the 5th session, Hecate changed the rules. "You have made enough local jumps," she said in the chamber. "Before we go into real combat, you need at least one attempt at anchor range. We will not hit a true anchor yet. We will aim near." A related sight. Hermione immediately stiffened. "What do you mean by near?" she asked. Hecate drew a circle in the air. A glowing map appeared between them, similar to the one on the tables but more condensed. A bright point shone where the Greek shrine anchor lay. A second, smaller point glowed a short distance away on the same island. "The shrine sits on one end of a ridge," Hecate said. "On the other end, there is an older ruin. Human stone on top of primordial bones. No active anchor but strong lines. If Harry can jump to that ruin, we gain 2 things. He learns long travel under controlled conditions. And you retrieve a relic I could not reach in mortal form." Annabeth's eyes narrowed. "What relic?" she asked. "A tablet," Hecate said. "Daedalus' original notes on interfacing mortal structures with divine paths. He wrote them before he went mad. They hold detail the fragments you saw in my circle did not include." Hermione leaned forward. "That would help us understand the anchor design," she said. "We might find a clean way to collapse them without rebound." "Exactly," Hecate said. Percy frowned. "If this tablet is so important," he said, "why have you not collected it yourself?" Hecate gave him a flat look. "Because I do not walk old ruins without cause," she said. "Every step I take in your world shifts the veil. Every word I speak in a sacred place calls back memories you are not ready for. I am already bending rules by standing in this chamber." She turned back to Harry. "You, on the other hand, are built to walk that line," she said. "You are the one who carries both wand and storm. You can slip through without waking the whole island." Harry felt the weight of that. He also felt the edge of an opportunity. "So I jump from here to that ruin," he said. "Grab the tablet. Jump back. Quick in and out." "Yes," Hecate said. Hermione gave him a worried look. "That is a lot for a first long-distance test," she said. "I know," he said. "But if that tablet really helps us understand his ritual, it is worth the risk." Annabeth's lips thinned. "You realize that if you misjudge the line, you could land inside the shrine instead," she said. "That would wake every ward and god on the island." Harry nodded. "Then I will not misjudge," he said. His confidence lasted right up until he opened his inner map. This time, when he reached for the lines, they did not stop at the castle edge. They streamed outward across sea and land, weaving through older networks. The island glowed like a knot of light. The ruin Hecate had pointed to was a dimmer point near the main shine of the anchor. He focused on that dimmer point. Percy stepped closer. I will ride the edge of the wave from this side, he said. If the sea around the island screams, I will feel it. Annabeth, if he lands too close to the shrine, you need to yell in his head through whatever path Hecate gives you. Hecate nodded. I will hold a thread open, she said. But do not count on speech once he is mid-jump. The space between is not built for conversation. Hermione came to stand in front of Harry. She put both hands on his shoulders. If something feels wrong, she said, do not push through just to prove you can. Come back. I would rather have you here and clueless than gloriously dead with a tablet in your hand. He almost laughed at that. Gloriously dead, he repeated. You know what I mean, she said. He nodded. The concern in her eyes cut straight through the rush of power that always came when he started to reach for lightning. It grounded him. I will try, he said. If you feel this chain get too hot, maybe punch me awake. She rolled her eyes, then leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to his mouth. That is plan B, she said. He smiled, stepped back, and let the storm rise. The chamber dimmed around him. He saw the castle nodes first, then the anchor lines, then the island. The ruin point pulsed, faint and steady. He drew a channel of light from his chest to that point. Stretched, afraid. The distance strained his focus. Keep it thin, Hecate, a voice said somewhere behind him. Do not let it widen. The wider it gets, the more likely it touches things you do not want touching you. He pulled the line tighter. It felt like trying to squeeze a river through a straw. His ribs hurt. His hands shook. When the path finally snapped into place, he did not wait. He stepped. Pressure swallowed him. There was no sense of motion this time. No sense of direction. Only the feeling of being pulled through a tube that did not quite fit him. His ears rang. His scar burned. The Aegis fragments blazed. Somewhere in that blur, he felt something else. A presence watching the path. Not Kronos. Not Zeus. Something older, curled deep under the island. He clenched his teeth and pushed past it. He slammed into stone. The impact knocked the air out of him. He rolled down a short incline and hit a wall. Pain flared along his side. He groaned and forced his eyes open. He lay in a low chamber. The ceiling pressed close. Faded frescoes ran along the walls, showing figures with wings and snakes and many hands. The air smelled like dust and brine. Light came from a single shaft in the ceiling, just enough to show a squat stone altar in the center of the room. A broken slab sat on top of it, half covered by dust. The room felt heavy but not hostile. The main shrine, where the anchor sat, must be farther up the ridge. He had made it. He let out a shaky breath and pushed himself to his feet. All right, he muttered. Quick, tablet. He approached the altar. The slab was about as long as his arm and as wide as both his hands together. Runes covered its surface. They shifted as he looked at them, refusing to settle into any one language. Daedalus, he said softly. You were a show-off. He reached out. The moment his fingers touched the stone, a jolt ran up his arm. Not lightning. Something thicker. The runes flared. His inner map exploded with new lines. Passageways between domains, drawn with exact angles. Symbols that showed how to twist a path to channel different forces. Notes on thresholds. Information poured into his head too fast. His vision went white. He yanked his hand back with a shout. The burn on his palm made the Aegis scars feel mild. He stumbled, one hand pressed to his temple, trying to hold the rush of images in place long enough to understand them. The slab pulsed. A crack ran across it from edge to edge. Pieces slid apart. No, he gasped. He lurched forward and tried to steady it. His fingers brushed the side. More images hit him. Anchors built on old schematics. Voldemort circle stealing a few of these principles and twisting them. The stone split. Half of it broke and crumbled into dust. The other half slid off the altar and hit the floor with a dull sound. Harry dropped to his knees and grabbed what remained. The stone was hot enough to blister his skin. He ignored it and held on. All right, he said through clenched teeth. You win. I cannot carry the whole thing, but I am not leaving with nothing. He squeezed his eyes shut and forced his new seer sense to settle on the lines that had spilled into his mind. He could not keep all of them. His brain would rip. He grabbed a handful. The ones that seemed tied to anchor collapse without rebound. The symbols for safe bleed paths. He burned them into his memory as best he could. The rest slipped away, lost with the dust. He snarled, half in pain and half in frustration. Then he stood, clutching the remaining half slab, and called for a return path. The jump back hit harder than any he had done yet. The distance went both ways. He crashed into the chamber floor on hands and knees. Hermione and Annabeth were there at once. Hermione grabbed his shoulders. Annabeth grabbed the stone slab before it smashed into his legs. The world tilted. The chamber spun. Hecate's steady presence pressed in on all sides, holding the space still while Harry's head caught up. Harry, Hermione's voice said, "Hey, look at me." He forced his eyes open. Her face swam into focus. "You were gone 8 minutes," she said. We felt the line strain. It almost snapped. He tried to answer and coughed instead. His throat was dry. He tasted dust and salt. He pushed himself upright with help. His hands shook. The burns on his palms throbbed. Annabeth held up the half slab. "This is all that made it," she said. "The rest disintegrated." Hecate's eyes narrowed. "The island woke when you touched it," she said. "Old codes protect old work. It judged you half welcome." Harry let out a bitter sound. "Half welcome," he said. "Feels about right." He looked at the broken stone, at the faint rune lines still visible, at the dust on his own robe. "I messed up," he said quietly. "I reached for too much at once. I did not respect the load. I broke the thing we came for." Hermione opened her mouth at once. "You did not know it would do that," she began. He shook his head. "I did," he said. "Or I should have. My new sight was screaming at me the whole time. Too many lines. Too much pressure. I shut it out because I wanted the whole prize. That is on me." "Silence with that." Percy finally spoke. "You still brought something," he said. "And you came back breathing. That counts." Annabeth set the half slab gently on the floor. "Daedalus wrote all his major work in layers," she said. "Even if we only have half, we have more than nothing. We can use what you saw and what we can still read." Hecate looked between them. "He is right to name this a failure," she said, not unkindly. "He chose pride over respect for the load. That choice will kill him in the final run if he repeats it. Better he learns that lesson now, when only a stone cracked." Hermione's jaw clenched. "He already blames himself enough," she said. "I am not shaming him," Hecate replied. "I am marking the pattern, so he can avoid it when the cost is higher." She turned her gaze back to Harry. "You must accept that you cannot carry every part of this war," she said. "You will not be the one who knows every symbol or holds every plan in your head. That is why I called others to your side. You are the shield and the spear. Let them be the map and the memory." Harry stared at his burned palms, at the half slab, at Hermione and Annabeth's faces. Right, he thought. He had wanted to prove he could fix everything, that he could take one heroic leap and pull back the exact key they needed. Instead, he had broken the key and scrambled his own brain in the process. He nodded slowly. "All right," he said. "Lesson learned. I cannot be a walking solution to every piece of this. I will bring back what I can and trust you to build from it." Hermione's eyes softened. "That sounds more like you," she said. Annabeth gave him a short, approving nod. "Welcome to working in a team," she said. "Actual team. Not just you and your guilt." He let out a weak laugh. "Rude," he said. "Accurate," she replied. Dumbledore stepped closer. "We will take notes as soon as you can talk without losing the thread," he said. "Every symbol you remember will matter." Harry nodded again. "Give me 10 minutes," he said. "Then I will talk until my head explodes." Hermione squeezed his shoulder. "Not literally," she muttered. He looked at her and tried a small smile. "Not literally," he agreed. That night, long after Madame Pomfrey had smeared burn paste on his hands and shoved 2 sleeping draughts at him, Harry lay awake in his bed in the boys' dormitory. The potion made his limbs heavy, but his mind refused to settle. Images from the tablet still flashed behind his eyes. Lines, angles, runes that hinted at deeper shapes. Voldemort standing at the center of his own circle, twisted mirror of Daedalus' work. The curtains around his bed were half closed. Shadows shifted on the ceiling. He could hear Ron snoring softly in the next bed. The steady sound should have been comforting. It wounded his nerves tighter instead. He thought of the anchor plan, of the jumps he still had to master, of the fact that every step now led toward a day when he would ride lightning into places where failure meant more than a cracked stone. He also thought of Hermione's face when he had returned from the island. Pale, eyes bright with tears she refused to let fall, hands shaking when she had reached for his. He could not lie here alone and stew. He pushed back the covers, careful not to jostle his bandaged hands too much, and slipped from the bed. He grabbed his cloak from the footboard. The familiar fabric settled around his shoulders, swallowing him in shadow. He checked the roster in his head out of habit. Ron asleep, Neville asleep, no one else awake. He eased the door open and stepped into the common room. The fire had been banked to glowing embers. The couches were empty. Moonlight slanted through the tall windows. The room looked softer at night, edges blurred. Hermione sat in an armchair near the fire. A book lay open on her lap, but her eyes were not on the page. They were fixed on the flames. She started when he stepped closer and the floorboard creaked. Her hand went to her wand on instinct, then relaxed when she saw his face appear from under the hood. "Harry," she whispered, "what are you doing out of bed?" He shrugged and dropped the cloak. "Could not sleep," he said. "Potion or no potion. Brain will not shut up." She closed the book around her finger and set it on the small table beside the chair. It was one of the ritual texts Hecate had shown them. Lines of translated Greek and old runes covered the visible page. "Me neither," she admitted. "Every time I close my eyes I see that tablet crushing itself. Or the line between here and the island snapping and throwing you into the sea." "Sorry," he said. She gave him a look. "Do not apologize for my imagination," she said. He sank into the couch opposite her. The cushions puffed dust. He winced and rubbed his forehead with the back of one bandaged hand. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The quiet felt heavy, but not empty. "Today was a mess," he said finally. She drew her knees up and wrapped her arms around them. "It was," she said. "You got us half a miracle and a new set of burns. That counts as a mess in my book." He huffed a laugh. "You are supposed to say something reassuring," he said. "I am not going to lie to make you feel better," she replied. Then she softened. "You also brought back things no one else could have. Hecate said it herself. The way you saw the safe collapse lines will save lives. We would not have that without your reckless jump." "Reckless," he echoed. "Yes," she said. "Brave and reckless. As usual." He ran his thumb along the edge of the bandage. "Feels like everything I do lately sits on that line," he said. "Brave if it works, stupid if it fails. There is no safe option left." She looked at him over her knees. "There never was," she said. "Not really. Not from the moment that curse hit your house. The difference is that now you know the rules. You can see the lines. You get to choose how you step." He swallowed. "What if I step wrong?" he asked. The words came out quiet. "Not just with travel. With the whole thing. What if I misjudge an anchor and tear the veil worse? What if I misjudge Voldemort and give him the opening he needs? What if I die halfway through and leave everyone tangled in my half-finished plan?" She unfolded a little and leaned forward, elbows on her knees, hands clasped. Her eyes did not look away. "Then we pick up the plan and keep going," she said. "We map around your mistake and fix what we can. We grieve. We get angry. We do not let your death become the excuse he uses to win." His chest clenched at that plain response. "You say that like you have already spent nights preparing for it," he said. "I have," she said bluntly. "You are my best friend, Harry. You charge into danger more than anyone I know. It would be stupid of me not to have thought about what happens if you do not come back one day." He winced. "That hurts," he said. "I know," she said, voice gentle now. "It hurts me too. That is why I am saying it now while you are still here. So you know that if the worst happens, it will not be because you were not enough. It will be because the odds were stacked in impossible ways. And even then, we will not let him have the last move." He stared at her. The firelight caught the lines of her face, the tired circles under her eyes, the stubborn set of her mouth. "You talk like a general," he said. She snorted. "I talk like someone who has read too many war reports," she said. and someone who loves you and refuses to pretend this is a game. The word landed between them. Clear. No chance to pretend she had meant something else. He looked down at his hands, at the bandages stained where the burn paste had soaked through. I love you too, he said. The words felt simple and true. No big fanfare. Just a fact that had been there for a while. Her breath hitched. You picked a fine time to say it out loud, she said. But her voice shook. He gave a weak smile. I figured if I might be slicing myself across the sky and poking at ancient anchors, I should at least get my priorities straight, he said. She slid off the armchair and crossed the small gap to the couch. He shifted to make room. She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. Say it again, she murmured. He turned his head to look at her. I love you, he said. Her eyes shone. I love you too, she said again, this time without the shield of humor. She reached out, careful of his hands, and cupped his face. He leaned into the touch. She kissed him slowly. The contact was soft at first, then deeper as they both relaxed into it. Tasted like tea and salt and smoke. When they parted, their foreheads rested together for a moment. I am scared, he admitted in a low voice. Not of fighting. Not really. I am scared of becoming something I do not recognize. A weapon for ZEUS. A symbol for Hecate. A target for Kronos. I do not want to lose Harry in the middle of all these titles. She brushed her thumb along his cheekbone. Then we will hold on to Harry, she said. Hermione and Ron and everyone else who sees you as a person, not a piece on a board. Every time they try to turn you into a symbol, we will remind you that you are also the boy who sneaks biscuits from the kitchen and complains about homework and forgets to fold his socks. He let out a soft laugh. You had to bring the socks into this, he said. Someone has to keep you honest, she replied. He sobered a little. If I ask you something, will you answer honestly, he said. Always, she said. If I do not come back from the anchor run, he said, the words scraping his throat, will you promise me something? Will you make sure Dumbledore does not turn me into some perfect martyr story? Will you tell people that I was angry and scared and stubborn? That I made mistakes? That I tried anyway? Her eyes filled. I will, she said. I will write it down myself. No one gets to use your name for comfort while ignoring what you actually went through. And will you, he hesitated, then pushed on, will you live, study, travel, fall in love again if you want? Not right away, not over me, but someday. I do not want my absence to freeze your life. She made a small, strangled sound. You are an idiot, she whispered, tears spilling over now, asking me to plan my life after your possible death as if it is a homework assignment. He flinched. Sorry, he said. She shook her head. No, she said quickly. I am glad you said it, because it means you trust me to survive you if it comes to that. And yes, I will live. I will read and argue and laugh and cry and maybe one day fall in love with someone else. And I will still love you. That does not cancel out. He swallowed hard. Thank you, he said. She wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand and gave a watery laugh. Now it is my turn, she said. If you do come back, if we pull this off, if the world does not fall apart, you do not get to use that as an excuse to pull away and pretend this talk never happened. You do not get to bury what you feel because you think you are too dangerous or too busy saving everyone. He met her gaze. I will not, he said. If we survive this, I will still be here, still loving you, still stealing biscuits and complaining about essays, with a few extra scars. Many extra scars, she said dryly. He smiled. She leaned in again, resting her head on his shoulder this time. He shifted so she could tuck herself against his side. His arm came around her carefully, avoiding the worst of the burns. For a while, they just sat like that, listening to the fire and the faint sounds of the sleeping castle. He felt his heart rate slow. The tight knot in his chest loosened. The anchor's lines still pulsed at the edge of his awareness, but their pressure felt a little less crushing with her weight warm against him. After a bit, her breathing evened out. She had fallen asleep, still curled against him. He knew he should wake her and send her to bed. He did not. He shifted enough to ease her neck and let his own eyes close. If this was the last quiet night before the storm, he would take every minute of it. Dawn came with thunder, not actual rain. Not yet. just deep rumbles that shook the windows and set the portraits muttering. The storm that had been hanging above the castle for days had dropped lower. Harry woke stiff and warm, Hermione still at his side. Her hair tickled his chin. His arm had gone numb. He did not care. She stirred as the thunder rolled again. Her eyes blinked open. For a second she looked confused. Then she saw his face and remembered. Her cheeks flushed. "We fell asleep in the common room," she said. "Looks like it," he said. She sat up, stretching carefully. "We are going to get told off if McGonagall finds us," she muttered. Then she glanced at the windows as another rumble rolled through. "I think she has bigger things to worry about today." They stood. His back cracked. Her neck popped. They both winced. "Back to bed for a bit," she said. "We need at least an hour before Hecate drags you to training again." He nodded. "1 hour," he said. They walked to the stairs together. At the foot of the girls' staircase, she paused. "Harry," she said. He turned. She stood on her toes and kissed him again. It was quick and fierce. "That was not a dream," she said. "Do not let anyone talk you into pretending it was." He smiled. "Never," he said. She went up. He watched until the stairs curved out of sight, then slipped back to the boys' dormitory. Ron was still snoring. Neville had one arm flung over his face. Everything looked normal for a moment. The thunder said otherwise. He lay down and closed his eyes. The anchors pulsed at the edge of his mind. The half-remembered lines from Daedalus' tablet glowed faintly in his memory. They had a plan. They had a broken stone and some new knowledge. They had allies from 2 worlds and a sky full of storm. They also had very little time. When Hecate call came a short while later, echoing through the castle walls like a clear bell, Harry was already sitting up. His boots waited at the foot of the bed. His wand rested in its holster. The Aegis fragments hummed against his skin. He stood, took a breath, and stepped into the day that would lead him toward the anchors and the battle to come. Wind hammered against the standing stones. Harry stood just inside the circle at Stonehenge with his boots on the packed earth and his hands bare. The sky above was a solid ceiling of cloud lit from inside. Lightning flickered behind the gray like someone was walking around with a torch pressed to cloth. The air buzzed on his skin. The Aegis fragments under his shirt answered the storm pulse with their own steady beat. Every time the power in the sky climbed, they warmed. Every time it fell, they cooled. Around the inner ring, the others took their places. Scene roster in Harry head. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Annabeth, Percy, Talia, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley. Hecate was present in her own way on the air. Hermione stood on his right. Her hair whipped around her face in the wind. She had one hand on her wand and the other resting against his arm for balance. Ron was on his left, jaw tight, eyes moving between stones and sky. Annabeth had her papers tucked into a leather folder, but she was not reading. She had already walked the circle twice and tapped each stone, counting under her breath. Percy hovered near her shoulder. Ocean eyes narrowed as he watched the way the clouds moved. Talia stood a few paces away with her hands stuffed into her jacket pockets. Chin lifted as if she was trying to stare the storm down. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape had claimed one arc of the ring. Moody, Tonks, and Kingsley covered another, wands out, cloaks snapping. The Ministry would never admit they had allowed a group like this to gather at a protected site, but tonight rules had bent. Hecate's voice carried through the wind without effort. It did not come from one direction. It came from the stones under their feet and from the low clouds above their heads. "He has begun," she said. "The second push. The anchors are waking." Harry did not need her words to feel it. Inside his skull, the network lit up. 7 points flared across the inner map he had learned to use. The Ministry, Azkaban, the Greek Shrine, the Gaunt Shack, the forest near Hogwarts, Stonehenge under his feet, the moving anchor that slid along a line somewhere between them, never quite still. The bruise he had left on the ritual in the last clash glowed on each point. "Not healed. Not yet. Anchor team's report," Dumbledore called, voice firm. His wand tip flared once, then again, sending a simple message along preset channels. No fancy mirrors. No new devices. Just light and code that the Order already understood. A streak of gold shot through the clouds over the circle. That was their answer. Hecate translated it for the ones who had not trained with the pattern. Ministry team is in position, she said. Azkaban ready. Forest ready. Shack ready. Greek island ready. All teams report clear paths to their anchor marks. Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry. Once you start, Hecate went on, you must not stop until all anchor marks crack. The bruise you made gave us one opening. He will not use the same pattern a third time. Hermione stepped closer. She had to lean near his ear to be heard over the roar of the wind. This is it, she said. We break his anchors tonight or he learns around you. He nodded. His heart pounded so hard it made his ribs ache. Ron gave him a short, hard nudge with his shoulder. You have got this, mate, he said. You have jumped half the world already. This is just the boss level. Harry snorted in spite of himself. Thanks for the normal wording, he said. Ron shrugged. Better than hearing another god call you Threshold something, he said. Talia snickered. Threshold 3, she said. The title is stupid. The power is not. Harry knew what she meant. After the trip to the island ruin, Hecate had pushed his training harder. Short jumps. Medium jumps. Riding anchor lines from Hogwarts to Wales and back. Each run had made his nerves burn and his vision blur. But each one had carved a clearer path. At some point, his body had crossed a line. Normal spells no longer bit as deep. Cold and heat and pressure slid over his skin like water over rock. Madame Pomfrey had scowled and told him that his bones felt wrong when she healed him. Too dense. Too bright. Hecate had called it a mythic threshold. The point where he was no longer just a wizard with strange extra tricks, but something the old world would have given a capital letter. He had not liked the sound of it. He liked the fact that Avada Kedavra had failed to kill him in the last clash a lot more. Harry, Hermione said. He realized he had drifted. He pulled his focus back and met her eyes. She reached up and pressed her hand over his chest where the fragments sat. The chain hummed under her palm. Remember the plan, she said. You are not doing this alone. We used the tablet notes. We used the teams. We used the safe bleed paths. You are not the entire dam. He let out a breath. Say that again when I start trying to be clever on my own, he said. I will, she replied. She leaned in and kissed him. Quick but sure. The wind gusted around them but did not break the contact. When they parted, her forehead rested against his for one slow breath. Come back, she said. I plan to, he said. Hecate did not comment, but the stone under his boots felt a little steadier. The sky flickered. This time the light was wrong. It came from inside the anchor network, not from the natural storm. He is drawing, Hecate said. Anchor power rising. Begin the strike. Harry nodded once. The Aegis fragments flared. Go, he said. Moody snapped his wand down. Tonks and Kingsley mirrored the move. Their bodies blurred and vanished as they jumped to their assigned sites by standard means. Dumbledore and McGonagall vanished in a whirl of displaced air. Snape swept his cloak around himself and disappeared with a short crack. The circle was suddenly much emptier. Scene roster at the stones now. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Annabeth, Percy, Talia, Hecate in the walls. Stonehenge team stays here, Hecate said. You are the net point. When the anchors crack, the force will try to pour through this ring. Annabeth set her folder down on a flat stone and unrolled one last sketch. Circles, lines, and arrows covered the page in tight hand. One more time, she said quickly. We let him channel until the pulse hits this mark. Then you hit the anchor lines, Harry. Other teams strike their marks. We need a staggered crash. If we go too early, he may hold on with the moving anchor only. Harry studied the sketch. The lines matched what he saw in his inner map. The timing mark sat just before a sharp curve in the pattern. Got it, he said. Percy pulled a knife from inside his jacket and flipped it once in his hand. The blade glowed faint gold in the storm light. Celestial bronze. He held it out hilt first. You sure? Harry asked. Percy nodded. I have two others, he said. You are the one about to swing at a copy of a god. Bronze and storm go together. Take it. Harry wrapped his burned fingers around the hilt. The metal bit into his palm. The old scars from the tablet and the newer ones from training lined up with it. He hissed at the pain, then held on until it settled into a steady throb. "I will give it back," he said. "You better," Percy said, "or I am sending Annabeth to haunt you." Annabeth elbowed him without looking up. Talia stepped closer and put her hand on Harry's shoulder. A faint crackle passed from her to him. "Not much, just a touch of shared storm. We will hold the line out here," she said. "You fight him in there." Harry nodded. The sky dimmed for a moment. Then the anchor network flared. It started as a low pulse, like a drum far away. In his inner sight, the 7 points brightened. Lines ran between them, thicker than before. Voldemort had built more scaffolding since the last attempt. The bruise Harry had left was still there, but new strands wrapped around it. "He is pushing harder," Hermione said, eyes fixed on the air as if she could see what Harry saw. Hecate's voice cut through the rumble. "Anchor power at first threshold," she said. "Stand by." The pulse climbed. Harry felt it in his teeth. The stones around them hummed. "Second threshold," Hecate said. "Teams, prepare to strike." Harry's lungs felt tight. Sweat ran down his back. The bronze knife in his hand was a steady weight. The pulse surged again. His inner map showed the lines drawing tighter around a single invisible point. Voldemort at the center, soaking up stolen force. Now Hecate snapped. "Hit them. All anchors. Now." Harry did not answer. He was already moving. He called lightning. Not out into the air, but through the network. Power rushed up through the stones into his legs. It burned through his chest and slammed into the Aegis fragments. They sang. The sound tore through him and out into the anchor lines. He grabbed the bruise marks with his will and twisted. At the same instant, in half a dozen other places in the world, other hands moved. Wands cut through air. Bronze struck stone. Old runes broke. Harry felt each impact as if it landed on his own skin. The ministry anchor flared, then cracked. A rush of magic spilled into safe bleed paths Hermione and Hecate had drawn. Azkaban anchor twisted and snapped like a rotten plank. The forest anchor howled as roots shifted. Then the centaurs there drove spears into the right points and the howl cut off. Greek shrine anchor shook. Annabeth team there pushed a set of inscribed stones out of position. The line attached to that point went dark. The gaunt shack anchor shrieked as if it was alive. Ron saw it break through Harry's eyes and flinched. Even though he was miles away in the real world, only 2 marks still burned. Stonehenge under his feet and the moving anchor that danced along the edge of his sight. "Where is it?" he muttered through his teeth. "Come on, you snake, show me where you are running." The moving anchor darted back and forth, looking for a safe place to land. It skipped over the ruins of the others and settled for a heartbeat above the ocean. Harry snarled and slammed lightning into it. The world lurched. For one strange instant, his mind flickered through other eyes. A dark sea, a thin red horizon, a huge, broken hand reaching up from under the water. Then the anchor mark shattered. The image tore away. At the very same moment, the Stonehenge anchor surged. With no other supports, the full weight of the ritual shoved down through the ring. Harry staggered. His knees hit the ground. Mud smeared his palms. The knife dug into his skin. The standing stones lit from inside. Lines of magic crawled up from the earth through the rock. The sky above them tore like paper. Something stepped through. Voldemort appeared in the center of the ring in a quiet flash. No swirl. No spin. He did not need the old theatrics now. His eyes burned red. His robes hung in slow, deliberate folds that did not match the wind. Skin stretched tight over his bones, but the thing inside that skin was no longer simply human. The air around him bent. Spells that had not even been cast yet leaned toward him. The wand in his hand had changed too. It was longer and darker than before, with a strip of dull gold running along one side. "Celestial bronze fused to you. Kronos calling card." At last, Voldemort said. His voice carried clear through the storm. "You break my anchors and you still bring me to the place of sky. How generous of you, boy." Harry pushed himself to his feet. His legs shook. He forced them steady and faced the man who had haunted his life since he could remember. "Hello to you too," he said. Hermione moved to step forward. The air slammed into her like a wall. She skidded to a stop. "Stay back," Harry said, without looking at her. "This part is mine." "Harry," she started. Hecate cut her off. "He is right," she said. "This field is tuned to them. Anyone else who steps inside will feed the friction instead of easing it. Hold the circle." Talia swore under her breath but did not cross the invisible line. Percy set his feet wide and readied his own bronze blade. Ron lifted his wand and took aim at the edge, ready to cut down any Death Eater who tried to join. Voldemort tilted his head. His gaze moved to the knife in Harry's hand. "Borrowed metal," he said. "Do you think a little trinket from the sea will save you from the god you have angered?" Harry snorted. "You are not a god," he said. "You are a thief with better props." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "I stand at the center of broken anchors and breathe," he said. "You stand on your knees, child." "I think the board says otherwise." Harry straightened. His knees still hurt. He did not hide it. "I am still here," he said simply. "That already annoys you, does it not?" For a moment the wind dropped. The world seemed to wait. Voldemort moved first. No word. No shout. Just a twist of the wrist. Green light howled across the circle. Harry did not think. He brought his wand up and met the curse with a shield charm. The impact was like being hit in the chest with a stone block. The spell did not bounce like a normal curse. It slid along the shield and tried to dig in, gnawing at the edges. The Aegis fragments flared. The shield held. Barely. He stepped sideways and sent a cutting curse in answer. Not a simple one. One of the nasty, precise ones he had learned from Snape notes and battle drills. The curse struck Voldemort's shoulder and failed to bite. The robe smoked. The skin beneath did not break. "Did you think mortal patterns could carve divine skin?" Voldemort said. His lips peeled back in a mockery of a smile. "I have moved beyond your petty school tricks." Harry felt the truth of it in the air. Voldemort's aura drank normal magic. Spells bent toward him and lost their edges. Hecate's voice printed the fact in Harry's mind. "His core sits inside a false shell of Titan metal and stolen sky," she said. "You cannot cut that sheath with wand work alone." "You knew this was coming." Harry's jaw clenched. He fired again anyway. A barrage of rapid spells, not polite dueling hits but the dirty ones he had used in the corridor battles. Red, blue, white, silent stunners, bone breakers, binding cords. Every one of them hit. Every one of them slid off. The ground at Voldemort's feet cracked. Dust flew. His body remained untouched. Voldemort flicked his wand. The air filled with knives of force. They screamed toward Harry in a tight fan. Harry sprang aside. Two grazed his arm. One caught his side. Pain flashed, sharp and hot. Blood soaked his shirt. Hermione shouted his name. He kept moving. Rolling, ducking, sending small hexes not to hurt but to redirect. The storm overhead answered his fear with brighter flashes. This was not sustainable. "Harry," Hecate said in his mind. "You tested wand against shell. You have your answer. You know what you must do." He knew. He had known from the moment he felt the way the curse slid along the shield. He had hoped it might be enough anyway. It was not. He skidded to a stop near one of the stones and ducked behind it as another curse smashed into the rock and sent splinters flying. He took one deep breath. Then he made a choice. He tucked his wand into his belt. Hermione's voice rose in panic. "Harry, what are you doing?" He did not answer. He stepped out from behind the stone with the bronze blade in one hand and his other hand open to the sky. Voldemort laughed. "You drop your little stick," he said. "You choose a knife and a prayer." How poetic. Harry ignored the jab. He reached up. Not physically. With the part of him that had felt the anchor network and the storm for months. He stopped holding back. Lightning fell. It did not come as a thin bolt. It came as a column that linked cloud to stone with Harry in the middle. The world turned white and noise. For a heartbeat. He did not know where his skin ended and the storm began. He felt every drop of moisture in the air, every crack in the stone, every scrap of metal within reach. The Aegis fragments drank as much as they could hold. The rest ran through his bones and poured into the bronze blade. Outside the circle, Hermione and the others staggered. The field around Harry roared. Even Talia took a half step back and shielded her eyes. When the light settled a little, Harry stood taller. His hair stood on end. Small arcs of light moved over his arms like restless snakes, chasing each other under the skin. His eyes shone with a steady pale glow. The cut on his side still bled, but the blood hissed where it touched the charged air. Voldemort stopped smiling. For the first time, something like alarm flickered across his face. "This is what you were meant to be," Hecate said quietly in his mind. "A point where sky and mortal stand together. Remember who you are before you swing." Harry set his feet. "I am Harry Potter," he said out loud. "Son of Lily, son of James, son of Zeus, chosen by neither prophecy nor throne. You stole power that was not yours. I am taking it back." Voldemort's eyes narrowed to red slits. "You are a child playing with a storm," he snapped. "You will burn out in seconds." "Maybe," Harry said. "Let us find out." Voldemort snapped his wand forward. This time, the green curse hit Harry's chest full on. It did not sink in. It crawled over his skin, searching for purchase, then tore away in a spray of sparks. The bronze knife in his hand drank some of it. The Aegis fragments took the rest. Pain rushed through him like ice, but he stayed on his feet. He moved. No neat spell forms now. He simply pointed his charged hand and willed the lightning out. A line of white fire leapt from his palm and struck Voldemort's shield. The false shell flared gold where the bolt hit. The ground under him cracked wider. Voldemort grunted. His wand cut a harsh pattern. A wave of raw force hit Harry like a battering ram. The hit sent him skidding across the circle. His shoulder slammed into a stone. The bronze knife flew from his hand and stuck point first in the dirt. The storm inside him nearly broke free. His bones felt as if they would shatter. He grabbed the stone with his bare hand and forced the field to settle. "Pick it up," Percy shouted from the edge. "Harry, the knife." Harry's eyes flicked to the blade. Voldemort saw it too. The Dark Lord flicked his wand and the bronze shot toward him instead. Harry threw himself forward and slapped his palm down on the hilt. For a split second, his fingers brushed Voldemort magic. It burned colder than the storm. It carried a rhythm that did not belong to any god Harry knew. Time shuddered. Everything slowed. Raindrops hung in the air. Sound stretched. A new voice spoke. It came from the crack between seconds. "Interesting," it said. "The boy of sky touches the clock." Harry did not turn. He could not. His body was locked mid-dive, hand on the knife, muscle straining. But his mind could move. In the frozen field of thought, another figure stood between the stones. Tall, faded, wrapped in gold and shadow. A broken scythe glimmered near one shoulder. "Kronos, you are late," Harry said inside the stillness. His own voice sounded flat. The Titan tilted his head. Time moved slowly around him, like a lazy tide. "I am exactly when I mean to be," he replied. "You have done well, little storm. You broke the shells for me. Power flows. The anchors crack. The old net tears. All I need now is for you to overreach." Harry's jaw clenched. "You think I am going to hand you the pieces," he said. Kronos smiled with too many teeth. "You already have," he said. "Every surge of lightning you throw against this thief also hits the lines he stole from me. Each crack widens the path. When his false shell shatters, the force will seek another home. You or me. There is no third." Harry felt a cold wave of real fear. "If I refuse," he asked. "If I try to send it all into the veil instead?" Kronos shrugged. "The veil will tear," he said. "You will survive because your core is built to ride that pressure. Many others will not. Their fear and prayers will feed me anyway. You cannot stop every leak." Harry wanted to scream at him. He did not waste the breath. He forced his mind to think past the taunt. "You could take it yourself right now," he said. "Why wait?" Kronos' eyes glinted. "Because your father still watches," he said. "Because the goddess of the crossroad holds half the gates. Because I prefer pawns to call the move themselves. It makes the game more delicious." Harry thought of Zeus' vacant seat in his life, of Hecate's quiet anger, of Dumbledore guilt, of every person standing around the circle holding their breath. He thought of Hermione's hand on his chest earlier, of her refusal to let anyone turn his death into a tidy story. "I am not your pawn," he said. Kronos smiled wider. Prove it, he said. Time snapped back. Sound crashed in. The wind roared. The knife bit into Harry's palm. Voldemort's tug spell tried to rip it away. Harry held on and twisted the field. Not toward himself. Not toward the veil. He aimed it down. Every anchor line that still hummed. Every broken thread that had nowhere to go. He bent them toward the old stone under his feet. He followed the patterns from Daedalus' tablet that he still remembered, the ones marked safe bleed. He opened a path straight through the ring and into the deep rock. Then he pushed. Voldemort's power met his in the middle. For one instant, they both stood at the center of a storm that stretched from sky to core. The false shell around Voldemort cracked. The gold in his wand screamed. The bronze fused to it glowed white. Voldemort screamed too. Not in pain alone but in rage. This is mine, he shrieked. I earned this power. I carved it from death and time. You have no right. Harry's teeth ground together. His muscles shook. His skin felt like it was tearing. You stole it, he shouted back. You did not even understand the price. He kicked off from the ground and closed the last steps between them. The world shrank to two figures inside a circle of stone. He drove the bronze blade forward. It met the glowing line in Voldemort's wand. For a moment, nothing moved. Bronze against bronze. Then the knife went through. The fused metal split with a sound like a bell cracking. Light poured out. Harry did not push the power into himself. He held the path down and out. The flood raced past him and slammed into the bleed channel he had opened. The ancient bedrock under Stonehenge drank as much as it could. The rest shot along Hecate Vale lines like water from a burst dam. The shockwave threw them both apart. Harry hit the ground near one of the stones. His back lit up with pain. His breath left his lungs. Voldemort hit harder. He smashed into the bare earth in the center of the ring. For a second, his body glowed. The false shell burned away. What was left was a thin, pale man with red eyes and no nose, lying in a shallow crater. He looked small. He looked human. The storm overhead went dark for a heartbeat, then came back in a softer roll. Harry pushed himself up on one elbow. Every joint hurt. His vision swam. He still had the knife. The blade was dull now, the gold drained, but it was still bronze. Voldemort moved. His fingers twitched. He opened his mouth. No spell came out. Just a dry, broken rasp. He hissed. You ruined it. You ruined everything. Harry dragged himself closer. His body wanted to stop. He did not let it. He knelt beside the man who had killed his parents. The man who had tried to break the world to make himself a god. There was never enough room for you and the rest of us in that throne, Harry said quietly. You were always going to smash it. I just made sure you did not take us all with you. Voldemort's eyes burned with hate. You think you are better, he croaked. You have more power in your bones than I ever did. Give it time. You will become exactly what I was. Harry felt the echo of Kronos' words in that, the soft push toward despair. He shook his head. Maybe I will fail, he said. Maybe I will make terrible choices. But I will not make this one. I will not carve anchors out of the world so I can pretend to be what I am not. He raised the bronze blade. Hermione's voice carried across the circle. Harry, she called. It has to end. He knew. He drove the knife straight into Voldemort's chest. The heart beat once under his hand. Then it stopped. There was no explosion. No dramatic scream that echoed across the land. The body jerked and then went still. A thin, gray mist rose from the corpse. Twisted, looking for something to cling to. The old soul fragment habits, searching for anchors that no longer existed. Harry lifted his charged hand and flicked the last sparks of his storm into it. The mist burned. It broke into smaller wisps and then vanished. Silence fell. For a full heartbeat, no one moved. Then sound crashed back in. Hermione ran across the broken ground and dropped to her knees beside him. Ron was right behind her. Talia, Percy, and Annabeth held back at the line for 1 second more, waiting to see if any new field formed. When it did not, they crossed as well. Hecate's presence relaxed in the stones. Hermione grabbed Harry's shoulders. Are you all right? She demanded. Are you hurt? How bad is it? Harry let out a groan that was half pain and half exhausted laugh. Yes, he said. To all of that. She looked him over in quick, efficient sweeps. The cut on his side, the bruises, the burns on his hands, the way his pupils reacted. Her hands shook. You idiot, she whispered. You brilliant, stupid, brave idiot. He leaned into her touch. You can give me the full lecture when I am not about to pass out, he mumbled. Ron planted himself on Harry's other side and braced him upright. Blimey, he said softly. You actually did it. Harry looked past them at the still body in the crater. Yeah, he said. We did. He did not say, and we nearly opened the door for something worse in the same breath. That truth sat heavy in his chest. Dumbledore walked into the ring with slow steps. His face looked older than Harry had ever seen it. He stopped beside Voldemort's body and bowed his head for a moment. Tom Marvolo Riddle, he said quietly. At last. He turned to Harry. Their eyes met. There will be no tidy story, Dumbledore said. No lie about falling accidents or sudden illness. The world will know what you did here, and I will not let them forget the fear and cost you carried. Harry held his gaze. Good, he said. Make sure they also remember everyone else. The ones at the other anchors. The ones who died getting us here. Dumbledore nodded. We will, he said. Before anyone could say more, the sky shuddered. Not with thunder this time. With something deeper. Harry's inner map flared. The anchor points were gone. In their place, new cracks glowed. Bigger. Higher. Hecate's face flickered into view above the stones. Woven from light and shadow. She looked strained in a way he had never seen. The false divinity is broken, she said. The anchors are down. But the energy did not simply vanish. It moved. The veil has held most of it, but some slipped through to the deep places. Kronos has his fingers in the edge of the tear. Percy swore under his breath. Talia closed her eye for a moment. Annabeth's jaw set. So we just cut off the head, Ron said. And the snake turns out to be attached to something worse. More or less, Hecate said. You have won this battle. Voldemort is truly dead. His soul scatter is gone. That is no small victory. But the Titan who helped build his shell has gained a new line of contact to this world. Hermione's hand tightened on Harry's arm. How much time do we have, she asked. Hecate looked up at the storm. Not long, she said. The gods on the mountain have noticed this clash. They will move. The Titans will answer. Wizard kind stands in the middle of a fight older than its language. Harry felt the tiredness in his bones fight with a new knot of dread. He had just killed the monster that had haunted his whole life. He wanted to fall over and sleep for a week. Instead, he forced himself to sit up straighter. Then we do what we always do, he said. We learn the new rules. We build a new plan. We do not let the old ones make all the moves while they argue about their grudges. Hermione looked at him with a mix of pride and worry. You are not getting a day off, are you, she said. He gave her a faint smile. Maybe an hour, he said. Talia snorted. You sound like my father, she said. It is annoying. Also useful. Percy clapped Harry's shoulder gently. We will get your friend that hour, he said. Then we will start talking about Titans. Annabeth already had a new page out. Her pencil scratched even as she stood in the mud. We have to map the new cracks and cross them with old myths, she muttered. Find where Kronos can push first. Dumbledore looked around the circle at the mix of wizards and demigods. For once, he did not look like the one in charge. He looked like one tired man in a war he had not expected. This stone circle has seen many rights over the centuries, he said quietly. Tonight it saw the end of a dark lord and the beginning of something older. Let us not waste either. Hecate's presence dimmed as she pulled her focus back to the global veil. I will hold the tears as best I can, she said. Get your wounded out of here. Gather your allies. The dawn after this storm will not be gentle. Her image faded. The wind eased a little. Rain began to fall in a steady, normal way. Hermione slid an arm around Harry's back. Ron did the same on the other side. Together they helped him to his feet. His legs shook. His head throbbed. The Aegis fragments were quiet now, as if they had run out of light. The bronze knife in his hand was just metal. He looked once more at the body in the crater. No mist rose. No spell stirred. Goodbye, Tom, he said softly. Then he let his friends guide him toward the edge of the circle and the waiting world, where news of one victory would soon smash into the first warnings of a much bigger war. The great hall looked almost normal again. Most of the ceiling showed clear blue sky. Only a few cracks of pale cloud reminded anyone that a storm still hung over the castle. The long tables were in place. The banners had been repaired. The scar where a piece of roof had fallen near the staff table had been polished smooth. Students filled the benches. Their voices were low. No one shouted. No enchanted fireworks flew between tables. Harry sat between Hermione and Ron at the Gryffindor table. His plate was half full. He had eaten some toast and an egg. Then his stomach had given up. The Daily Prophet lay open in front of him. The headline showed his face at Stonehenge, caught in a flash of light. Someone had drawn a thin corona around him on the front page. Harry Potter ends Dark Lord. Under it, smaller print ran down the rest of the page. Witch and wizard names. Dead. Missing. Injured. The numbers kept shifting as the ministry confirmed reports from the other anchor teams. Harry's eyes found names he knew. He saw Tonks with minor injuries. Kingsley in stable condition. A few Aurors who did not have a status line beside their names yet. He looked away. Hermione nudged his arm. Eat a little more, she said quietly. You are going to pass out if you keep skipping meals. I am not skipping, he muttered. I am thinking. Think with food, she said. He managed another bite, mostly to make her stop worrying. Ron leaned past him and pointed at the paper. They did not say anything about Titans, he said. Not one word. It just says there were strange magical pressures during the battle and that Hecate appeared to help. Harry snorted. The Prophet can barely handle Death Eaters, he said. If they print the word Titan, half the country will faint and the other half will start a new cult. Hermione grimaced. The ministry is still deciding how much to admit, she said. Kingsley sent me a note. They are arguing about it in an emergency session right now. Ron's eyebrows rose. Kingsley sent you a note, he echoed. She gave him a flat look. I have been writing reports for them all week, she said. Someone has to translate Hecate terms into language the Wisengamot understands. Harry rubbed his forehead. The burn on his palm had healed into pale scars. The cut on his side still pulled when he moved too fast. Madame Pomfrey said the internal bruising from the Stonehenge blast would take time to clear. The Aegis fragments sat quiet against his chest. Every now and then they warmed, usually when thunder rolled above the walls. The great hall doors opened. The noise dropped a level. Heads turned. Dumbledore walked in with his usual calm pace. His robes were simple. No stars. No strange colors. He looked like an old man who had not slept much. Behind him came McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, and Snape. They took their seats at the staff table. Hecate appeared without using the door. 1 second the space at the far end of the hall held nothing except floating candles. The next second she was there, standing on the stone as if it were an old threshold. Gasps rippled around the hall. A few students clutched at each other. Hecate looked like she had in the ritual chamber, only sharper. Her eyes held more lines. The air around her carried a constant spark. Dumbledore rose. His voice carried easily. Students, he said, you have heard wild versions of what happened 3 nights ago. You have lived through enough battles and blasts that rumors grow faster than we can stop them. He looked around the hall. His gaze was steady and tired. Here is the simple truth, he said. Lord Voldemort is dead. Truly. There are no more fragments of his soul in this world. His body lies in ministry custody. His wand has been broken. His inner circle has been cut apart or captured. The war you have known since your childhood has ended. The words hit the room like a spell. For a second there was only silence. Then sound came back in waves. Sobs, shouts, laughter with a strange edge. Harry felt his chest loosen. He had known it already. He had watched the mist burn. Hearing it said in front of everyone still made something inside him finally drop. Dumbledore held up his hand. The noise dimmed, but, he said, the word fell heavy. The end of one war does not mean the end of all danger. Voldemort did not gain his power alone. He struck deals with forces older than our ministry. In breaking his anchors, we damaged those deals. We also woke things that had been still for a long time. He stepped aside. Hecate moved to stand where he had been. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. When she spoke, every candle in the hall bent toward her. The veil between mortal worlds and other domains is thinner than it was, she said. You felt it when the sky shook. The anchors that Tom Riddle built are gone, but the cracks he dug did not heal overnight. She lifted one hand. A small circle of light appeared above her palm. It showed swirling mist with thin lines running through it. Some lines were neat, others were jagged. Most of the spill went into deep stone, she said. Some flowed along old rivers of magic that I and others maintain. That is contained. The rest sits in weak points around your world like water in hairline fractures. They will not burst today. They will not wait forever either. Murmurs broke out. Hermione's fingers tightened around Harry's wrist under the table. Hecate lowered her hand. The light vanished. I am not here to frighten you, she said. I am here to tell you that your world is not a side field in some game between gods. Wizards, witches, demigods, mortals who know nothing of magic. You all live on the same rock. The old forces cannot keep treating you as tokens. Her gaze flicked toward Harry for a moment. A boy from this school stood at the center of that change, she said. He is not a saint and not a statue. He is not my property or ZEUS. He is a person who chose to stand instead of kneel. Remember that when you start making stories about him. Harry wanted to slide under the table. He stayed where he was. Ron nudged him. See, he muttered. Even gods think you are real. Shut up. Harry whispered back, face hot. Dumbledore stepped forward again. Because of these cracks, he said, your professors and I have reached an agreement with Hecate and several other powers. There will be cooperation between Hogwarts, the Ministry, and a certain camp in America. He did not name Camp Half-Blood aloud. He did not have to. Hermione had already briefed enough of the staff. Rumors had spread. Some students will spend parts of their holidays training there, he went on. Some of their young warriors will spend time here learning wand forms and our laws. We will share knowledge about ancient wards and new threats. He paused. This is not conscription, he said. No one will be forced into a war they do not understand. But if you volunteer, your training will be taken seriously and your lives will not be thrown away for the sake of pride. Harry felt a knot in his chest ease. He had demanded that much in the council 2 nights ago. No more secret child armies. No more lines of teenagers in front of giants without plans. Dumbledore looked over at him now. Their eyes met. The old man gave a small, clear nod. Promise kept. Today, Dumbledore said to the hall, you will stay in the castle. Classes are suspended. You will not go near the lake or the forest. The ground staff and visiting healers are busy. This is a day to rest and to remember. Tomorrow we begin the work of living in a world without Voldemort. He sat down. The silence held for a moment more. Then conversation rose, sharper and louder this time. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Hermione finished her tea and set the cup down with a small clink. Council in an hour, she reminded him. Hecate wants to review the crack maps with us. Us, Ron repeated. She nodded. You are on the Gaunt Shack crack team, she said. And on the list to liaise with your brother Bill about curse work. You did not read the schedule, did you? Ron blinked. There is a schedule, he said. Hermione groaned. Harry gave a faint smile. Some things never changed. He took another bite of toast, more out of stubbornness than hunger, then pushed his plate away and stood. The hall emptied slowly. Groups of students clustered around teachers. Some hugged, some argued, some just sat and stared at the empty staff chair where Voldemort once had sat in their nightmares. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stepped out into the corridor. The air smelled of stone dust, cleaning charms, and food. The thunder outside rolled a little louder. Do you ever think we will have a year here without some giant crisis? Ron asked. Hermione cracked a tired smile. Maybe when we are old and gray, she said. Harry shrugged. If the place ever got quiet, I would probably start worrying, he said. Come on. We have an hour to change and maybe not look like we were dragged through a rock circle backward. Hermione's eyes flicked over him. You do still look like that, she said. Thanks, he said dryly. They headed toward the tower. The council met in the same war room the room of requirement had provided before. The maps were more detailed now. New cracks glowed in faint ink. Some near old anchor sites. Some in places Harry had never heard of. Scene roster in Harry head. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Annabeth, Percy, Talia, Chiron, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Kingsley, a few other order members. No students younger than them. Hecate stood near one wall, her hand resting on stone. An empty chair sat opposite her. Harry frowned at it. "Who is that for?" he asked. Hecate gave him a look that held both warning and a trace of amusement. "Your father insisted on representation," she said. "He cannot bring his full form here. The veil would scream. He can send a voice and a shell if he behaves." Ron swallowed. "ZEUS is coming to a meeting," he whispered. Annabeth straightened her notes. Her shoulders were tight. Percy bumped her elbow. "You okay?" he asked under his breath. "Ask me when this is over," she muttered. Before anyone could say more, the air above the empty chair flashed. It was not like Voldemort's smooth appearances. This was honest storm. Light struck from the ceiling to the floor in a thin column and left a man sitting there where the chair had been empty. He looked like the statue Harry had seen once on a page in a book about Greek myths. Broad shoulders, dark hair with gray at the temples, sharp eyes that held the same storm-light Harry had seen in his own reflection when he had drawn deep on the sky. No crown, no thunderbolt in hand, just a simple tunic and cloak that flickered between old and new styles like the image could not decide. The room went very quiet. ZEUS looked around with mild interest, as if he stood in a shed rather than in a hidden war room under a British school. His gaze passed over the maps, over Hecate, over Chiron, over Percy and Annabeth. Paused only when it reached Harry. They stared at each other. Harry felt his throat tighten. His palms went damp. The aegis fragments on his chest warmed. ZEUS raised one brow. "You look less breakable than last time," he said. His voice was deep and rough. Harry managed to find his own voice. "You could have come earlier," he said. A few people in the room flinched. ZEUS studied him for a second more, then gave a small nod. "You have my fire," he said. "That gives you the right to be rude in private." "This is not very private," Ron muttered. Hermione elbowed him. Hecate cleared her throat. "We are here to discuss the cracks," she said. "Not to rehash every family argument on the mountain and under it. ZEUS, you wanted a seat at this table. Use it." ZEUS leaned back slightly. The chair under him creaked. "Very well," he said. "You have broken a false god shell that rested on my sky. That is good. You have also cut the net in ways that give my enemy more smell of your world. That is bad. The Titans are restless. Kronos more than the others. I am interested in how you plan to keep him out without tearing your own veil open." Annabeth stepped forward before Harry could speak. She held her folder at her side like a shield. "We have deadless notes," she said. "Half a tablet and half a memory in Harry head. There are safe bleed patterns that can move excess force into non-sentient stone and certain controlled seas. If we reinforce those, we can keep most of the strain away from the cracks Kronos can reach." Hermione moved beside her. "We also have new wards based on anchor collapse lines," she said. "Hecate helped me and Professor Flitwick adapt them to modern circle work. We can build local shields around the worst cracks." Chiron added his voice. "We have demigods who can stand watch where magic and old blood cross," he said. "If we position them at key sites with support from wandcasters, we can catch small tears before they widen." ZEUS listened. His gaze moved from one speaker to the next. Kingsley cleared his throat. "From the ministry side," he said, "we can assign teams to these new sites. Curse breakers, or Department of Mysteries staff. Officially, we will call them research stations. Unofficially, they will be guard posts." Ron frowned. "Research stations with actual plans and decent food," he said. "Not like the last time someone built a secret guard post and forgot to tell the people inside what they were guarding." Kingsley gave him a short, dry smile. "Agreed," he said. Dumbledore spoke last. "Hogwarts will train students who volunteer for this work," he said. "Not as weapons, but as people who know what they are stepping into. They will learn history, runes, and the limits of their own powers. We will not repeat my mistakes. Harry glanced at him. The words were simple, but he could hear the weight behind them. ZEUS tapped one finger on the arm of his chair. Lightning crawled along the wood for a moment, then faded. You would build a net of children and mortals to hold back titans, he said. Bold. Hecate snorted. Better than you using them as candles, she said. ZEUS glanced at her. The air between them tightened. For a second it felt as if the room would split. Harry stepped forward. The move was instinct more than thought. If you are going to argue about past wars, do it later, he said. Right now we need a plan that keeps people alive. ZEUS looked at him again. This time his eyes held a small, sharp pride. Speak then, he said. You stood at the center of Stonehenge. You felt the tears. What do you want? Everyone in the room turned toward Harry. He had known this moment was coming. He had turned it over in his mind all night. I want 3 things, he said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. First, I want wizardkind to have a say in how this fight goes. No more secret decisions made above our heads. If there is a choice between closing a crack and saving a village, the people who live here should be part of that choice. Kingsley nodded firmly. Dumbledore did as well. Second, Harry went on, I want clear lines about what you can ask from us. No one gets forced into service as a champion because of their blood. If someone fights, it is by choice and with full knowledge. That goes for demigods and wand casters. Chiron's expression softened. Hermione's children had told horror stories about forced quests. He understood. ZEUS raised a brow. You think you can bind gods with mortal contracts, he said. Hecate answered before Harry could. We agreed to lesser pacts before, she said. We can do it again. The world has changed since your last real war, ZEUS. You cannot drag every gifted child into your field and call it glory. ZEUS breathed out through his nose. You are very sure for a crossroads spirit, he said. I am sure because I have watched you make the same mistakes for a very long time, she replied. Harry hurried on before the air could catch fire. Third, he said, I want the right to step away when this specific crisis is stable. Not forever. Not shirking. I will stand where I am needed while these first cracks are fixed. After that, I want the chance to finish school, have a job that is not just living weapon, and sit by a lake without wondering which god will call my name next. His words hung in the air. Hermione looked at him with something like relief and fear mixed. Ron looked almost surprised, as if he had not expected Harry to say that last part out loud. ZEUS studied him. You would turn down a seat on the mountain, he said. Harry shrugged. The movement hurt his shoulder. He did not let it show. I want to live, he said. Not sit on a rock and throw lightning at anyone who annoys me. No offense. Percy coughed to hide a laugh. Talia did not bother hiding hers. Annabeth covered her mouth. ZEUS' mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. You dare much, he said. I do not have time to be afraid of you, Harry said. The room felt very still. ZEUS glanced at Hecate. He takes after you more than me, he said. It is his mother, Hecate replied. Lily had a similar tone when she told me to get out of her kitchen once. Harry blinked. You knew my mum, he asked. Hecate nodded. She asked for one of my small wards when you were born, she said. I gave her a charm that did not stop the curse that night, but it kept your soul from splintering when it should have. That is why the scar took the hit instead of your core. Harry swallowed. The room seemed to tilt for a moment. So even back then, he said slowly, you were making sure I did not break into pieces for someone else to use. Yes, she said simply. He looked down at his hands. Then up at ZEUS again. I am not saying I will never answer if you call, he said. If Titans start tearing open the sky over London, I am not going to sit in a classroom and pretend I cannot feel it. I am saying my life is not only that. I want friends. I want family. I want something that does not involve standing in circles made by other people. ZEUS was quiet for a long few breaths. You ask for freedom and still volunteer for duty, he said at last. Very unlike my usual sons. Harry thought of Talia standing in the rain with a wild smile and Percy making jokes under pressure. He did not fully agree, but he let it go. ZEUS stood. The chair under him creaked again. Very well, he said. I will agree to your 3 wishes. No conscription without choice. A seat at the table for your ministry and your school. A pause from direct service once this first set of cracks is contained. Kingsley let out a breath. Chiron nodded. Hecate allowed herself a small smile. Zeus raised one hand. A thin streak of light ran from his palm to hairy chest. The aegis fragments warmed and then cooled again. It is binding, Zeus said. You pulled enough storm through your bones that my word will hold. Enjoy your years, Harry. They will not be quiet ones, but they will be yours. He looked once at Hecate, once at Percy and Annabeth. Then he vanished in a short, sharp flash that left the chair empty again. The room relaxed as if someone had cut a taut rope. Ron let out a low whistle. You just negotiated with Zeus, he said. You done up. Harry's shoulders sagged. The rush of the moment drained out of him. Later, he said. Crack maps first. Then we can argue about who makes tea. Hermione moved to his side and took his hand. You did well, she said. He squeezed her fingers. We did, he said. They did not get a peaceful day. Late that afternoon, while most of the students stayed in their common rooms and the staff checked wards around the forest, the first crack shivered in a bad way. It started as a hum under Harry's skin. He was in the library with Hermione, books spread in front of them, when the aegis fragments heated. His inner map lit up. Something is pulling on the lake, he said, pushing back his chair. Hermione already had her wand in her hand. Hecate said to call her if any crack started to spike. She said, Go. I will grab Ron. He shook his head. She will feel it, he said. Just meet me outside. The corridors were not empty, but students moved aside when they saw his face. No one tried to stop him. By the time he reached the front doors, the sky over the lake had darkened. Not with normal storm, with a wrong twist like the light had been bent. Percy and Talia were already there on the grass. Annabeth stood between them, scroll in hand, hair pulled back. Lake crack, Percy said, eyes fixed on the water. Feels like something under the surface is trying to breathe up. Talia looked at the sky. And something in the clouds wants to answer, she said. Hermione and Ron ran up a moment later, slightly out of breath. Scene roster, Annabeth said briskly. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Percy, Talia, the lake. Nothing else yet. Good. We keep it that way. Harry reached for his inner map. He saw it at once. A hairline fracture where the veil skimmed the lake surface. It pulsed in time with the tide of magic he had pushed through Stonehenge. Hecate appeared on the shore in a simple flicker. No ceremony. This is the first, she said. Small. Annoying. Dangerous if you ignore it. The water near the middle of the lake bulged. A dark shape moved under the surface. The giant squid flicked away from it in alarm. We do not want anything from down there coming up through that crack, Percy said. No, Hecate said. Some of the deep things remember when Titans ruled. They would be happy to see that age again. Harry took a breath. What do we do? He asked. Annabeth rolled out a quick sketch. We treat it like a small anchor, she said. Not one built by a mad wizard, but by pressure. We bleed it sideways into the old channels. The ones that go nowhere important. Hermione nodded. We mark a circle on the shore, she said. Tie it to the diadem wards and the wardstone under the castle. That should handle steady drain. Hecate snapped her fingers. A circle of faint light appeared around them on the grass. Go, she said. Storm. See. Stone. Wand. Show me you can do this without me holding your hand. Percy stepped to the edge of the lake and pulled off his shoes. He put his bare feet on the wet stones. He breathed in, then out. The water calmed a little near the shore. Talia moved to stand a few paces back, facing the sky. She called a line of controlled lightning into her hand and held it there like a leash. Harry stood between them with his wand in one hand and his empty hand raised to the crack. Hermione and Ron took positions at the circle points Hermione had marked. She began a steady chant in an old Greek variation Hecate had taught her. Ron anchored the English wards with simple, solid spell forms. The crack pulsed again. Stronger. Harry grabbed it. Not with his hands. With the sense he had used at Stonehenge. Tried to open wider. He flinched at the push, then adjusted. If he held it in place, the pressure would build and snap. If he forced it down, it would slide somewhere else. He did what he had done in the circle. He gave it a path. Percy, he called. I am sending the first surge to you. Ground it. Percy grinned, teeth white in his tanned face. Send it, he said. Harry breathed out and let some of the strain flow along the line to the water. Percy closed his eyes. The lake surface rippled. The bulge eased. Talia watched the sky. I have echo in the clouds, she called. Not bad yet. Hermione's voice stayed steady. Circle is holding, she said. Sweat rolled down her temples. Ron knelt at his point and pushed a heavy ward into place with both hands flat on the grass. Come on then, he muttered. We are not letting you goblins in this one, whoever you are. They held for what felt like a long time and probably was only a few minutes. The crack pulse slowed. The bulge in the lake sank back. The clouds lightened. Harry did not let go until the inner map showed the fracture dim and small again. Then he eased the last of the pressure into the wardstone under the castle. The field around them settled. Percy let out a whoop. We did it, he said. No ancient monster rising out of the lake today. Talia dropped her lightning into the ground. It flashed and sank away. Nice teamwork, she said. Hermione sagged with relief and wiped her face with her sleeve. That was an acceptable first test, she said. Ron flopped onto his back on the grass. I vote we never do that when I am hungover, he said. You are 16, Hermione snapped. Almost 17, he shot back. Hecate watched them with a thoughtful look. This is how it should be, she said quietly to Harry. Not gods alone. Not mortals alone. A mix. Messy. Loud. Still standing. Harry breathing slowly returned to normal. His skin tingled but did not feel like it would tear. This felt better than Stonehenge, he said. Less like being a plug in a dam. More like being a valve. Hecate nodded. You learned, she said. You did not try to swallow the whole problem yourself. He glanced at Hermione, Percy, Talia, and Ron. I had help, he said. Hecate's mouth curved in a small smile. Try to remember that, she said. In a few years, when something bigger than this crack throws a tantrum. She faded from sight, her presence sliding back into the wards. Harry dropped onto the grass beside Ron. Hermione sat down on his other side. Percy and Talia stayed near the shore, talking low. Annabeth joined them to draw more notes. The lake lapped at the stones with its normal sound. The storm above the castle grumbled like an old dog instead of a raging beast. One crackdown, Ron said. Many more to go. Yes, Harry said. But we will not be alone for any of them. Hermione leaned against his shoulder. He shifted so she could rest comfortably. Do you regret it? She asked after a moment. Telling ZEUS you wanted a normal life after this. He thought about it. About the last few days. About the war. About the feeling in his bones when he had been full of storm. No, he said. I regret not telling everyone earlier that I wanted it. She smiled faintly. You are allowed to want things, she said. He turned his head and kissed her. It was unhurried. No one shouted. No alarms rang. For the first time in a long time, a kiss was not a goodbye before a battle. It was simply there. When they parted, Ron made a fake gagging sound, then grinned when Hermione threw a clump of grass at him. Get used to it, Harry said. I am trying, Ron replied. It is weird, but it is a good weird. They sat there until the sun dropped lower and the evening chill crept in. Then they headed back toward the castle, talking about classes and food and which extra lessons they might take at the camp and how they were going to explain this to Hermione parents. The war was not over for the world. Titans still stirred. Cracks still hummed. But for a few hours, the three of them walked back to Gryffindor Tower as students. Not saviors. Not champions. Just friends with homework and scars and a lot of bad jokes. Months later, the school year ended under clear skies. The repairs were mostly done. The stories had begun to settle into some kind of shape. The ministry had held a trial for captured Death Eaters. Harry had testified once. He had not gone back for the rest. He had helped at 2 more crack sites. The work felt less like fire and more like maintenance now. On the last day, the Hogwarts Express waited at the station. Steam curled around the platform. Students dragged trunks. Owls hooted. Parents called. Harry stood with Hermione and Ron near the edge of the platform. Mrs. Weasley hugged both boys so hard they wheezed. She hugged Hermione as well and whispered something that made Hermione's eyes shine. Mr. Weasley shook Harry's hand and then pulled him into a brief hug too. You have a place with us any time, he said quietly. Burrow or no burrow. War or no war. Harry's throat went tight. Thank you, he said. He looked around. The platform held more demigods than it ever had. Percy and Annabeth were near one carriage with Chiron in his wheelchair disguise. Talia leaned against a pillar, arms crossed. She met his gaze and gave a small salute. See you at camp, Percy called. You better show me those new curse ward tricks, Annabeth added. Harry lifted a hand. Bring your tablet notes, he said back. Hermione slid her hand into his. Ready, she asked. Not really, he said. But that never stopped us before. They climbed onto the train. Found an empty compartment. Ron went to find snacks after 5 minutes. That left Harry and Hermione alone with the rattling sound of the train starting to move. She leaned her head on his shoulder. He rested his cheek against her hair. What do you think it will be like, she asked. Going to my parents' place. Then to camp. Then back here. He thought about it. About lightning and lakes and cracked stones. About tea in a muggle house. About arguing over books in the camp library. About sitting in this compartment again next year with new stories and new bruises. Chaos, he said. But our kind of chaos. She laughed softly. I will make a timetable, she said. You would, he replied. He looked out the window. Fields rolled by. The sky was wide and clear. No cracks showed to normal eyes. His inner map felt calm. Somewhere far under the world, he could sense a slow, grinding anger. Kronos was not done. Harry did not smile at that. He did not flinch either. When the time came, he would answer. He would stand in circles and on shores and in halls with gods and ministers and centaurs. He would jump along lines and hold cracks. But he would also do his homework, argue with Hermione about notes, play chess with Ron and complain about Snape if Snape still found reasons to give him detention. ZEUS had given his word. Hecate watched the paths. Harry had made a promise to himself in a quiet common room under weak fire. His life would not belong to titles alone. He laced his fingers more firmly through Hermione's hand. The train picked up speed. For the first time since he had learned the truth about his blood, Harry felt something close to steady. Not safe. Not perfect. Just steady. The storm would come again. The cracks would call. When they did, he would not walk toward them alone.